Chapter 1621. 1621. The Phoenix Palace. Back then, he had fought with a heaven's favorite at the first stage of the half-saint realm for 100 moves before he was defeated. He had always been proud of this. However, he was nothing compared to Lu Ming now. Lu Ming had killed a first-stage half-saint with one stomp. In his battle with Lu Ming, he probably did not even need to use 1 foot. He only needed half a foot. Previously, Lu Ming was telling the truth when he said that he was not qualified to fight him. However, he still said that Lu Ming was arrogant. He was clearly the ignorant one. Get lost! Lu Ming shouted coldly. Huang Qi left with a red face. This person is very strong. No wonder he can be with Feng Ling. Birds of a feather flock together. It's normal for 2 heavenly spiritual bodies to be together. However, this person's cultivation is too low. It's hard for him to compete with the other heavenly spiritual bodies. That's right, unless his cultivation improves. Lu Ming naturally heard these comments, but he only smiled faintly and did not take it to heart. Huang Ling, do you have a way to get rid of the slaughter mark of the 1,000 Kills mansion? Lu Ming asked as he walked in front of Bai Lin. He had the killing mark of the 1,000 Kill mansion on him. As long as the assassins of the 1,000 Kill mansion were within a certain range, they could find him through the killing mark. He was not afraid, but he was very annoyed. Huang Ling shook her head and said, as far as I know, it's extremely difficult to remove the slaughter mark from the 1,000 Kill mansion. The more assassins you kill, the stronger the slaughter mark will be. It's easier for the assassins to sense it. It's difficult to remove the slaughter mark unless it's an Emperor-level expert. Emperor-level expert. Lu Ming shook his head, his mouth full of bitterness. Where was he supposed to find an Emperor-level expert? There was definitely no one in the 100 Clan battlefield. Even outside of the 100 Clan battlefield, the Azure continent didn't even have a single Emperor-level expert. There were Monarch-level powerhouses in other territories, but they were high and mighty and looked down on the world. Why would they help Lu Ming, a martial emperor? It seemed that he had to be more careful in the future to prevent assassinations from the 1,000 Kill mansion. His main body couldn't stay in the mountain and river diagram every day. He needed to comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth and practice fighting, unlike his secondary body, who stayed in the mountain and river diagram every day and could use the Tai Chi formation disc to enhance his mental fire. Lu Ming, even the other Emperor-level forces are afraid of the assassins of the 1,000 Kill mansion. Generally, they don't dare to kill the assassins of the 1,000 Kill mansion. At most, they will just cripple the other party. Once you are entangled by the slaughter mark, you will face endless assassinations. You must be careful in the future. Huang Ling warned. Lu Ming nodded. The 2 of them did not stop and headed towards Darkwater City. Darkwater City was several times larger than the city that Lu Ming had stayed in previously. The young men walking on the streets all had powerful auras. Most of them were at the half-saint level. Not long after, Huang Ling brought Lu Ming to a huge palace. Above the palace, the words Phoenix Palace were written in large and magnificent characters. Lu Ming, from the Emperor-level force, the Phoenix Palace. This is the Phoenix Palace's temporary base in the 100 Clan battlefield, Huang Ling explained. The 100 Clan battlefield was a training ground for the geniuses of many Emperor-ranked forces. Therefore, many powerful Emperor-ranked forces would buy palaces in the huge city of the 100 Clan battlefield as a temporary stop. After all, he had been training outside and fighting against experts. He would be tired and would need a place to rest and go into seclusion. Holy maiden! As soon as she entered the palace, a young man and a young woman bowed to her. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that Huang Ling had a high status in the Phoenix Palace. She was the saint. Huang Ling nodded and led Lu Ming into the depths of the Phoenix Palace. On the way, they met no less than 20 young men and women. These young men and women were handsome and beautiful. Each of them was a half-saint and had superior earth spiritual body. Like the Dragon God Valley, almost all the people in the Phoenix Palace had awakened the Phoenix bloodline and cultivated the Phoenix combat body. So many geniuses. It seems like Phoenix Palace is a terrifying existence even among Emperor-level forces. Along the way, Lu Ming was secretly shocked. They had encountered so many heaven's favorites on their way here. Any one of them would be a top heaven's favorite in Sangzhou. Some of them had unfathomable auras and were surrounded by laws. They were obviously experts in the second stage of half-saint. Even a half-saint with a body of laws could compete with the top 10 geniuses in the Azure continent. This was probably only the tip of the iceberg. One should know that no one above the Saint Realm could enter the 100-clan battlefield. How could the Phoenix Palace not have any geniuses above the Saint Realm? Definitely. The Yuan continent is huge and there are too many heaven's favorites. The Tsang region is just a small place. Many thoughts flashed past Lu Ming's mind. Now, his thoughts were slowly changing. His vision was no longer limited to the Azure continent. The deity would eventually become his stepping stone. His opponents would be the supreme talents of the emperor-level forces in the Yuan continent. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. He felt his blood boiling. "Lu Ming, you can stay here temporarily," he said. Bai Ling said as they arrived in front of a courtyard. "All right." Lu Ming nodded. "During this period, I will send people to Darkwater City to inquire about the news of the tomb of the Samsara king. If there are other maps of the tomb, the appearance of the key will definitely be exposed. I will inform you as soon as I have news." Said Wang Lin, "It seems that I was right to cooperate with you. It can save me a lot of trouble." Lu Ming smiled. "Then how are you going to repay me?" Wang Lin smiled and looked at Lu Ming with a flirtatious expression. Such a devastatingly beautiful woman had said such ambiguous words. Even with Lu Ming's composure, his heart could not help but jump. "Didn't I say that you and I are a dragon and a phoenix? Why don't we just have sex?" Lu Ming said with a smile. "Fuck, is this how you repay me? Wouldn't that be too easy on you?" Huang Ling rolled her eyes at Lu Ming and left the place with light steps. Lu Ming laughed, pushed open the courtyard door, and walked in. The courtyard was huge. Lu Ming walked into one of the rooms and entered the mountain and river diagram. He sat cross-legged under the path understanding ancient tree and started to think quietly. The geniuses of the various monarch-level forces are gathered in the Darkwater City. Although there aren't many people like Huang Ling, there are still many of them. Who knows, there might be geniuses even stronger than her. If the tomb of the reincarnation king opens, the people who enter will be the strongest. I'm still not strong enough. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Right now, with his main body and secondary body working together, he could suppress someone like Wan Tianqing. Together with Bubbles, they could catch him off guard and kill him. However, if Lu Ming's main body was alone, he was still not a match for such a person. He was still a little lacking. He had to improve his strength as soon as possible. Now, he had two main ways to improve his strength. One was to improve his cultivation. Once his cultivation improved, his strength would naturally soar. The second was the breakthrough of the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal. He had already cultivated the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal to the peak of the 4th level. Once he broke through the 5th level, the power of the Sky-Turning Seal would be even stronger, and he would be able to use it more easily. Chapter 1622 Chapter 1622 Taking the initiative. Lu Ming sat cross-legged under the path understanding ancient tree, cultivating wholeheartedly. 3 days passed by in a flash. Too slow. Without a war, this kind of bitter cultivation is too slow. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and muttered to himself. In fact, he had comprehended the path under the path understanding ancient tree, and with the help of the heavenly Tao stone, his cultivation speed was not slow. However, compared to the speed of tempering himself in battle, it was naturally much slower. There are as many Heaven's Pride experts as clouds here. It just so happens that there's someone to train with. Wouldn't it be a pity to miss it? Lu Ming smiled and changed into a long black robe. He exited the mountain and river diagram and headed out of Darkwater City. After leaving Darkwater City, he looked at the lake not far away. Sure enough, he saw many young men standing in the air above the lake. There were also 2 young men who were engaged in an intense battle. Lu Ming's palm glowed and an Azura mask appeared in his hand. He put it on his face and instantly he looked more ferocious. Lu Ming had once used this Azura mask when his cultivation level was not high. With its material, A high-level martial emperor would be able to see through it with a single glance. However, Lu Ming covered it with his essential core and others could not see through it. With the Shura mask on, Lu Ming stepped forward toward the youths, a cold aura emanating from his body. Some people were alarmed and looked in Lu Ming's direction. They were surprised to see him wearing the Azura mask. A LV9 Martial Royal Realm expert wearing a mask. He's trying to act mysterious and mysterious. Someone snorted coldly and looked at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. Boom. All of a sudden, Lu Ming made his move. He took a step forward and appeared above the person who had spoken. He took a step forward. A foot that reached up to the sky was formed, like the foot of a god, and it stepped toward the person who spoke. "You're looking for death." The man let out a long howl and his vital essence exploded. His aura soared and condensed into a saber, slashing at Lu Ming. The saber also carried the power of laws. This person was an expert at the second stage of the half-saint realm. He had an upper-class earth spiritual body, and his combat strength was amazing. When he wielded his blade, it was earth-shattering. Just when many people thought that Lu Ming would be killed in one move, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. Boom! The giant foot stomped down, and the saber collapsed. The giant foot continued to stomp down. The second stage half-saint was smashed into the lake below by Lu Ming's foot. He spat out a mouthful of blood. "Kill!" Lu Ming shouted. His fist glowed and he threw a punch. A terrifying fist force seemed to penetrate the void and blasted toward the lake below. Boom! The water in the lake rose to the sky, and the waves rippled. The water in the area was blasted away by the fist force, revealing the bottom of the lake. There was a huge pit at the bottom of the lake. The man at the second stage of the half-saint realm was lying in the pit. He was no longer breathing. He had been killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and sucked. His quintessential essence was like a ribbon, sweeping up the other party's storage ring. The lake water flowed backward. That proud son of heaven would remain at the bottom of the lake forever. So strong. Many people were shocked. Although the man in the Azura mask was only at LV9 Martial Royal Realm, he was not a ghost. He was a terrifying existence. Which force is this heaven's favorite from? Some people guessed. After all, there were simply too many Emperor-ranked powers. Every day, there would be geniuses from Emperor-ranked powers joining. No one knew what kind of geniuses would appear. Buzz. Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning and as cold as a knife as he scanned the surroundings. Lu Ming's gaze swept across some people and they could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. "You fight me." Lu Ming's eyes were fixed on a young man in a blood-red robe. He took a step forward and threw a punch at the young man. Having been in the 100-clan battlefield for a few months, Lu Ming had already gotten used to the rules here. In this place, there were no rules. There were only trials and challenges. In this place, you didn't need to have any reason to attack anyone. Lu Ming was here to fight with experts. He did not want to waste time and took the initiative to attack. "Don't think that you can fight me just because you killed a piece of trash." Seeing that Lu Ming dared to attack him, the young man in the blood-red robe suddenly exploded with a murderous intent. His body was covered in blood-red light. He waved his palm and a blood-red palm print was blasted toward Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming threw two more punches in a row, which collided with the bloody palm print, creating terrifying fluctuations. Lu Ming's fist force was immediately dispersed. The bloody palm print did not stop, carrying a terrifying power of law as it came crashing toward Lu Ming. Amazing! The heavenly spiritual body is indeed powerful. Lu Ming was not shocked. Instead, he was overjoyed. He stepped forward and his essential core surged into the flowing essence gloves. He threw a punch and destroyed the bloody palm print. Then he continued to attack the blood-robed young man. This blood-robed young man had a heavenly spiritual body, which was on the same level as Wang Lin and Wan Tianqing. If Lu Ming wanted to take action, he would naturally choose the most powerful people. What use would the weak ones be? Blood Devil Palm. The blood-robed young man roared. A blood-red light filled the air, and his body seemed to turn into a thick blood aura. The law of blood burst out, forming a huge palm print that pressed down on Lu Ming, wanting to smash him into a pulp of flesh. Lu Ming's body glowed. Bright spots glowed and 12 holy weapons appeared. Lu Ming gripped the black dragon spear and infused it with combat weapon qi. The chaos domain covered it and transformed it into a spear's gleam that was as large as a mountain. He stabbed it into the sky. Boom. With a deafening boom, the spear radiance and the bloody palm print disappeared at the same time. That's the 10,000 soldiers scroll. He's from the Wan family. The Wan family has produced such a terrifying heaven's favorite. He's only at the 9th level of the martial royal realm and he's already so powerful? Some people exclaimed in disbelief. Kill the Wan clan. The young man in the blood-red robe was extremely powerful. His killing intent was cold as he stepped into the air. The blood qi on his body became thicker and thicker, as if he had turned into a sea of blood. While a blood-red flag appeared in his hand. He waved the blood flag and it expanded rapidly, bringing the sea of blood with it as it wrapped around Lu Ming. Break! The black dragon spear in Lu Ming's hand was thrown out like a black lightning bolt, piercing through the sea of blood. At the same time, Lu Ming took a step forward with his holy weapon sword in hand. With a slash of the sword, a shocking sword qi was released, as if it was going to split the world. The sea of blood was split open, but after rolling for a while, it gathered together again. The black dragon spear flew back without any success. The sea of blood spread and the blood flag covered the sky, shrouding Lu Ming. Turn into a pool of blood. The blood-robed youth said coldly. The man wearing the Azura mask is finished. He's been enveloped by the flag of blood prison. He's definitely going to die and turn into a pool of blood. That's right. Young Master Blood Prison's combat strength is astonishing. Once the blood prison flag is used, even the heaven's favorites of the same level as him won't dare to be enveloped by it. Although the masked man's combat strength is terrifying, he's only at the 9th level of the martial royal realm. Another chosen has fallen. Discussions broke out in all directions. Even the two young men who had been fighting fiercely at the beginning had stopped fighting. Lu Ming was enveloped by the blood prison flag, blocking out the sky and the sun. He looked around and saw blood flags and a sea of blood. A terrifying blood aura seeped towards Lu Ming continuously, trying to refine him into a pool of blood. Lu Ming blocked it with his Chaos Realm. The Chaos Realm emitted a series of sizzling sounds. Chapter 1623, 1623 The Great Battle with Young Master Blood Prison 12 holy weapons surrounded Lu Ming. He held the black dragon spear in his hand and cast 13 accumulated power strikes. A huge spear radiance stabbed forward as if it was going to pierce through the heaven and earth. However, the spear radiance pierced into the blood sea and a huge passage was created. However, the blood sea churned and condensed again. He didn't exert any strength at all. He felt like he had strength but no place to use it. Buzz. Lu Ming switched to his holy weapon sword and slashed out a vast sword aura. However, it was still useless and could not break the sea of blood. A heaven's spiritual body is indeed powerful. Lu Ming muttered. This blood-robed young man's combat strength was not weaker than Wan Tiancheng's. If Lu Ming summoned bubbles and refined his second body, he would be able to suppress the other party. However, it would be meaningless. Lu Ming was here to train himself. Boom. Boom. At once, Lu Ming began to launch a frenzied attack. He used a long spear, a combat sword, a combat saber, and the prison's suppressing heaven technique. He took turns to attack the vast sea of blood, causing it to tumble and shake violently. However, the blood sea was still not broken. However, such an attack was not completely useless. At least it could stop the invasion of the blood sea and resist the power of refinement. Outside the blood sea, young Master Blood Prison's body was covered in blood light. He stood on the blood sea with a cold look in his eyes. Struggle all you want. Even if you struggle a little longer, you'll still die in the end. The young Master of Blood Prison said coldly. His body became more and more blurry, as if he was about to turn into blood light and merge into the blood sea. Bush, bush, bush. In the sea of blood, the sanguine light began to change. It condensed into swords, spears, and other things, and launched an attack on Lu Ming. Good. Lu Ming was fearless. He held a spear in one hand and a sword in the other, clashing with the blood light. In the blink of an eye, a few minutes had passed, and the battle was still ongoing. Awesome, awesome. Ha, your blood sea can't refine me at all. Lu Ming laughed out loud, his voice passing through the blood sea. This made young Master Blood Prison's face turn even uglier. Let's see how long you can last. Young Master of Blood Prison shouted coldly. His body turned into a mass of blood light and merged into the blood sea, making the power of the blood sea even stronger. In the blood sea, in front of Lu Ming, the blood sea churned and suddenly condensed into a big face. It was the face of young Master Blood Prison. Kill! The big face shouted, and an endless bloody light shot toward Lu Ming. The black dragon spear shook and turned into a spear radiance, stabbing at the blood light. At the same time, he slashed out with the sword in his left hand, sending out a huge sword chi. Boom, boom. This time, the power of the blood-red light was even stronger. Lu Ming's body trembled and he could not help but retreat. With just his main body, he wasn't a match for a heaven's favorite like the Blood Prison young master. Kill! At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly shouted and the divine sword technique burst out. It turned into two black sword lights and stabbed into the sea of blood. Ah, it's a soul attack. Young Master Blood Prison's painful groans came from the blood sea. Whoosh, whoosh. Two sword lights shot out from Lu Ming's eyes and pierced into the blood sea. Young Master Blood Prison screamed in the blood sea again. The blood sea churned rapidly. In the blood sea, young Master Blood Prison's figure reappeared, and his face was a little pale. It was not that he did not have a spiritual god defensive treasure. However, his body had turned into a blood-red light and fused into the sea of blood. This meant that his soul had also been separated. Naturally, the spiritual god defensive treasure had lost its effect. His soul had been injured by Lu Ming in one move. He had no choice but to reform his body so that the spiritual god defensive treasure would be effective. However, when he reformed his body, the power of the blood sea was naturally much weaker. Chaos! Lu Ming shouted softly, his hands moving rapidly. In the sky outside the blood sea, a huge chaos sky-turning seal was formed. It was no smaller than the blood sea. This was the chaos sky-turning seal that Lu Ming had unleashed with all his might. What a terrifying attack! Outside, many paragons turned pale when they saw the huge chaos sky-turning seal in the sky. They felt that if such an attack were to land on them, their souls would definitely be scattered. Boom! The chaos sky-turning stamp pressed down on the blood sea. Boom! 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 The blood sea trembled and churned wildly, resisting the chaos sky-turning seal in a terrifying manner. In the sky, there were continuous explosions. There's an exit. In the blood sea, Lu Ming looked up and his eyes lit up. The chaos sky-turning seal collided with the blood sea and finally blasted a gap. Lu Ming used thundering wind steps. He took a step forward and his body turned into wind and thunder. He instantly rushed out of the gap and out of the blood sea. That guy has rushed out. Some people cried out in shock. It must be known that it wasn't easy to rush out of the blood prison young master's blood sea, and very few people could do it. Boom. At this time, the chaos sky-turning seal finally exhausted its energy and exploded due to the constant collisions with the blood sea. However, the blood sea had also become much more dispirited. It was not that the chaos sky-turning seal was not powerful. The main problem was that Lu Ming's cultivation was too much weaker than his opponent's. His opponent's sea of blood contained the power of laws. In addition, the chaos sky-turning seal was still at the 4th level, so its power was naturally limited. Even if you rush out of the blood sea, you will still die. The young master of blood prison shouted coldly. The blood sea condensed into a blood flag again and he held it in his hand. The blood light on his body continuously poured into the blood flag. The blood flag grew to 100,000 feet and swept towards Lu Ming. Buzz! Lu Ming's long spear swept out and also expanded to 100,000 feet. The two of them collided with each other, and the sky and earth rumbled. Lu Ming stepped into the void and retreated. In a head-on confrontation, he was ultimately no match. Kill, kill, kill. The 10,000-foot blood flag swept toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming put down the black dragon spear. He held a chaos sky-turning seal in his hand and threw it at Lu Ming. This primal chaos Empyrean seal had about 60% of its power. Boom! The chaos sky-turning seal was destroyed by the blood flag. But then, a few more chaotic sky-turning seals condensed in Lu Ming's hands and were thrown out in succession. The two of them engaged in an intense battle, exchanging more than 10 moves in a row. Although Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, it was impossible for the young master of Blood Prison to kill him in a short time. Boom! There was another deafening boom and Lu Ming retreated quickly. Haha, I'm so happy today. Let's fight another day. Lu Ming laughed heartily. His figure flashed and he headed back to Darkwater City. If you want to leave, then stay. The young master of Blood Prison let out a long roar, and his killing intent was as sharp as a blade. Today, he was actually provoked by a 9th-level Martial Royal Realm martial artist. In the final battle, he actually couldn't take down the other party. Where would he put his face? He would not be satisfied if he did not kill Lu Ming. He waved the blood flag and chased after Lu Ming at top speed. However, Lu Ming used the thundering wind steps and his speed suddenly increased. In a flash, he had rushed into the Darkwater City. Damn it! The young master of Blood Prison bellowed, but he had no choice but to stop. Lu Ming rushed into the Darkwater City and found a hidden place to remove his mask. He changed into his clothes and heaved a long sigh. Chapter 1624. 1624 The 10th Golden Crow Prince. The battle just now had almost used up all of his true yuan. However, in this battle, he had almost used up all his strength, but he was still suppressed by his opponent. However, he had also gained new knowledge in this battle. He had a new understanding of the great Tao of heaven and earth. As long as he digested it properly, he would definitely improve. Soon, he returned to the Phoenix Palace and entered the mountain and river diagram. He sat cross-legged under the path understanding ancient tree and began to comprehend quietly. 2 days later, Lu Ming finally ended his cultivation. Fighting with strong people and fighting to the death is indeed fast. It's not something that bitter cultivation can compare with. Lu Ming smiled. And NBSP, his primal chaos domain, had also improved. Then let's continue. Lu Ming smiled and left the Phoenix Palace. He found a secret place, changed into the black robe and put on the Azura mask, and headed out of the city. It's that Azura, he's here again. Lu Ming's arrival attracted many people's attention. After all, the battle between Lu Ming and the young master of Blood Prison 2 days ago had spread like wildfire. Fight! Lu Ming was still as domineering as the last time. He fixed his eyes on a young man and threw a punch at him. Through his aura, this young man should be in existence on the same level as the Blood Prison young master. You're looking for death. The other party shouted coldly and engaged in a fierce battle with Lu Ming. This time, Lu Ming was still at a disadvantage and he exchanged more than 100 moves with the other party. Brat, go to hell. At this moment, a beam of blood-red light rushed out of Darkwater City. It was the young master of Blood Prison. He had obviously heard the news and rushed out aggressively. I want to accompany you today. We'll fight again in 2 days. Lu Ming smiled and used the thundering wind steps. With a few flashes, he dodged the young master of Blood Prison and rushed into the Darkwater City. This guy is using us as whetstones. The young man who had fought with Lu Ming today said coldly. No one would feel comfortable being used as a whetstone by a LV9 Martial Royal Realm martial artist. That person's cultivation technique is very strange. The secret skill he used is the Wan family's 10,000 soldiers' secrets. However, his domain doesn't seem to be the 10,000 soldiers' domain. It's very similar to the legendary Chaos domain. There's actually someone in this world who can cultivate the Chaos domain? It's really shocking. Moreover, his spirit body seems to be related to the 9 dragons. The young men around the lake were discussing. These people were all prodigies from Emperor-level forces and naturally had unique judgment. Lu Ming's territory and spirit body could not be hidden from these people. It's a great era today. I didn't expect to meet someone who has cultivated the Chaos domain in the 100 Clan battlefield. The chaos domain is one of the 10 strongest domains. In the future, when he cultivates a law, it will also be one of the 10 strongest laws. That's right. I've heard that there are people who have successfully cultivated other ultimate maxims. If we can see the collision of ultimate maxims, how wonderful would that be? The genius who fought with Lu Ming today mumbled to himself. After Lu Ming entered Darkwater City, he changed into his disguise and headed to the Phoenix Palace. He did not expect to run into Feng Ling looking for him the moment he returned to the Phoenix Palace. Lu Ming, there's news on the map and key to the tomb of the Samsara King, said Wang Lin. Oh, how is it? Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he asked. There is indeed more than one map and key to the tomb of the Samsara King. The map and key to the tomb of the Samsara King have appeared in different places and were obtained by different people. This matter has been spreading like wildfire in Darkwater City, said Wang Lin. Do you know who got it? Lu Ming asked. I don't know, but I'm sure that many of them are in Darkwater City. Wang Lin shook her head. It seems like they're all waiting. Then we don't have to be in a hurry. Someone will definitely be the first to take the lead, Lu Ming said. Wang Lin nodded and left after discussing with Lu Ming. Lu Ming continued to cultivate in the mountain and river diagram. After that, Lu Ming would go out of the city every 2 days to challenge experts. Among them, he fought with the young master of Blood Prison the most. Although Lu Ming was at a disadvantage every time, the young master of Blood Prison could not do anything to him. Just like that, a month's time passed by in a flash. In the past month, Azura's name had spread throughout Darkwater City, becoming a famous battle maniac. Everyone knew that Lu Ming was using those geniuses as a whetstone. On the contrary, those geniuses were also using Lu Ming as a whetstone, forcing themselves to work hard. In the past month, Lu Ming had made rapid progress. He had already reached the peak of the 9th level martial royal realm. Therefore, in the end, when Lu Ming challenged those prodigies, his disadvantage was not so obvious anymore. He might even end up in a draw. There were too many paragons in the 100-clan battlefield and there was no lack of opponents. That was why Lu Ming could improve so quickly. If he was in the Azure continent, he wouldn't have improved so quickly because he didn't have that many opponents. The collision between geniuses would naturally encourage one to improve. Lu Ming's improvement was especially obvious. On this day, Lu Ming was cultivating in the mountain and river diagram. Suddenly, his heart stirred. There seemed to be some movement outside. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and exited the mountain and river diagram. Gah! As soon as he came out of the mountain and river diagram, a sharp cry came from the sky. It resounded through the world and reverberated between heaven and earth. Lu Ming left the room and looked up at the sky. He realized that there were a few more suns in the sky. No, those were not the sun, but a few golden crows. Divine birds, 3-legged golden crows. There were several 3-legged golden crows. The 3-legged golden crow was also known as the divine bird of the sun. Like the true dragon and phoenix, it was also an extremely terrifying divine beast. Yen Quantus bloodline was the 3-legged golden crow. A few 3-legged golden crows were circling in the sky above Darkwater City. Their bodies were covered in golden flames, shining brightly like a sun. What's going on? Why are those 3-legged golden crows circling in the sky? In the Phoenix Palace, the disciples were also alarmed. They appeared in the sky one by one and looked up at the sky. Huang Ling's figure appeared beside Lu Ming. Gah! Gah! A total of 4 3-legged golden crows let out bright cries and then turned into 4 golden-robed young men, standing around the Darkwater City. Everyone, the crown prince of the Golden Crow race, have something to say to all of you. The 4 young men of the Golden Crow race spoke at the same time, and their voices echoed throughout the entire Darkwater City. Gah! At this time, an even louder golden crow's cry resounded through the sky. A dazzling golden light filled the sky, and then a 10,000-foot tall figure appeared in the sky. It was a young man, but he was not a physical being. Instead, he was formed from true yuan and nomological power. He wore a golden robe with a sun embroidered on it. On his head was a golden crown. He was handsome, cold, and arrogant, and exuded a powerful majesty. Greetings, 10th Prince. The 4 members of the Golden Crow race greeted the towering figure at the same time. It's the 10th Prince of the Golden Crow race. He's extremely terrifying. His body is equivalent to a low-class heaven spiritual body, and he's already reached the 3rd stage of the half-saint realm, the realm where the laws can be infused into his body, said Wang Lin, her eyes filled with solemnness. Chapter 1625 Gathering, is it a tank of laws? Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The nomological chamber, as its name suggested, was the power of the laws that poured into the body. Every muscle and even every cell in the body was filled with the power of the laws. At this level, one's physical strength would skyrocket, and their combat strength would be very terrifying. They were only half a step away from the saint realm. Wang Lin also had a lower-class heavenly spiritual body. She was a heaven's favorite of the same level as her opponent. However, her cultivation was only at the 2nd stage of the half-saint realm. If she were to fight with her opponent, she would be defeated easily. In the 100-clan battlefield, this kind of prodigy was almost the strongest. Even the strongest prodigies would rarely come to the 100-clan battlefield because they had no effect on training. The 10th Golden Crow Prince scanned the surroundings with a dignified gaze and said, "I believe everyone has heard the news that the tomb of the Reincarnation King is about to appear." Many people were shocked. The first thing the Golden Crow 10th Prince said was about the tomb of the Reincarnation Emperor. Could it be that he was doing this because of the tomb? Finally, someone can't hold it in anymore. Lu Ming smiled and exchanged glances with Wang Lin. I also know that some people have already obtained the map and key to the tomb of the Reincarnation King. They are in the Darkwater City. The 10th Golden Crow Prince continued. Many people's eyes lit up as they understood that the 10th Golden Crow Prince was going to take the lead. However, the map and key of the tomb of the Samsara Emperor are divided into many parts. It is useless to get one part. Only by gathering them together can we find the tomb of the Samsara Emperor and get the treasures inside. I will take the lead today. I also have the map and key of the tomb of the Samsara Emperor. Tomorrow at noon, those who have the map and key of the tomb of the Samsara Emperor will come to the Golden Crow Palace to meet me. What do you think? After all, if these maps don't merge with the key, they're useless. They'll only become scrap. The 10th Golden Crow Prince added one last sentence before his massive figure disappeared into the air. The 4 Golden Crow race members also disappeared into the air. How is it? Do you want to go to the Golden Crow Palace tomorrow? Wang Lin looked at Lu Ming. Of course we're going. If we don't go, our map and keys will be useless, Lu Ming said with a smile. At this moment, the eyes of some people in Darkwater City flickered. The entire Darkwater City was discussing this matter. They did not speak for a day. At noon the next day, Lu Ming and Wang Lin headed to the Golden Crow Hall. The Golden Crow Palace was also a temporary residence that the Golden Crow clan had bought in Darkwater City. It had a very wide area and was not smaller than the Phoenix Palace. When Lu Ming and Wang Lin arrived at the square in front of the Golden Crow Palace, they realized that it was already crowded. Many paragons had gathered around the square. There were also many locals. Most of the people didn't have the map or key to the tomb of the Reincarnation King. They were just here to watch the show and see who had taken the key. There were dozens of golden-robed young men standing on the square. They were all members of the Golden Crow race. Among these people, there was a young man wearing a golden crown. He sat on a chair and looked around with a majestic gaze. He was the 10th Prince of the Golden Crow race. Lu Ming and Wang Lin mixed in with the crowd and did not go out. Anyone who has the map and key to the tomb of the Samsara King can come out and see me. The 10th Prince's voice rang out. Bang, bang. At this time, a figure stepped through the air and landed on the square. It was a young man who appeared to be in his 20s. He had a slender figure, and his body was surrounded by streaks of lightning. His aura was overbearing. It's Yi Dongfang from the Thunder God sect. Someone exclaimed. This person is very strong. Lu Ming's gaze also froze slightly. The thunderbolts surrounding Yi Dongfang were all formed by the laws of thunder. Once he launched an attack, it would be earth-shattering. Yi Dongfang is extremely terrifying. He's no weaker than the 10th prince of the Golden Crow. Wang Lin sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Yi Dongfang, do you have the map and key to the tomb of the Samsara king? The 10th Golden Crow Prince's eyes shot out 2 rays of golden light as he stared at Yi Dongfang. Not bad. Yi Dongfang's palm glowed, and a jade talisman and a key appeared in his hands. When she stood up, it was almost the same as the jade talisman key that Lu Ming and Huang Ling had obtained. Take out your map and key, Yi Dongfang said. The 10th Golden Crow Prince smiled, and with a wave of his hand, a jade talisman and a key appeared in his hands. The shocking thing was that the jade talisman and the key were different. You actually obtained 2 sets of maps and keys. Yi Dongfang's eyes were filled with the power of lightning. Around them, many elites were looking at the jade talismans and keys in the hands of the Golden Crow 10th Prince and Yi Dongfang with burning eyes. But no one dared to do anything. Trying to lay their hands on the Golden Crow 10th Prince and Yi Dongfang was no different from courting death. 3 sets are obviously far from enough. Who else has the map and key to the tomb of the Reincarnation King? The 10th Golden Crow Prince looked around. We. At this moment, 2 more figures stepped into the square. Without a doubt, these 2 young men were extremely terrifying heaven's favorites. Although they were not as powerful as Yi Dongfang and the Golden Crow 10th Prince, they were on the same level as Huang Ling, the young master of the blood prison, and Wan Tianqing. A jade talisman and a key appeared in each of their hands. Then, after a while, another person stepped out and took out a jade talisman and key. After a while, another person walked out. There was no doubt that those who had obtained the jade talisman and key of the tomb of the Reincarnation King were all extremely terrifying people. None of them were weaker than the young master of the blood prison. Wan Tianqing was a heaven's pride expert of the same level. In total, there were 6 sets of jade talismans and keys to the tomb of the Samsara King in the hands of the 10th Golden Crow Prince. The eyes of Yi Dongfang, the Golden Crow 10th Prince, and the others lit up. If this continued, they might be able to gather the map and key to the tomb of the Samsara King. Is there any more? The 10th Golden Crow Prince's voice rang out again. Let's go out. Huang Ling sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. All right. Lu Ming nodded. The 2 of them stepped out and landed on the square, instantly attracting everyone's attention. That's the Phoenix spirit of the Phoenix Palace. Who's that kid? He's standing with Fairy Feng Ling. I know. That kid came to Darkwater City with Huang Ling. As soon as he arrived, he was assassinated by an assassin from the Thousand Kills Mansion. However, that assassin was easily killed by him. You dare to kill the assassins of the Thousand Kill Mansion? You're quite bold. The surroundings were filled with the sound of discussion. The 10th Golden Crow Prince's gaze swept past Lu Ming and Huang Ling, then he ignored Lu Ming and looked at Huang Ling. Feng Ling, do you have the key and the map of the tomb of the Reincarnation King? It's not on me, it should be on the 2 of us. A key appeared in her hand while a jade talisman appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The 10th Golden Crow Prince, Yi Dongfang, and the others were all taken aback. Chapter 1626 missing 3 portions. The 10th Golden Crow Prince, Yi Dongfang, and the others were all surprised. They did not expect Lu Ming, who was only at the 9th level of the martial royal realm, to have a map. It was obvious that it was a set with the key in Huang Ling's hand. However, with Huang Ling's abilities, why didn't she snatch the map from Lu Ming's hands? Wouldn't it be better to combine the map and the key? Why did they have to control one each? Keys from your Phoenix Palace? The 10th Golden Crow Prince asked curiously. No. Huang Ling shook her head. Not from the Phoenix Palace? Many people's eyes lit up. A mere LV9 martial royal realm expert is not qualified to control the map of the tomb of the Samsara King. Just give it to me. A cold voice was heard. A figure stepped out and a powerful aura enveloped Lu Ming. Blood Prison's young master. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with a cold light. Boy, give me the map of the tomb of the Reincarnation King. You don't deserve it. The young master of Blood Prison said coldly. His eyes were filled with greed. With his strength, he didn't even get a key or map to the tomb of the Reincarnation King, which made him jealous. None of the others were weaker than him, so he naturally did not dare to make a move. However, Lu Ming was merely at the 9th level of the martial royal realm, and he did not take him seriously at all. On the side, the 10th Golden Crow Prince, Yi Dongfang, and the others just looked on indifferently. They didn't say anything and didn't stop him. Having the map or the key meant that they were qualified to open the tomb of the Reincarnation King with them. However, those who had the map and the key were all extremely talented and powerful. Lu Ming was only at the 9th level of the martial royal realm. How could he be qualified to be with them? I'm not qualified? Do you have one? Lu Ming sneered. I didn't? Then I'll let you know if I have it or not. Young Master of Blood Prison's eyes were cold. A blood-red light condensed on his body, and his powerful aura pressed toward Lu Ming. Suddenly, the cry of a phoenix was heard. A powerful aura burst out from Wang Lin's body and she stood in front of Lu Ming. She stared at young Master of Blood Prison and said coldly, Blood Prison, Lu Ming is with me. If you want to attack him, let's see if you can defeat me. Feng Ling, what are you doing? Do you really want to cooperate with a LV9 Martial Royal Realm expert? I'm afraid that he will be a burden to you when we enter the tomb of the Reincarnation King. Give me the map and work with me. That's the way to go. The Blood Prison young master said, trying to persuade Feng Ling, get lost, or well fight. Shut up. Huang Ling scolded coldly. You, the young master of Blood Prison was furious, but he was afraid of Huang Ling. Although Huang Ling was a heaven's favorite on the same level as him, she had the undying heavenly phoenix body and her life force was too strong. In battle, she was not afraid of death. She used her strong life force to exhaust her opponents to death. Among the heaven's favorites of the same level, Feng Ling was the most difficult to deal with. Detestable! Young Master of Blood Prison roared in his heart. What was wrong with this Huang Ling? Was she out of her mind? She would rather work with Lu Ming than him. What was the difference between bringing Lu Ming along and bringing a burden? Could this kid be Feng Ling's lover? Young Master of Blood Prison thought. He was not the only one. Many people around the square had the same thought. Kid, with your cultivation, you won't get any treasure even if you enter the tomb of the Reincarnation King. You'll only waste the map. I'll give you a chance now. How about you sell the map to me? The young Master of Blood Prison still didn't give up. Get lost. Lu Ming's answer was very simple. It was only one word. What did you just say? The killing intent of the young Master of Blood Prison grew. He glared at Lu Ming and said, Kid, don't think that you can be so arrogant just because you have Huang Ling's support. You're just a piece of trash who only knows how to hide behind a woman. Let's see if you can keep the map of the tomb of the Reincarnation King. After saying that, the young Master of Blood Prison snorted coldly and left the square. In the crowd, two people looked at Lu Ming with fear. They were Zhao Kuang and Sima Liang. The two of them had also come to Darkwater City. They knew Lu Ming's combat strength very well. Even Wan Tiancheng had been killed by Lu Ming. Of course, they would not remind the young Master of Blood Prison about Lu Ming's combat strength. Wouldn't it be better if Lu Ming made enemies? He could borrow the hands of others to deal with Lu Ming. Does anyone else have the map and key to the tomb of the Reincarnation King? The 10th Golden Crow Prince's voice rang out again. The crowd around the square looked at each other. This time, no one stepped out. After that, the 10th Golden Crow Prince asked a few more questions, but no one came out. Obviously, there was no more. Everyone, we have 7 sets here. Let's take a look and see if they're all here. What do you think? The 10th Golden Crow Prince suggested. Good, just what I want. Yi Dongfang was the first to speak, followed by the others. Let's activate the pattern on the map and put it together to take a look. The Golden Crow 10th Prince said. With a wave of his hand, a golden screen of light enveloped them, making it impossible for anyone else to see them. Many sighed. They had originally wanted to peek at the map, but it seemed like they had no chance. Within the golden light screen, the 10th Golden Crow Prince took out 2 jade talismans. He poured energy into them, and the 2 jade talismans lit up. In the air, 2 maps appeared. Then, Yi Dongfang also injected his ethereal force into the jade talisman, and another map appeared. The 3 pieces of the map pieced together in the air to form an even larger map, but it was obvious that it was incomplete. Following that, The rest of them channeled their vital essence into their jade talismans, and incomplete maps appeared one after another. Lu Ming did the same, and the jade talisman in his hand also appeared. A total of 7 maps were pieced together. It's still incomplete. The 10th Golden Crow Prince's face darkened. It was obvious that the 7 pieces of the map were pieced together to form a larger map, but it was still missing something. There was a missing piece in the middle and a missing corner on both sides. According to the size, there should be 3 missing pieces. There should be 10 maps and 10 keys in total. It's indeed incomplete. There's no specific location on the map. It seems that only when all 10 maps are complete will the specific location be shown. Yi Dongfang said. Perhaps the person who obtained the remaining map and keys of the tomb of the Samsara King is not in Darkwater City but in the other 3 cities. Someone said. In the center of the 100 Tribes battlefield, there were 4 major cities where a large number of geniuses had gathered. The remaining maps were likely to be in other cities. It's possible. They'll send people to the other 3 cities to spread the news. It's best for us to stay in Darkwater City for the time being. When the map and key are ready, we'll set off for the tomb of the Reincarnation Emperor. The Golden Crow 10th Prince said. The others nodded and put away the map. Some of them glanced at Lu Ming coldly, and a strange light flashed in their eyes. However, after they glanced at Wang Lin, they all looked fearful. The 10th Golden Crow Prince waved his hand, and the light barrier disappeared. Everyone's eyes were on them, wondering if they knew where the tomb of the Reincarnation Emperor was. Chapter 1627, 1627 Chaos Heaven Flipping Seals Breakthrough. I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Yi Dongfang said and left. Me too. Then the others stepped into the air and left. It seems that the map isn't complete. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dispersed. That should be the case. They're waiting for the remaining maps and keys. The people in the surroundings guessed. Lu Ming and Wang Lin also stepped into the air and left. Many people's eyes fell on Lu Ming with greed in their eyes. Their eyes darted around, and no one knew what they were thinking. Very soon, Lu Ming and Feng Ling returned to the Phoenix Palace. I must continue to improve my strength. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. With his current combat strength, together with Bubbles and Ming Lian, it was more than enough to deal with geniuses like Young Master of Blood Prison. However, against geniuses like the 10th Golden Crow Prince and Yi Dongfang, he was still slightly lacking. However, Lu Ming's current cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th level Martial Royal Realm. It would be too difficult for him to break through in a short period of time. This was because he would be able to comprehend the ultimate domain and enter the first stage of the Half-Saint Realm if he were to take another step forward. It was not easy to break through from the 9th level Martial Royal Realm to the Half-Saint Realm. In a short period of time, Lu Ming had 2 ways to improve his combat strength. The first was the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal, and the second was to improve his soul power. He felt that he would soon be able to break through the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal and step into the 5th level. As for his soul power, as long as he refined the demonic fiend crystals, he would be able to continuously increase it. Although geniuses like the Young Master of Blood Prison and Huang Ling all had spiritual god defensive treasures that could defend their souls, their defensive power was only relative. If one's soul power was strong enough, one could still break through the defense and have a major impact on the soul. If Lu Ming's soul force was comparable to a bright saint or even a great saint, he could break through Young Master Blood Prison's spiritual god defensive treasure and destroy his soul with a shout and a look. At the end of the day, it was because Lu Ming's soul power was not strong enough. His current soul power was only equivalent to that of a second-stage half-saint. When Lu Ming's soul force reached the 3rd stage of the half-saint realm, even if the other party had a spiritual god defensive treasure, he would still be able to cause a major impact. Therefore, Lu Ming decided not to take on the challenge for the time being. He would stay in the Phoenix Palace and cultivate in peace. Lu Ming sat cross-legged under the path understanding ancient tree. His mind was in an ethereal state as he comprehended the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal. In a hall of a palace in Darkwater City, the Young Master of Blood Prison sat on the throne with a cold expression. I must get a map or key to the tomb of the Reincarnation King. the young master of blood prison said coldly as he clenched his fists. Without the map or key of the tomb of the reincarnation king, he was not even qualified to participate. Only with a map or key of the tomb of the reincarnation king could he be qualified to participate. Young master, do you have any plans? There were a few other young men in the hall. They were all the subordinates of the young master of blood prison. One of them spoke. Seize. Young master of blood prison's eyes lit up as he said, that guy called Lu Ming is only at LV9 Martial Royal Realm. What right does he have to possess a map? That map should belong to me. The other people's faces changed and one of them said, but young master, Lu Ming is hiding in Darkwater City. We can't make a move there. Moreover, he's in the Phoenix Palace. The Phoenix Spirit is in the Phoenix Palace. How can we take him away? They'll find a way to ask for help to deal with Wang Lin. As long as I can lure her away, Lu Ming will be easy to deal with. He's only at the 9th level of the Martial Royal Realm. I can take him down in an instant. As long as I can take him down, he'll leave Darkwater City quickly. Even the Sage Realm experts in Darkwater City will be helpless against me. The young master of blood prison said in a cold voice. Young master is wise. The others quickly flattered him. During this period of time, keep a close eye on Phoenix Palace and Lu Ming's movements. They'll find a way to find someone to help us distract the Phoenix Spirit. Once I find someone to help us, we can take action. The young master of blood prison said. Lu Ming had no idea about young master of blood prison's plot. He was fully focused on cultivating the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal. Lu Ming had long cultivated the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal to the peak of the 4th level. After this period of killing and tempering, it was on the verge of a breakthrough. Therefore, after Lu Ming cultivated it with all his heart for 2 days, the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal naturally broke through and reached the 5th level. The cultivation of the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal was very difficult. For example, Lu Ming did not take long to cultivate the Thundering Wind Steps and 13 accumulated power strikes to the 6th level. However, the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal had only broken through to the 5th level after cultivating for so long. It was difficult to cultivate, but correspondingly, it was more powerful. Every time the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal broke through a level, its power would skyrocket, especially the last 2 levels. In the mountain and river diagram, Lu Ming stood on the peak of a mountain. His Chaos domain surged and a Chaos Sky-Turning stamp appeared in his palm, growing larger and larger. Then, Lu Ming shook his palm and the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal disappeared automatically. Then, another Chaos Sky-Turning Seal condensed in Lu Ming's other palm. In the past, Lu Ming had to form hand seals to condense the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal. Now, he did not even need to do so. He could condense the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal with a single thought. This way, it would be more convenient to fight. Now, increase my soul force. Lu Ming smiled and sat on the ground. He took out a demonic evil crystal and began to refine it. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days passed. After 5 days of continuous refining, Lu Ming's soul force had also made a breakthrough. The strength of his soul force was equivalent to the 3rd stage of the half-saint realm. I've been in seclusion for a while. It's time to go out and see if there's any news. Lu Ming thought to himself. The next moment, he exited the mountain and river diagram and sent a message to Wang Lin. Not long after, Wang Lin found Lu Ming. Wang Lin, how is it? Did anyone come with the key and the map of the tomb of the reincarnation king? Lu Ming asked. 3 days ago, an expert came. He had a map and a key. We are still short of 2 more, said Wang Lin. Oh, it seems that it will be soon. Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming, the situation in Darkwater City is getting more and more complicated. Many experts have come from other cities. You have to be careful these days. Wang Lin reminded. Lu Ming nodded. He had a premonition that before the tomb of the reincarnation emperor was opened, there would be a storm. Darkwater City would not be peaceful. At this moment, a female disciple of Phoenix Palace came forward and bowed to Feng Ling. Saintess, young Master Tianying of the Heavenly Bird Palace has sent someone here. He said that he is hosting a banquet at the Drunken Immortal restaurant and would like to invite you to have a chat. Young Master Tianying. Wang Lin frowned. Holy Maiden, are you going? The people from Tianqin Palace also said that young Master Tianying has invited the 10th Prince of the Golden Crow, and now you're the only one left. The female disciple of Phoenix Palace said. Huang Ling pondered for a moment and said, Go and tell him that I'll be there in a while. Yes. The female disciple of Phoenix Palace bowed and retreated. Chapter 1628, 1628 Chapter 1628 Taking Action, the Heavenly Bird Palace? Is it also an emperor-ranked power? Lu Ming asked curiously. That's right, and it's a very terrifying emperor-level force. The Heavenly Bird Palace is made up of terrifying bird-type demonic beasts and divine beasts, and its experts are as many as the clouds. As for the Phoenix Palace, although we are humans, our bloodline and spiritual body are all related to phoenixes, so the relationship between the Phoenix Palace and the Heavenly Bird Palace is very good. Young Master Tianying is a peerless genius of the Heavenly Bird Palace. He invited me to a banquet, and I couldn't refuse. Lu Ming, you can walk around the Phoenix Palace by yourself. I'm leaving, said Huang Ling. All right, you can go. Lu Ming nodded. The Phoenix spirit turned around and left. Lu Ming strolled around the Phoenix Palace for a while to relax. He returned to his room and planned to enter the mountain and river diagram to continue cultivating. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. There was someone in his room. There were 3 young men who looked at Lu Ming with lightning-like eyes. Buzz. One of the young men moved and appeared at the door. After a while, an inscription scroll appeared. Countless inscriptions filled the air and formed a circle of light that enveloped the room. Everyone, you've entered the wrong room, Lu Ming said calmly. Nonsense. Lu Ming, hand over the map of the tomb of the Reincarnation King. You're not qualified to have it. One of the young men spoke, his voice cold. The 3 young men exuded a powerful aura. They were all experts at the 2nd stage of the half-saint realm. However, they were all upper-grade earth spiritual bodies. Who sent you? Say it and then get lost. Lu Ming shouted coldly. You're looking for death. Since you don't want to hand it over, I'll take it myself. One of the young men shouted coldly. He stepped forward and grabbed at Lu Ming with his palm. His palm enlarged rapidly and was covered in a bloody light. Boom. Lu Ming threw a punch, and it was as if he was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The young man's palm exploded directly and his body was sent flying. He crashed into the light circle and broke the light circle. His body crashed through the wall of the room and flew out. Then, Lu Ming turned around and threw another punch. The young man standing at the door was also sent flying by the punch. How is that possible? The last young man was shocked. They were all at the 2nd stage of the half-saint realm and had comprehended the laws. However, they were no match for Lu Ming and were sent flying with each punch. He didn't even think as his figure shot up into the sky, broke through the room, and rushed out. Since you've come, don't leave, Lu Ming said coldly. He moved and chased after the young man, approaching him rapidly. The young man was scared out of his wits and shouted, Young master, save me. Boom. As soon as the other party finished speaking, Lu Ming had already appeared beside him. The flowing essence gloves glowed and he threw a punch, tearing the other party into pieces. Usually, geniuses with superior-grade earth spiritual bodies were no match for Lu Ming unless they had reached the 3rd stage of the half-saint realm and were affected by the laws. They would be easily crushed and killed. Buzz. 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 At this moment, the sound of air being torn could be heard from all directions. More than a dozen figures rushed toward Lu Ming with cold killing intent that was not concealed at all. So many experts had actually entered. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and activated the godly sword technique through sound waves, swarming toward the dozen or so experts. With Lu Ming's soul power, which had reached the 3rd stage of the half-saint realm, the divine sword technique was shockingly powerful. Those young men immediately let out shrill screams and fell to the ground one after another, no longer breathing. Damn it, Lu Ming, you deserve to die. An angry roar was heard. A blood-red figure appeared in the air and charged toward Lu Ming. Young master of blood prison, it's you, Lu Ming said coldly. The last person to appear was the young master of Blood Prison. At this moment, young Master Blood Prison's body was filled with cold killing intent, and his eyes were red. He was furious and his heart ached. Initially, he thought that it would be enough to deal with Lu Ming and a few geniuses at the second stage of the semi-sage realm. He would bring more than 10 experts to support them. However, he did not expect that the 3 experts would be killed by Lu Ming in an instant. Even the other 10 or so experts were killed by Lu Ming's soul attack. These were all geniuses, and it made his heart bleed. He had to tear Lu Ming into 1,000 pieces. And NBSP hoo-hoo. A blood-red flag appeared in his hand. The blood-red flag expanded rapidly and covered the sky. It turned into a sea of blood and enveloped Lu Ming and the entire courtyard. Who is it? The disciples of Phoenix Palace were alarmed and rushed out of their courtyards. They stood high in the sky, but their expressions changed when they saw the sea of blood. The blood sea was too terrifying. If an ordinary person was enveloped by it, only death would await them. It's young Master Blood Prison. How dare he cause trouble in our Phoenix Palace? Go and report to the Holy Maiden. The disciples of Phoenix Palace were in an uproar. There was a huge commotion here. Not only Phoenix Palace, but more than half of the city was alarmed. One figure after another rushed into the sky and watched from afar. It's young Master Blood Prison. He's actually attacking Phoenix Palace. It must be for the map of the tomb of the Samsara Emperor in Lu Ming's hands. But to be honest, Lu Ming is not qualified to control a map. Young Master Blood Prison, aren't you afraid of Feng Ling? He's most likely using some other method to block the Phoenix Spirit. Many people thought about it and guessed the purpose of young Master of Blood Prison. Drunken Immortal Restaurant was quite the distance away from Phoenix Palace, but the commotion in Phoenix Palace could still be heard here. Damn it, it's that guy from Blood Prison. Wang Lin rushed out of the Drunken Immortal Restaurant and looked in the direction of the Phoenix Palace with a gloomy expression. Buzz. Buzz. 2 figures appeared beside her. One was a young man in a black feather robe, and the other was the 10th Golden Crow Prince. Feng Ling, let's continue drinking. The black-feathered robe youth said calmly. Young Master Tianying, I didn't expect you to join forces with the Blood Prison. You asked me out in advance so that the Blood Prison could make a move, right? Huang Ling coldly looked at the man in black. This man was young Master Tianying of the Heavenly Bird Palace. Young Master Tianying chuckled. He didn't admit or deny it, but there was indeed an aura that locked onto Huang Ling. What's the Blood Prison doing? How could they cause such a big commotion when they're dealing with a mere LV9 martial emperor? Young Master Tianying snorted in his heart. The 10th Golden Crow Prince's face was calm. He didn't know about this before, and now that he did, he wouldn't care. Feng Ling, let's continue drinking. Young Master Tianying continued. All right, if you want to drink, I'll accompany you. Suddenly, Huang Ling let out an inexplicable smile, turned around, and returned to the Drunken Immortal Restaurant. This caused young Master Tianying to be stunned. He had thought that Huang Ling would directly rush to the Phoenix Palace to save him. He did not expect her to return to the Drunken Immortal Restaurant. It seems like Huang Ling and Lu Ming are not on good terms. Sky Eagle laughed in its heart. He didn't know that Huang Ling knew Lu Ming's combat strength. Lu Ming had killed Wan Tianqing back then. Now that his cultivation had improved, he was undoubtedly stronger. Young Master Blood Prison was clearly courting death by targeting Lu Ming. Chapter 1629, 1629 Lu Ming's combat strength in the Phoenix Palace. Young Master Blood Prison activated the blood flag crazily. His entire body was about to turn into a blood-red light and merge into the blood sea to refine Lu Ming. This move again. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Then he raised his hands and held them in the air. Boom. In the sky, a huge chaos sky-turning seal appeared. It pressed down on the blood sea like Mount Tai. Boom. The blood sea trembled violently. A large amount of blood-colored energy was obliterated, and the blood sea was being suppressed and reduced in size. When Lu Ming first fought with young Master Blood Prison, he could only open a hole in the blood sea by using the chaos sky-turning seal with all his strength. But now, the Chaos Sky-turning seal had broken through to the 5th level and its power had increased greatly. Even if Lu Ming did not use his full strength, he could still suppress the blood sea and continuously obliterate it. Buzz! The blood sea trembled. Lu Ming turned into a beam of light and rushed out of the blood sea, standing high in the sky. Azura! Lu Ming, you're an Azura! The blood prison young master roared madly, and his voice spread far and wide. What? Shura? Lu Ming is the Azura? That extremely mysterious and powerful Azura is actually Lu Ming? It's possible. Don't forget that Azura's cultivation is also at the 9th level of the martial royal realm, the same as Lu Ming's. Young master of blood prison's roar shocked many people. Lu Ming was the mysterious Azura who had been challenging experts. The young master of blood prison retrieved the blood sea, which turned back into a huge flag and was held in his hand. Lu Ming, since you're an Azura, I've come to the wrong person. After saying this much, the young master of blood prison wanted to leave. He knew that if Lu Ming was an Azura, he would not be able to take him down. Hee, since you've come today, you'll stay here forever, just like your subordinates. Lu Ming said coldly. He took a step forward, and at the same time, light spots appeared on his body. 12 holy weapons floated around him. Lu Ming held the black dragon spear and thrust it at young master blood prison. You want to kill me? Just you. The young master of blood prison bellowed and waved the blood flag. Blood-red light filled the sky as he fought with Lu Ming. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them exchanged a few moves in a row, their chi unrestrained. Lu Ming, even if you use your ultimate move, you'll only be on par with me. You want to kill me? Dream on. The young master of blood prison roared. Kill, die. Lu Ming suddenly shouted and activated his divine sword technique. 2 jet-black sword lights shot out from his eyes and rushed into young master blood prison's body. Soul attack techniques are useless against me. I have the spiritual god's defense. The young master of blood prison stopped mid-sentence and let out a painful roar. He felt a tearing pain in his soul. How can your soul be so powerful? The young master of blood prison roared. Lu Ming sneered and stepped into the void. A chaos sky-turning stamp appeared in his palm and he threw it at young master blood prison. Boom. This chaos Empyrean seal had about 60% of its full power, and its power was equally shocking. The young master of blood prison waved the blood flag and attacked the primal chaos sky-turning seal. However, the young master of blood prison was struck by Lu Ming's divine sword technique. His soul was in great pain and his strength was reduced. After the violent collision, young master of blood prison was forced to retreat. Buzz! Another chaos sky-turning seal appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he pressed it down on young master blood prison. After Lu Ming threw out the sky-turning stamp, a terrifying wave spread out from his palm. One could see that a Chaos Empyrean seal had appeared on each of Lu Ming's palms. 2 Chaos Empyrean seals had appeared all at once. One after another, they charged towards young master blood prison. At the same time, Lu Ming used the divine sword technique to attack young master blood prison. Boom, boom, boom. Young master of blood prison used all his strength to resist, but after continuously blocking 5 or 6 chaos sky-turning seals, the blood light on his body kept trembling. His face was as pale as paper, and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. Under the continuous attacks of the primal chaos sky-turning seal and the godly sword technique, the young master of blood prison was severely injured. When his soul power and the chaos sky-turning seal had not broken through, Lu Ming's main body could only fight young master blood prison to a draw even if he used all his strength. But now, he could completely suppress young master blood prison. Let's go! The young master of blood prison was scared. After blasting apart a primal chaos sky-turning stamp, he wanted to escape. However, an even larger sky-turning stamp was formed and pressed down on him. At the same time, Lu Ming's glabella glowed. Ming Lian stepped out, and a Tai Chi formation disc appeared. A Tai Chi pattern appeared and pressed down on young master blood prison. How is that possible? Young master of blood prison's pupils contracted sharply as he tried his best to resist. However, he was unable to resist the main body and the secondary body. Boom. Under the joint attack of the Tai Chi pattern and the chaos sky-turning seal, his body exploded and turned into a mass of blood light. Then, the blood light wriggled and condensed into young Master Blood Prison's body again. However, his aura was much weaker than before. He was extremely weak. Buzz. The Tai Chi pattern above the second Buddha's head glowed and turned into two yin-yang fish swords, which slashed toward young Master Blood Prison. Young Master of Blood Prison was terrified, and he frantically waved the blood flag to block the attack. The yin-yang fish sword turned into two streaks of black and white sword radiance. They cut through the void and struck the blood flag. The blood light of the blood flag was directly broken. The yin-yang fish sword cut two holes in the blood flag, and the power of the blood flag was almost destroyed. Kill, die! Lu Ming shouted. This time, he used all his strength to cast the chaos sky-turning seal. A huge chaos sky-turning seal formed and was going to kill young Master Blood Prison. No, no, young Master of Blood Prison shouted in fear. He was already severely injured, his aura weak and dispirited. Now that the blood flag was crippled and Lu Ming had unleashed the chaos sky-turning stamp with all his might, he had a feeling that he was going to be killed by this move. Lu Ming, you can't kill me. We're in Darkwater City. You can't do it. Senior, save me. The young Master of Blood Prison roared like a madman. He wanted to get the native Saint Realm experts in the Darkwater City to interfere. Before he made his move, he was afraid that the local Saint Stage powerhouses would interfere. Now, he desperately hoped that the local Saint Stage powerhouses would intervene. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. There was no movement at all. The native Saint Stage powerhouses did not seem to have any intention of making a move. This surprised many people in the surroundings. In the past, if such a huge commotion was caused, the local saints would have already intervened. However, there was no movement at all today. Die! Lu Ming said coldly. He raised his hands, and the primal chaos sky-turning seal emitted a terrifying aura that pressed down on young Master Blood Prison. At this moment, a terrifying sword light pierced through the void behind Lu Ming. It crossed a long distance in an instant and stabbed toward Lu Ming's back. This sword light was too terrifying. It was fast, accurate, and ruthless. Most importantly, the timing was perfect. It attacked when Lu Ming was attacking young Master of Blood Prison with all his might. Furthermore, there was no warning at all. Chapter 1630, 1630 Killing Blood Prison's Young Master Assassins from the Thousand Kill Mansion. A thought emerged in Lu Ming's mind. Moreover, this was an extremely terrifying assassin. He was 10 times more terrifying than any assassin from the residence of Thousand Kills that Lu Ming had encountered before. He was definitely a Heaven's Pride expert on the same level as the Blood Prison Young Master, Wan Tiancheng, and the others. Moreover, he was an assassin. If it were any other Heaven's favorite like the Blood Prison Young Master, they would have been killed by this sword without any doubt. But Lu Ming was not just anyone. During this period, he had been on guard against the assassins of Thousand Kill Mansion no matter where he was, even in the war. Therefore, he had sensed it the moment the assassin from Thousand Kills Mansion made his move. He had not let Bubbles make a move because he was on guard against the assassins from Thousand Kill Manor. Therefore, when the sword light pierced Lu Ming's body, his body shattered like glass. Lu Ming's body had already reappeared more than 10 meters away. At the critical moment, Bubbles made a move. She used the space-time domain to move Lu Ming more than 10 meters away while the Chaos Sky-Turning Stamp continued to suppress him. Boom! The Primal Chaos Sky-Turning Seal, which was used at full power, struck young Master Blood Prison's body. His body instantly exploded and turned into a ball of blood light. The blood light wriggled and tried to escape, but the terrifying power of the Primal Chaos Sky-Turning Stamp was constantly obliterating young Master Blood Prison. No! The young Master of Blood Prison let out an unwilling and miserable cry. Then, the mass of blood light was completely obliterated and disappeared from the world. The young Master of Blood Prison was dead. At this moment, another sword gleam was aimed at Lu Ming. It was shockingly fast and powerful. However, Lu Ming was already prepared. Boom. Lu Ming threw a punch at the sword radiance. The sword radiance trembled and a man in black appeared. He borrowed the power of Lu Ming's punch and retreated rapidly. The second attack was blocked by Lu Ming again. The other party knew that the assassination had failed and wanted to retreat. Stay here. Lu Ming kicked the black dragon spear. The black dragon spear turned into a black bolt of lightning and shot towards the other party. Lu Ming used the Thunderwind steps and took a step forward. He grabbed a combat sword beside him and slashed. A 10,000-meter-long sword light slashed toward the man in black. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. The man in black was extremely fast. His figure flashed non-stop, leaving a trail of afterimages behind him. He first dodged the black dragon spear's attack, then slashed out a sword gleam that collided with Lu Ming's sword gleam. However, at this moment, a transparent bubble suddenly appeared around the black-robed man's body, enveloping him within. His body instantly stiffened. The second body controlled the yin-yang fish sword and slashed at the other party. The assassin in black's body suddenly turned illusionary, and then an amazing sword light burst out, breaking the transparent bubble in one stroke. He wanted to escape, but he was still one step too late. The black sword of the yin-yang fish sword slashed his body, almost cutting him in half at the waist. Fresh blood scattered in the sky. The assassin in black roared and his body was covered in a layer of black mist. His speed suddenly increased and he disappeared into the void in a few flashes. The assassins of the 1,000-kill mansion were too powerful. They failed to kill their target and wanted to retreat. Even Lu Ming could not keep them here. All of this seemed to take a long time, but it actually happened in an instant. At this moment, many of the surrounding onlookers finally reacted and gasped. The young master of Blood Prison is dead. Heavens, Lu Ming killed the young master of Blood Prison. He died at the hands of a LV9 Martial Royal Realm martial artist. Unbelievable. Lu Ming is a Shura, and he's become stronger again. Also, what's that body? Could it be a clone? But it doesn't look like it. Even the assassins of the 1,000-kill mansion were injured and forced to retreat. It's too terrifying. The scene was in a clamor. Many people were discussing excitedly and were shocked by Lu Ming's strength and means. In Drunken Immortal Restaurant, young Master Tianning was no longer calm. He stood high in the sky and looked into the distance. At this moment, his face was extremely gloomy. That blood prison is really courting death. Holding a wine cup, Wang Lin walked to young Master Tianning's side and spoke indifferently. You already knew about Lu Ming's ability? Young Master Tianning said through gritted teeth. Hee, what do you think? Wang Lin smiled. Young Master Tianning's face was as black as charcoal. It was obvious that Wang Lin knew that young Master Blood Prison was no match for Lu Ming, which was why she had been so calm. Young Master Tianning snorted coldly. With a wave of his sleeve, he stepped into the air and left. This Lu Ming is the #1 person. The 10th Golden Crow Prince placed his hands behind his back and spoke calmly before stepping into the air and leaving. Lu Ming, it looks like you've become stronger again. Phoenix Palace. Phoenix Spirit muttered and flew toward the Phoenix Palace. Soon, Wang Lin returned to the Phoenix Palace. Lu Ming, are you all right? Said Wang Lin. I'm fine. Feng Ling, it seems like there's a traitor in your Phoenix Palace. Lu Ming shook his head. And NBSP, the Blood Prison young master's men, had been able to sneak into his room without making a sound, which meant that someone from the Phoenix Palace had helped him. Otherwise, it would have been impossible. I will investigate this matter. Her voice turned cold as she glanced at the disciples of Phoenix Palace. The disciples' expressions changed. Lu Ming, don't you find it strange that the local sage stage powerhouse of Darkwater City didn't make a move this time? Wang Lin said. Indeed. Lu Ming nodded. He also felt that this was a little strange. The two of them discussed for a while but could not come to a conclusion. They could only guess that the local saint stage powerhouses were not around. However, he heard that there was more than one sage realm expert in Darkwater City. It couldn't be that all of them were gone. Since she could not figure it out, she did not think too much about it. Wang Ling arranged a new courtyard for Lu Ming to stay in. The surrounding crowd also dispersed, and the news of this battle quickly spread throughout Darkwater City. This battle had made Lu Ming famous. To be able to kill a genius like the young master of Blood Prison, in the eyes of many, Lu Ming was even more terrifying than Wang Lin. They finally knew why Wang Lin and Lu Ming had the map and key to the tomb of the Samsara king. It was because Lu Ming had the ability to do so. The crowd no longer dared to underestimate Lu Ming, who was a LV9 martial royal realm expert. Of course, there was another matter that had a huge impact. Why didn't the local Saint Stage powerhouses make a move? This matter was very strange and everyone had different opinions. However, in the next few days, this topic became even more heated. This was because there had been a few more battles in Darkwater City these few days, but none of the local saints had made a move. This made many people wonder if the native sages had stopped caring about the situation. In other words, they could attack as they pleased in the city, just like they did outside. As soon as this statement came out, everyone in Darkwater City was in danger. Chapter 1631 Chapter 1631 Surging undercurrent. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed since Lu Ming killed young master of Blood Prison. In the past 7 days, someone finally entered the Darkwater City with the key and the tomb of King Samsara. In this way, there was only one more copy of the map and key to the tomb of the Reincarnation King. At this time, the atmosphere in Darkwater City became even more solemn. The other 3 cities' supreme talents had also heard about the news of the tomb of the Reincarnation Emperor and entered the Darkwater City. Boom! On the night of the 7th day, there was a shocking sound in Darkwater City. Someone was fighting. One figure after another charged into the sky and looked into the distance. Lu Ming also rushed to the sky from his room and watched from a distance. Buzz! Then, Lu Ming saw a young man rushing into the sky in an attempt to escape. It's him! Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he recognized this young man. This man was the heaven's favorite who had the key and the map of the tomb of the Samsara king. He was also an expert with a heavenly spiritual body and had comprehended the laws. Boom! A large yellow hand suddenly formed and grabbed at the young man. The young man used all his strength in an attempt to break the hand. In the end, the yellow hand was broken, but the young man himself was also severely injured and spat out a mouthful of blood. Give me the map and key to the tomb of the Reincarnation King, and I'll spare your life. A young man in a yellow robe appeared in the sky, and his vast aura suppressed the surroundings. Law Tank! Lu Ming could tell at a glance that this yellow-robed young man was a half-saint with a body of laws. Moreover, he was also a heavenly spiritual body, on the same level as the 10 Golden Crow Princes and Yi Dongfeng. Don't even think about it. The young man roared and tried to break out of the encirclement. However, the yellow-robed young man's eyes turned cold. With a wave of his hand, a huge stone sword appeared in the sky and slashed towards the young man. There was a huge difference between the 2nd stage and the 3rd stage of the half-saint realm. The young man was no match for him at all. After a few moves, his body was penetrated by a stone sword, and the spiritual god was almost destroyed. Don't kill me. I'll give you the map and key to the tomb of the Reincarnation King. In the end, the young man was scared and handed over the map and key to the tomb of the Reincarnation King. The yellow-robed young man put away the key to the map of the tomb of the Reincarnation Emperor and snorted coldly. He stepped into the air and disappeared into the Darkwater City. Although the young man was unwilling, he had no other choice. However, the native saints still didn't make a move. The Darkwater City is going to be in chaos. Many people sighed. The paragons of the other 3 cities had all come to Darkwater City, but the native saints of Darkwater City did not interfere. Everyone knew that Darkwater City was going to be in chaos. Everyone wanted to enter the tomb of the Reincarnation Emperor, including the map. There would be a fight for it. The people who controlled the map and the key of the tomb would probably be reshuffled. For a time, Darkwater City was filled with undercurrents. Lu Ming and Wang Lin's expressions turned solemn as well. Their courtyards were very close to each other. Furthermore, they had been in closed-door cultivation and had not gone anywhere. They were afraid that once they separated, they would be attacked and the map and key of the tomb of the Samsara king would be taken. On the second night, another huge battle happened. A heaven's favorite who had the key to the map of the tomb of the reincarnation king wanted to leave Darkwater City at night and hide in the dark. He would come out after he had collected all the keys. However, as soon as he stepped out of the city gate of Darkwater City, he was besieged by 3 heaven's favorites of the same level. In the end, he was seriously injured and had to hand over the map and the key. As a result, the atmosphere in Darkwater City became even more solemn. Other than the 10 golden crow princes and Yi Dongfang, who they were not afraid of, the other people who had the key to the map of the tomb of the Samsara king had already found people to cooperate with. Their goal was to increase their strength. Otherwise, if they were taken away, they would have nothing left. A few more days passed, but the last set of map keys still did not appear. On this day, 2 figures arrived at the Phoenix Palace. Lu Ming and Huang Ling appeared together. "Zhao Kuang, Sima Liang, it's you? Why have you come to my Phoenix Palace?" said Huang Ling. The 2 who had just arrived were Zhao Kuang and Sima Liang. Huang Ling, Lu Ming, we're here to form an alliance with you. Zhao Kuang said, "There are so many powerful cultivators in the Darkwater City now. How about we form an alliance and go to the tomb of the Samsara king together?" Sima Liang continued, "Oh, an alliance? Do you have the key and the map to the tomb of the reincarnation king?" Lu Ming asked. Zhao Kuang and Sima Liang were stunned. "Naturally, I don't. Since you don't have it, what right do you have to form an alliance with us? Get lost." Lu Ming waved his hands casually. These 2 people had a good idea. How could it be so easy to gain something without anything? Zhao Kuang and Sima Liang's faces instantly darkened. Lu Ming, the other people in Darkwater City who have the map and key to the tomb are all looking for experts to form an alliance with to increase their strength. The 2 of us are looking for you to cooperate because we think highly of you, but you're so arrogant. Lu Ming, don't think that just because you can kill Wan Tiancheng and young master of blood prison, you can be lawless and look down on others. If 2 or even 3 people like young master of blood prison join forces, are you still a match for them? Sima Liang said through gritted teeth. Lu Ming already told you to get lost. Why aren't you getting lost? Huang Ling berated. Good, very good. Then I'll watch as your key to the map is taken away. Zhao Kuang was furious. He unhappily left behind this sentence and left with Sima Liang. Lu Ming and Huang Ling looked at each other with a grave look in their eyes. Then, they returned to their rooms and began to cultivate crazily. However, it was too difficult for Lu Ming's main body to improve its strength in a short period of time. The Chaos Sky-Turning Seal had just broken through, so it was almost impossible to cultivate it to the 6th level in a short time. It was the same for his cultivation base. Therefore, Lu Ming was constantly refining the demonic fiend crystals to improve his soul force. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He beamed with joy and entered the mountain and river diagram. Ming Lian sat on a mountain with his legs crossed. The Taiji formation disc floated above his head and scattered down rays of light. The golden mental energy fire in between the clone's brows was dancing. Suddenly, the mental energy fire expanded and mental energy rings appeared on the clone's body. There were 10 light spots on the 9th golden spirit ring. This meant that he had finally lit up the 10th spirit lamp and reached the realm of perfection. This realm was equivalent to the first stage of half-saint in martial arts. The next step would be to comprehend the laws. All right. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The improvement of the second body would undoubtedly increase his combat strength. At this critical moment, it would be of great help to him. Then, the spirit ring disappeared, and the second body began to consolidate his cultivation. Lu Ming took over and left the mountain and river diagram to continue refining the demonic evil crystals. However, not long after, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes and rushed out of the courtyard. That was because a few terrifying auras were pressing down on Phoenix Palace. Chapter 1632, 1632 Chapter 1632 4 against 2 Boom. 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 There were 4 terrifying auras in total. They rose like smoke and pressed toward the Phoenix Palace. Then, 4 figures walked in the air. With every step they took, the sky would rumble, and a huge pressure pressed down on the Phoenix Palace. A figure flashed and Wang Lin appeared beside Lu Ming. Then, the other disciples of Phoenix Palace rushed out. "It's finally here," Wang Lin muttered, her eyes solemn. "The heavens' favorites from the other cities are finally going to make a move." 4 people came at once. These 4 people were absolutely terrifying Heaven's Pride experts. Each of them was a Heaven's Pride expert on the level of the Blood Prison Young Master and Wan Tianqing. Without such combat strength, they would not dare to have any designs on Lu Ming and Wang Lin. 4 young men, 3 men and 1 woman, stood in a row in front of Wang Lin and Lu Ming. At this moment, the entire Darkwater city was alarmed. Countless people rose into the air and looked over. "It's so terrifying. The 4 powerful cultivators are going to attack Lu Ming and Wang Lin. It's only a matter of time. The other geniuses are all looking for experts to form an alliance with. As for Lu Ming and Wang Lin, there's only 2 of them. Naturally, they'll be targeted. 4 against 2. Lu Ming and Feng Ling are most likely in danger. They can't keep the map and the key." The voices reverberated in the sky. Not far from the Phoenix Palace, Zhao Kuang and Sima Liang were also watching. "Lu Ming, aren't you all very arrogant? This time, let's see how you can keep the map key." Zhao Kuang coldly laughed. "Lu Ming and Feng Ling better be killed." Sima Liang's face was filled with viciousness. "Huang Ling, Lu Ming, hand over the map and key to the tomb of the Reincarnation King." A young man said directly. "If you want the map and key to the tomb of the Reincarnation King, let's see if you have the ability." Huang Ling said coldly. "Huang Ling, although your undying celestial phoenix body has strong vitality, you don't stand a chance against the 2 of us. Lu Ming, I know you killed young Master Blood Prison some time ago, but are you still a match for the 2 of us? I'm warning you, don't make a mistake." A young man said coldly. "You can try to see if you're a match for him." Lu Ming spoke in a very domineering manner. "You're so stubborn. Since that's the case, that..." A young man shouted as he stepped out and charged towards Feng Ling. At the same time, the only woman among the 4 of them also charged at Feng Ling. The remaining 2 people charged at Lu Ming. 2 against 1. The cry of a phoenix rang out, and a shadow of the undying phoenix rushed out of Huang Ling's body. A pair of phoenix wings extended from her back, and her whole body was bathed in the undying flames. The phoenix's wings flapped out, and like 2 divine swords, they slashed at the opponent, engaging in a great battle with the opponent. However, the moment they exchanged blows, Huang Ling was at a disadvantage. The 2 of them weren't any weaker than her, so she could only use her undying celestial phoenix body to hold on. As for Lu Ming, he had also engaged in a huge battle with the other party. A huge cauldron pressed down on Lu Ming, and at the same time, there was a terrifying flaming sword chi. The power of 2 terrifying Heaven's favorites working together was too strong. Lu Ming's glabella glowed and Ming Lian stepped out. A Tai Chi formation disc floated above his head. A Tai Chi formation diagram appeared and pressed down on the young man who had slashed out the flaming sword aura. Boom! The flaming sword chi was dispersed. Ming Lian waved his hand and a phoenix's cry was heard. The phoenix feather flying sword flew out. This time, there was a total of 21 phoenix feather flying swords. They formed a sword array and turned into a terrifying sword light, attacking the other party. Back in the Windy Plains, Lu Ming had obtained more than a dozen phoenix feathers. During this period of time, they had all been refined into phoenix feather flying swords by his Ming Lian clone. A total of 21 phoenix feather flying swords formed a sword formation, and its power was extremely shocking. Divine Sun Sword. The other party held a flaming sword and slashed out sword chi like the sun towards the second body. Lu Ming's main body glowed with light as he cast the 10,000 soldiers art. Holy weapons appeared one after another. He held a spear in one hand and a sword in the other. They bombarded the cauldron and sent it flying. 9 cauldrons suppressing the heavens. Lu Ming's opponent was a young man in a black robe. He had long hair and a mysterious aura. 9 cauldrons were floating around him. Lu Ming could not help but think of the divine 9-dragon cauldron. The divine 9-dragon cauldron also had 9 entities to suppress the dragon veins. The black-robed young man controlled the 9 cauldrons to press down on Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and cast the divine sword technique at his opponent. The black-robed youth's body trembled, and his attack slowed down. Lu Ming threw the spear and sword in his hands and controlled the other holy weapons to fight against the 9 cauldrons. Clang, clang. Without a doubt, the 9 cauldrons were all saint weapons. When the 9 cauldrons worked together, their power would be even more shocking. In the sky above the Phoenix Palace, the sound of metal clashing came out like the ringing of a bell. The other disciples of the Phoenix Palace could not interfere at all. Ordinary geniuses would be injured or even killed by the overflowing qi if they got close. Chaos! Lu Ming muttered. A chaos sky-turning stamp appeared in each of his palms and he threw it at the other party. The chaos sky-turning stamp was as big as a mountain. It pressed down as if it wanted to crush everything. The black-robed young man's pupils contracted rapidly. He summoned a few cauldrons and blasted them upwards. Boom, boom. With 2 muffled booms, the opponent's cauldron was sent flying, and the black-robed young man retreated. At this moment, a pagoda appeared above Lu Ming's head. The bubble was inside. Bubble, help this second body. Lu Ming said, and the pagoda flew towards the battlefield of the second body of inscription. Kill, die. Lu Ming roared and unleashed the divine sword technique. 2 more flipping sky seals appeared in his palms and pressed down on the other party. The other party roared, and his body emitted a strange light, causing the 9 cauldrons to shake. Many of Lu Ming's saint weapons were knocked away, and he then fought against the flipping sky seal. The battle between the two was purely a fierce battle of strength. There was no technique involved. The flipping sky seal and the 9 cauldrons kept colliding with each other like mountains. They kept bombarding each other in the air, shaking the entire Darkwater city. Many of the weaker cultivators were forced to retreat. The sound waves from the collision were too powerful. However, with the help of Lu Ming's divine sword technique, the young man in black was slowly losing to Lu Ming. He was being suppressed by Lu Ming and had to retreat after every collision. After more than 10 moves, the black-clothed youth had already retreated more than 10 miles. The 9 seals of the Gate of God. Lu Ming's hands suddenly formed a seal. 9 gates of sealing suddenly appeared in the air, emitting a brilliant light. Each of them was aimed at one of the cauldrons. Currently, Lu Ming had cultivated the 9 seals of the Gate of God to its peak. He could condense 9 sealing gates at once. The 9 gates were connected and the sealing power was greatly enhanced. His opponent's 9 cauldrons were sealed in an instant. They stopped in the air and could not move. Chapter 1633, 1633 Chapter 1633 Defeating Top 4 How could Lu Ming miss such an opportunity? He waved his hands and a huge chaos sky-turning seal was formed, suppressing the young man in black. The young man in black was shocked. He roared and his body burst into a shocking black light. He seemed to have turned into a large cauldron. He waved his hands and bombarded the chaos sky-turning seal. Boom! The young man in black's body was sent flying like a cannonball. He coughed up a mouthful of blood in the air, and many of the bone armor on his body broke like fried beans. 9 cauldrons combine into one. The young man in black roared and the black light on his body became even more intense. The auras of the 9 cauldrons sealed by the Gate of Sealing grew stronger and broke through the seal of the Gate of Sealing in one fell swoop. They flew towards the young man in black and then combined into one. What a tenacious life force! Lu Ming muttered. This young man's combat strength was very shocking. It was as if he had nurtured a huge cauldron in the depths of his body. The power of laws was also very terrifying. His combat strength was even stronger than young Master Blood Prison's. Lu Ming was notorious for killing young Master of Blood Prison and injuring the assassins of Thousand Kills Mansion. Therefore, among the 4 people who came to deal with Lu Ming, he was undoubtedly the most powerful. The young man in black combined the 9 cauldrons into one and rushed into it. The aura of the cauldron became even more violent as it charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming grabbed the black dragon spear at the side and thrust it forward. Clang! The black dragon spear struck the cauldron and bent. Lu Ming was sent flying backward by a powerful and terrifying force. What powerful strength! Lu Ming's gaze was somewhat solemn. The other party's physique was obviously special. When combined with the cauldron, his entire person seemed to be a cauldron, and the 9 cauldrons seemed to be the fusion of 9 saint weapons. The power was amazing. Now that the black-clothed young man had merged with the cauldron, he was practically invincible. Lu Ming let go of the black dragon spear and allowed the 12 holy weapons to float around him as a form of defense. Lu Ming's essential core surged into the flowing essence gloves. At the same time, his 3rd blood meridian emerged and a surge of energy surged into Lu Ming's body. Although the Cloud Dragon Valley Master had warned Lu Ming not to use his 3rd bloodline as much as possible, it should be fine for him to use it once in a while and borrow a small amount of power. The influx of the 3rd bloodline's energy made Lu Ming even more powerful. Dragon roars burst out from his body as he unleashed the prison-suppressing heavenly art and threw a punch. Clang! The fist landed on the cauldron, causing a terrifying shockwave. The sound waves spread out at a speed visible to the naked eye. Buzz! The cauldron trembled and was sent flying by Lu Ming, but Lu Ming's body also retreated. Again! Lu Ming stepped forward and threw another punch. The cauldron shook and continued to crash toward Lu Ming. Clang! 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 Then, the two of them continued to collide and exchanged dozens of blows. At this moment, the inscription clone and the bubbles worked together to suppress the opponent. The second body was refined with the Tai Chi formation disc as the main, turning into the yin-yang fish sword, which had amazing destructive power. At the same time, the various arrays and phoenix feather flying swords were also extremely profound. With the help of the bubble space-time domain, although the opponent was strong, he was restrained in the battle and completely suppressed by the Minglian clone. The yin-yang fish sword slashed out, almost cutting the other party into 2, leaving a deep wound that was bleeding. That Lu Ming, how can he have such strong combat abilities? You should die. Zhao Kuang, who was watching the battle from afar, let out a low roar. Even Xia Ding was unable to do anything to him. Sima Liang also said in disbelief. Xia Ding was the black-robed young man who controlled the 9 cauldrons. Lu Ming's combat strength was beyond his imagination. One person could actually split into 2, and each of them had terrifying combat strength. At their level, Xia Ding was an extremely terrifying heaven's favorite. None of them were his match. However, Lu Ming alone was able to fight him, and the other Lu Ming was able to completely suppress him. Fortunately, Wang Lin is about to be defeated. As long as Wang Lin is defeated, the two of them will join forces to fight Lu Ming. No matter how strong he is, he will still be defeated. Sima Liang continued. At this moment, Wang Lin was indeed in danger. Her entire body seemed to have turned into a blazing phoenix. Flames filled the sky as she unleashed her strength to the extreme. However, she was no match for 2 powerful enemies of the same level. She was injured in many places. If it wasn't for her undying celestial phoenix body, she would have been seriously injured long ago. Even so, if this continued, she would only be defeated. I have the undying celestial phoenix body, the undying celestial phoenix. I'm one of the top 10 battle beasts. How can I lose? The phoenix spirit let out a long cry like a phoenix. Her eyes were filled with madness, and the flames on her body became even more terrifying as she fought with her opponent. Bang! Her body had been pierced through, leaving a huge hole in it. However, she didn't care about it. The undying flames spread out, and the huge hole automatically healed. She killed madly, not caring about her own injuries, not caring about defense, only focusing on attacking. At this moment, Ming Lian's second body followed up with another attack. Together with the bubbles, they unleashed a terrifying technique. His chest was pierced by the yin-yang fish sword, and the terrifying destructive power kept destroying his spirit body, causing him to cough up blood. Quickly come and help me. The man roared. Hold on a little longer. One of the prodigies who was fighting against the Phoenix Spirit said. They wanted to defeat the Phoenix Spirit in one fell swoop and then deal with Lu Ming. However, the Phoenix Spirit undying heavenly Phoenix body wasn't just for show. The other party couldn't take down Bai Lin at all. Damn it. The Heaven's favorites who were heavily injured didn't dare to continue fighting and retreated. The four of them came from different forces. They decided to work together to fight for the map and key of the tomb of the Samsara King. But now, his life was in danger. How could he fight to the death? Buzz. He took a few steps back and left. Damn it. The others roared. Kill. Ming Lian's second body rushed toward Huang Ling's battlefield, and the yin-yang fish sword slashed at one of the beautiful women. Huang Ling's pressure was greatly reduced. She launched a violent attack on one of them and was actually at a disadvantage. At this moment, Lu Ming's main body had already exchanged dozens of blows with Xia Ding. Clang. Another earth-shattering boom rang out as the cauldron trembled violently and retreated. Xia Ding's figure then fell out from within. He had to pay a huge price to use this move. Now, he could not hold on any longer. Let's forget about it this time, let's go. Xia Ding roared as he took the cauldron and retreated, disappearing in the blink of an eye. When the remaining two saw this, they knew that they had lost the battle. They charged forward with all their might. After paying a price, they also charged out and disappeared. The four powerful cultivators were defeated by Lu Ming and Huang Ling. The surrounding spectators gasped in shock. Chapter 1634, 1634 Chapter 1634 Taodai Lu Ming and Huang Ling could defeat four supreme talents. Such combat strength was already extremely terrifying. As for Zhao Kuang and Sima Liang, they were even more dumbfounded. Xia Ding's group of four had come with a menacing aura, but in the end, they were defeated by Lu Ming and his junior brother and retreated in a sorry state. This was something that they had never dreamed of. They both had low-tier heaven spiritual bodies, so how could there be such a huge difference in combat strength? Not good. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed. Boom. In the sky, a huge claw grabbed towards Feng Ling. The claw was covered in scales. It was extremely ferocious and emitted terrifying fluctuations. Ming Lian's second body was the closest to Huang Ling. He immediately controlled the Tai Chi disc array and the two yin-yang fish swords slashed at the huge claw. Buzz. Buzz. The yin-yang fish sword hit the claw, and sparks flew. Then it was sent flying. Within the pagoda, bubbles made a move. The void rippled, forming a terrifying spatial blade that slashed towards the claw. As for Huang Ling, she made her move as well. Flames filled the sky as a flaming phoenix flew out towards the claw. Boom. Boom. The space blade shattered, and the flaming phoenix was destroyed. Huang Ling's figure was pushed back, and blood flowed out of her mouth. Primal Chaos Sky-Turning Seal. At this time, Lu Ming's main body also made a move. He condensed a huge Chaos Sky-Turning stamp and blasted it at the huge claw. Boom. The Chaos Sky-Turning seal struck the claw and was immediately shattered. However, the claw was finally blocked. It rapidly shrank and was retracted from the sky. So strong. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely solemn. Someone else has made a move. Who is it? Lu Ming and Huang Ling just had a huge battle and he's making a move now? The hearts of many people in the surroundings trembled as they looked up into the sky. With a loud roar, the wind and clouds changed, and a huge creature slowly appeared in the sky. Many people's pupils contracted. Taoai. Lu Ming slowly spat out two words. The huge creature that appeared in the sky was a Taotai. The Tai was also a type of divine beast that was incomparably powerful. It was said that in ancient times, the Taotai could swallow the sun and moon in the sky when it opened its mouth. It was truly terrifying. The Taotai's eyes were like two small suns as it stared at Lu Ming and Huang Ling. Its cold and harsh voice rang out, "Hand over the map and key of the tomb of the Reincarnation King, and I will spare your lives." Obviously, Taotai's goal was the same as Xia Ding and the others. He wanted the map and key of the tomb of the Reincarnation King. Does the Taotai tribe only know how to take advantage of the situation? Wang Lin said coldly. Nonsense, if you don't hand it over, you'll die. The Taotai spoke coldly as it stepped into the air, causing the sky to rumble. On Huang Ling's body, the immortal fire burned fiercely. She stared at Taotai with a determined expression. Her meaning was self-evident. Lu Ming's main body and secondary body stood together and stared at the Tao. Kill! The Taotai roared and leaped towards Lu Ming and Huang Ling. It clawed at them, and a terrifying howl rang out between heaven and earth as it clawed at them. Above Ming Lian's head, the Tai Chi formation disc glowed with a brilliant light. A Tai Chi diagram pressed down on Taotai. Bang! The Taotai's claw landed on the Tai Chi pattern, and the Tai Chi pattern was sent flying. Lu Ming cast the 10,000 soldiers art and thrust the black dragon spear at the Taotai's vital point. However, the Taotai's other claw struck out and slapped on the long spear. Lu Ming felt an extremely powerful force surging towards him, and his body was directly blown away. His chi and blood churned, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What terrifying strength! Lu Ming was shocked. He stabbed the Taotai's claw with his spear, but only left a shallow mark. It didn't even pierce through the scales. This Taotai was definitely at the same level as the 10th Golden Crow Prince. Its body was equivalent to a low-tier celestial spiritual body, and its cultivation had reached the 3rd stage of the half-saint realm, which was the realm where the laws could be infused into its body. The body of a divine beast with a heaven spiritual body was already extremely terrifying. In addition, the laws had infused into it, making the body even stronger. Even Lu Ming's 10,000 soldiers scroll could not break it. The cry of a phoenix was heard. The phoenix spirit made a move, but it was useless. She was sent flying by the Taotai's palm. The 9 seals of the Gate of God. Lu Ming growled and quickly formed a seal with both hands. 9 gates of sealing were formed and pressed down on the Taotai, trying to seal it. At the same time, Bubbles made a move and cast the space-time domain to seal the Taotai. Buzz! The Tai Chi disc array above his head shook again, and the Tai Chi yin-yang fish pattern appeared again. But this time, it turned into the yin-yang fish sword. 2 terrifying sword lights, one black and one white, slashed toward the Taotai. The Taotai let out a heaven-shaking roar. Its body glowed, and its 2 claws struck out continuously, hitting the door of seal. Bang! 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 The 9 gates of sealing shook violently before shattering one by one. Then, 2 terrifying light beams shot out from the Taotai's eyes and broke free from the bubble's spacetime domain. However, the Tai Chi yin-yang fish sword had already arrived. Buzz! Buzz! The yin-yang fish sword slashed at the Taotai's body, causing sparks to fly everywhere and making an ear-piercing sound. However, in the end, it cut through the Taotai's scales and left 2 deep sword marks on it, causing blood to flow out. Boom! Above the Taotai's head, a huge chaos sky-turning stamp appeared and pressed down on the Tao. Ah, die, die, all of you go to hell. The Taotai was injured by the yin-yang fish sword and was completely enraged. Laws surrounded its body and it rushed out, bombarding the chaos sky-turning seal. Boom! The chaos heaven-turning stamp gave off a terrible vibration, then cracked and finally shattered. With a screech, Huang Ling attacked. A combat sword condensed from the undying flame slashed at Taotai's wound. It immediately burned and emitted the fragrance of roasted meat. The unperishable flame could keep one alive when used on oneself, but it could kill others when used on them. Damn it, kill! The Taotai roared in anger and opened its mouth. Instantly, a terrifying devouring force burst out and enveloped Lu Ming's body and the phoenix spirit, wanting to swallow them and refine them. Devouring power, I also know it. Lu Ming growled and clenched his fist. The devouring power burst out and immediately offset the other party's devouring power. The devouring power of the 9 dragons. The Taotai roared. However, although Lu Ming had cancelled out the devouring power and stopped the main body and the secondary body, the phoenix spirit could not cancel out the devouring power and flew directly into the Taotai's mouth. In the blink of an eye, it was approaching Tao. Die! The Taotai growled and spat out a beam of light, which enveloped Wang Lin. The phoenix spirit let out a long cry and continued to attack. She wanted to rush out of the light beam, but she could not do so. The light beam contained a terrifying destructive and refining power, which was constantly refining the phoenix spirit. Buzz! Buzz! Lu Ming's main body and the second body moved at the same time. They charged towards the Taotai in an attempt to save Wang Lin. However, two terrifying beams of light shot out from the Taotai's eyes, forcing Lu Ming's main body and his secondary body to retreat at the same time. Chapter 1635 Phoenix Spirit's breakthrough. This Taotai was too powerful and it chose the right time to attack. It chose to attack when Lu Ming and Huang Ling were exhausted after a huge battle with Xia Ding and the other 4 experts. At this moment, Lu Ming and Huang Ling were no longer at their peak. Put it out, Huang Ling. Even if you have the unperishable flame, it'll put it out and refine you. The Taotai's voice rang out, and the light beam from its mouth became even stronger. Within the beam of light, the cry of a phoenix could be heard as the unperishable flame of the phoenix spirit was being refined. Chaos! Lu Ming roared and exerted all his strength. A huge chaos sky-turning seal was formed and pressed toward the Tao. At the same time, his second body also controlled the Tai Chi disc array with all its might. 2 more yin-yang fish swords appeared and slashed toward the Taotai. 2 beams of light shot out from the Taotai's eyes again, bombarding the yin-yang fish sword and blocking it. However, he couldn't block the primal chaos sky-turning stamp and it smashed heavily on the Taotai's body. The Taotai gave a muffled groan as its body trembled. It actually managed to resist the chaos sky-turning seal. However, it was obvious that the Taotai was not in a good state either. A part of its back had caved in, and that part of its spine had been broken by the chaos sky-turning seal. 2 streams of blood gushed out of the 2 wounds caused by the yin-yang fish sword. Damn it! You should die, brat. When I refine the phoenix spirit, it will be the day of your death. The Taotai let out an angry roar. Today, he had been injured by Lu Ming time and time again. Although it was not a fatal injury, it was a great insult to him. He was a dignified existence at the 3rd stage of the half-saint realm. Yet, he had been injured by Lu Ming time and time again. He could not be forgiven. This Taotai's physical body is really abnormal. Lu Ming felt a little helpless. If an expert at the 2nd stage of the half-saint realm were to be hit by Lu Ming's chaos sky-turning seal, he would probably be crushed to death. However, Taotai only suffered minor injuries. At this moment, Huang Ling's unperishable flame was getting weaker and weaker, as if it was going to be refined at any time. What do we do? Lu Ming's brows furrowed deeply. After a series of battles, the vital essence in his body was almost depleted. It was difficult for him to use the chaos sky-turning seal again with all his strength. Even if he did, the chaos sky-turning seal might not be useful. Lu Ming started to feel anxious. His cultivation was still too low. He was only at the 9th level of the martial royal realm. If his cultivation could reach the 1st stage of the half-saint realm and comprehend the ultimate chaotic domain, his power would definitely increase dramatically. At that time, he could at least severely injure the Taotai with the chaos sky-turning stamp. However, his current cultivation was only at the peak of the 9th level martial royal realm. It was impossible for him to rush to the half-saint realm. It was a huge barrier between the 9th level martial royal realm and the half-saint realm. It was not easy to break through. Lu Ming and Huang Ling are finally going to be defeated and killed by the Taotai. Not far away, Zhao Kuang laughed maniacally. He was overjoyed to see that Lu Ming and Huang Ling were about to be defeated. They can't be Taotai's match. The outcome is already decided. Sima Liang also said coldly. Around him, the others also shook their heads and sighed. The Taotai was a heaven's favorite on the same level as the 10th Golden Crow Prince. Among the heaven's favorites who entered the 100-clan battlefield, people at this level stood at the very top. It was impossible for Huang Ling and Lu Ming to stand a chance. Moreover, they had just fought a great battle. It was even more impossible for them to be a match for the Taotai. Buzz! At this moment, the cry of a phoenix resounded through the world. Wang Lin, who was already extremely weak, suddenly became more powerful and the unperishable flames started to burn. Wang Lin had almost transformed into an undying phoenix. She spread her wings and flew high, breaking out of the Taotai's light beam. Her wings were like blades as she slashed at the Tao. The Taotai roared and struck out with its claws. Boom, boom. With two loud bangs, Phoenix Spirit and Taotai retreated. You've broken through the nomological tank. The Taotai roared. Kill! The Phoenix Spirit roared as she spread her wings and charged towards Tao. I'd like to see how powerful the law of unperishable flame is. The Taotai roared and charged towards Wang Lin. Boom, boom. In the sky, it was as if a phoenix and a Taotai were fighting fiercely. For a moment, it was difficult to determine the winner. He actually broke through. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. At the critical moment of life and death, Wang Lin had broken through her limit and reached the third stage of half-saint, the stage where laws could be infused into her body. After reaching the third stage, the Phoenix Spirit's combat strength had increased greatly. She was now on the same level as the Taotai and was not afraid of him. As expected of the undying heavenly phoenix body, one of the top 10 battle beasts. Lu Ming sighed. He realized that the Phoenix Spirit had the same characteristics as him. In times of danger, it was easier to stimulate one's potential and break through one's limits to achieve a leap. Damn it, how did this happen? Detestable! Zhao Kuang and Sima Liang had been very happy just a moment ago, but now their faces were extremely gloomy. The battle between the Phoenix Spirit and the Taotai was extremely intense. Lu Ming did not interfere. In the blink of an eye, the two sides had exchanged hundreds of moves, and there was still no clear winner. Wang Lin, I'll spare you today. Well, fight another day. In the end, Taotai turned around and left after leaving behind some harsh words. He knew that now that Wang Lin had broken through, it was impossible for him to snatch Wang Ling's and Lu Ming's map key. He could only retreat. Wang Lin didn't pursue him. She wasn't confident that she could keep Taotai here. If they continued to fight, both sides would suffer and someone else would benefit from it. The unperishable flame was extinguished and the Phoenix Spirit returned to its original form. You guys get lost. Wang Ling's gaze swept the surroundings, especially towards Zhao Kuang and Sima Liang. Zhao Kuang and Sima Liang's expressions changed as they turned to leave. The others did the same. They turned and left. Now that Wang Lin had broken through and entered the third stage of the half-saint realm, it would not be too difficult for her to kill ordinary geniuses. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding spectators had all dispersed. Congratulations on your breakthrough, Emperor Spirit. Lu Ming walked towards Wang Lin and smiled. Wang Ling's breakthrough had made him feel much more relaxed. With Wang Ling's breakthrough and his performance today, he believed that no one would dare to target them in the future. Lu Ming, I have to thank you. If you hadn't restrained the Tai, I might not have had the chance to break through. Said Huang Ling previously, Lu Ming had continuously attacked the Taotai and injured it. This had distracted the Taotai more or less. Otherwise, it would have refined her before she could break through. If one wanted to stimulate one's potential and break through one's limits in a crisis, they would often be accompanied by danger. A single mistake could lead to death. Then, she ordered the people of the Phoenix Palace to clean up the palace. After all, the battle just now had made the Phoenix Palace a mess. Lu Ming and Huang Ling returned to their respective rooms. Huang Ling had just made a breakthrough and needed to consolidate her cultivation. As for Lu Ming, he needed to recover. After this battle, Lu Ming and Huang Ling's reputation had spread far and wide. Indeed, no one had any designs on them after that. However, the battle in Darkwater City was even more intense. There would often be great battles. Chapter 1636, 1636 The Undying Mountain in the Darkwater City. All the supreme talents formed alliances with each other and formed forces with the key of the tomb of the Samsara King as the center. After more than 10 days, the situation slowly stabilized. At this moment, the 10th Prince of the Golden Crow sent a message to Lu Ming and Huang Ling, telling them that the key and map of the tomb of the Samsara King were ready. He invited them to meet at the Golden Crow Palace, merge with the map, and head to the tomb of the Samsara king. Is everyone finally here? Lu Ming ended his cultivation and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Together with Wang Lin, they flew towards the Golden Crow Palace. Those who have the key and map of the tomb of the Samsara king are all gathered at the Golden Crow Palace. Let's go and take a look. In Darkwater City, many people flew towards the Golden Crow Palace. Very quickly, Lu Ming and Huang Ling arrived at the Golden Crow Palace. This time, they did not meet at the square. As soon as Lu Ming and Huang Ling arrived, the members of the Golden Crow race welcomed them to a courtyard inside the Golden Crow Palace. Those heaven's favorites without a map or key could only wait outside the Golden Crow Palace. When Lu Ming and Huang Ling arrived, they realized that many people had already arrived. Yi Dongfang was standing alone with his hands behind his back. There was also a young man in a yellow robe. He had taken the map and the key from another man. He was also a heaven's favorite on the same level as Yi Dongfang, the 10th Golden Crow Prince. In addition, there were a few other people with unfathomable auras. They were also heaven's favorites on the same level as the Golden Crow's 10th Prince. He didn't see them last time, so they were obviously from the other cities. In addition, there were a few groups with more people. The smallest group had 4 or 5 people together, while the largest group had 7 or 8 people. Lu Ming even saw Zhao Kuang and Sima Liang among the group of people. These people were all at the same level as young Master Blood Prison, so they formed an alliance of 4 to 5 people. They controlled the key and map of King Samsara's tomb together. Following that, a few more groups of people arrived. Each group had more than 4 to 5 people. There were 7 people in one group and Lu Ming recognized a few of them. They were none other than Xia Ding and the other 3 who had tried to snatch Lu Ming and Huang Ling away. Xia Ding and the other 3 looked at Lu Ming and Huang Ling with fear in their eyes. There were 6 people in the other group as well. One of them was wearing black scaled armor. He glared at Lu Ming coldly, his killing intent flashing continuously. Taoai. Lu Ming could tell from the aura that the young man in the scaled armor was the Tao. It seemed that Tao Tai had found a group of people to cooperate with and was going to enter the tomb of the Samsara king together. Alright, the 10 sets of keys and maps are all here. But before I gather the maps, I have to make one point clear. Whoever has the map and the keys can bring anyone with them, but we have to decide on the candidates now. We can't add any more people when we set off later. Brother Yi, Brother Shi, Holy Phoenix Spirit, do you have any objections? The Golden Crow 10th Crown Prince said. However, his eyes were on Yi Dongfang, Huang Ling, the yellow-robed youth, the Tao Tai, and other beings of the same level as him. Let's do this. I have no objections. Yi Dongfang, the yellow-robed young man, and the others all nodded. The others didn't say anything. The people they were supposed to set off with had all arrived. This group of people were the top heaven's favorites. Every one of them had a heaven spiritual body. As for those with earth spiritual bodies, they would not be of much use. Even if one's earth spiritual body had reached the 3rd stage of the half-saint realm, they would not be a match for anyone here. Alright, in that case, take out the map now. The Golden Crow 10th Crown Prince said. He first took out 2 jade talismans and inserted his true yuan. The jade talismans lit up and 2 maps appeared in the air. Following that, the others took out their jade talismans and channeled their essential core into them. Lu Ming did the same. Map after map appeared in the air and pieced together. A total of 10 regions were pieced together to form a complete map. At this moment, the map emitted a bright light. On the map, a bright spot of light appeared. That's where the tomb of the Reincarnation King is. Many people's eyes lit up as they quickly memorized the map. This is the north of the 100-tribe battlefield, where Mount Immortal is. Yi Dongfang said. I didn't expect it to be there. Let's go. The Golden Crow 10th Prince said. Then, they put away their jade talismans and rose into the air, flying north. They must know the location of the tomb of the Reincarnation King. There were many people waiting outside the Golden Crow Palace. When they saw Lu Ming and the group coming out, there was a commotion. Let's go and follow them. Maybe we can enter the tomb of the Reincarnation King and get some good fortune. Yes, follow them. A large group of people rose into the air and followed behind Lu Ming and the group. Those who don't have the key and map of the tomb of the Reincarnation King get lost or die. The eyes of the 10th Golden Crow Prince shone with a golden light as he scanned the surroundings. At the same time, Yi Dongfang, Tao Tai, and the others also looked around with unfriendly eyes. You guys are too overbearing. We are free to go wherever we want to go. Do you want to interfere with where we go? Right, you guys go your way, we'll go our way. We'll have nothing to do with each other. Someone among those people shouted. Stubborn. Kill. The 10th Golden Crow Prince suddenly let out a loud cry. His body was covered in terrifying solar fire as he turned into a golden light and rushed out. The Golden Crow 10th Prince's hand transformed into the Golden Crow's claws, and the sky was filled with claw shadows. No one could withstand a single strike. As long as they were caught by the claw shadows, they would be enveloped by golden flames and turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen young men were killed, both in body and soul. The others were all shocked and quickly backed away. They looked at the 10th Golden Crow Prince with fear in their eyes. If you continue to follow, kill without mercy, the 10th Golden Crow Prince said coldly. This time, no one dared to follow them. Although there were many of them, their combat strength was far inferior to the 10th Golden Crow Prince's. Once they made a move, they would only be slaughtered. Moreover, there were still many more experts who had yet to make a move. Once they did, they would really be slaughtered. Although they were unwilling, they could only watch helplessly as Lu Ming and the rest left. Who asked them to be weak? In the world of martial Tao, the strong preyed on the weak. Without strength, opportunities were placed in front of them, and they were powerless to take them. Lu Ming and the group headed north. Following the instructions on the map, they flew for 2 days and arrived at a land of dead silence. This was a wasteland, and as far as the eye could see, the wasteland was covered with white bones. However, these white bones had been eroded by the wind and had no spirituality. The entire wasteland was filled with a faint aura of death. It was obvious that this place had been a battlefield in the past. In front of the wasteland, there was a majestic mountain. It was particularly eye-catching in the flat wasteland. According to the map, the target was that mountain. Chapter 1637 Chapter 1637 Emergence of the Emperor's Tomb Buzz and NBSP Whoosh. They flew towards the mountain. Whoosh. All of a sudden, a blade light cut through the void and slashed at one of the elites. Boom. The heaven's favorite struck out with his palm and destroyed the saber light. However, the next moment, the ground of the dead silent wasteland burst open, and figures rushed out from the ground and stood in front of them. These figures were of all sorts. Some were in the form of demonic beasts, while others were in the form of humans. Some of them were wearing armor and holding swords and sabers, but they had one thing in common, which was that their bodies were filled with a strong aura of death. It's the undead. Someone said, kill these humans. An undead, who was wearing armor and holding a sword, waved his sword like a dark warrior and gave orders. Kill. A large number of undead rushed towards Lu Ming and the rest. There were at least 1,000 of them, and they were all at the 7th level Martial Emperor realm or above. All sorts of attacks were launched at Lu Ming and the rest. Kill. The 10th Golden Crow Prince transformed into a 3-legged golden crow. The fire of the sun burned fiercely. As he rushed past, a dozen undead were turned into ashes in the flames. Wild Thunder Yi Dongfang clenched his fist in the air, and the sky was filled with lightning. Every lightning bolt that swept across would kill an undead. The Tao Tai returned to its original form and roared. A beam of destructive light shot out of its mouth, and a large number of undead were destroyed. When such a paragon attacked, it was earth-shattering and shocking. Large numbers of undead were annihilated. At the same time, the others attacked one after another. All kinds of attacks were launched, killing the undead one by one. However, there were too many undead, and they kept rushing out from the ground. Moreover, he was getting stronger and stronger. A giant white bone took the shape of a tiger. With a loud roar, the space trembled as it pounced towards the 10th Golden Crow Prince. The white bone tiger exuded the aura of the 3rd stage of the half-saint realm. It was extremely powerful. However, he was still defeated by the 10th Golden Crow Prince in one move. In a battle of the same level, a heavenly spiritual body could easily kill other non-heavenly spiritual bodies in seconds. Undead kept rushing out from the ground. Many of them were at the half-saint level, but they still couldn't stop them. They kept pushing toward the majestic mountain. Lu Ming punched out continuously. The force of his fist crossed the void and killed 2 undead at the 2nd stage of the half-saint realm. Boom! Right at this moment, an extremely terrifying aura burst forth from the ground. A figure wearing ancient battle armor and holding a long spear appeared in the sky. Saint Realm Undead. Many people's expressions changed. This undead wearing ancient armor and holding a spear was a Saint Realm Undead, and terrifying saintly might emanated from his body. So what if you're a saint? You'll still be beheaded. The 10th Golden Crow Prince spoke in an extremely domineering manner. With their combat strength, they were not afraid of ordinary Saint Realm cultivators. However, the Saint Undead did not attack. Instead, he glanced at Lu Ming and the others coldly and said in a shriveled voice, "Retreat." Then, the undead that had been attacking crazily retreated like a tide. They sank into the ground and disappeared. His Saint Undead also sank into the ground and disappeared. He retreated? Someone was stunned. A Saint Realm expert will only be killed if he doesn't retreat. Naturally, he has to retreat. The 10th Golden Crow Prince spoke with great confidence. The group continued forward. Following that, there were no accidents and no one stopped them. They arrived in front of the mountain. The mountain was pitch black and surrounded by a deathly aura. Not a blade of grass grew on it. Is this the tomb of the Reincarnation King? I've been here before, but I didn't find anything unusual. Yi Dongfang frowned. This mountain looked like an ordinary mountain. There was nothing unusual about it, and there was no entrance. After that, they flew around the mountain but did not find any entrance. Everyone frowned. Was the tomb of the Reincarnation King fake? Let's take a look at the key to the tomb of the Reincarnation King. What do you think? Someone suggested. All right. The others nodded and took out the key to the tomb of the Reincarnation King. Buzz. When everyone took out their keys, a shocking scene appeared. The 10 keys trembled and emitted a brilliant radiance. They left everyone's hands and continued to fly towards the mountain. Then they floated on the top of the mountain and rapidly grew in size. Each of them was 100,000 feet in size. Then, the 10 keys actually fused together and turned into a heaven-raising halberd. Boom! The mighty heaven battle halberd was swung down at the mountain. Boom! 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 As the halberd struck down, the towering mountain split into 2, revealing a deep valley in the middle, like a passage. The halberd flew into the depths of the canyon and disappeared. Is this the passage to the tomb of the Reincarnation King? Some people's eyes lit up. It must be. Ha! The tomb of the Reincarnation King has finally appeared. Some people laughed. However, the next moment, the scene suddenly became silent. Everyone's figures flashed, and they pulled away from the others, revealing a guarded look. Now that the tomb of the Reincarnation King had appeared, they would become competitors. Naturally, they had to be wary of each other. Hee. The Golden Crow 10th Prince laughed coldly and took to the air, flying toward the valley. Let's go! The others quickly flew toward the canyon. However, when they reached the canyon, their eyes narrowed. The towering mountain was split in half. Logically speaking, the opposite side of the canyon was also the other side of the mountain. However, in reality, it was not. In the depths of the canyon, there was a passageway that directly passed through space and led to an unknown place. Everyone came to the entrance of the tunnel, and the 10th Golden Crow Prince was still the first to step in. When he stepped in, his expression changed slightly, but he continued walking forward. The others also entered the tunnel. What a heavy pressure! There's a no-fly zone here, so it's hard to fly. As soon as they entered the passage, someone said solemnly. Lu Ming and Wang Lin also stepped into the passage. Instantly, they felt a strong pressure on their bodies. This pressure was as heavy as a mountain. It was impossible to fly here, and one could only move forward step by step. Everyone was on guard against each other as they walked forward step by step. It was as if they had stepped into a spatial passageway, and their surroundings were a vast expanse of white. They had no idea where they were. They walked forward step by step. However, half an hour, 1 hour, 2 hours had passed, and they were still in the passage. Looking ahead, the passage seemed to have no end. How can it be so long? When will we reach the end? Is there really the tomb of the reincarnation king ahead? No matter what, I'm going to walk to the end. The group continued to move forward. Chapter 1638, 1638 The endless tombs. Time slowly passed. 1 hour, 1 hour after another. They had walked for a full day, but they were still in the passage. It was as if the passage really had no end. But at this point no one would give up. Everyone continued to move forward. Very quickly, 10 days had passed, and they were still moving forward in the passageway. At this time, many people frowned. No matter how patient they were, they couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Was this passage really leading to the tomb of the reincarnation king? However, since they had already come this far, it was impossible for them to retreat. They could only continue forward. Soon, another 5 days passed. I can see the end. Suddenly, someone shouted in excitement. In front of them, the passage was finally about to end. From a distance, it seemed to be a land of darkness. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They had walked for half a month in a passageway with nothing. The key was that they had no idea how long they had to walk. This was a test of their patience. Fortunately, they were all peerless geniuses who had dared to come to the 100-clan battlefield to temper themselves. They were outstanding in all aspects, and they naturally didn't lack patience. That was why they had been able to persevere until now. Let's go! Immediately, everyone's spirits were lifted. They began to speed up and rush forward, afraid that if they were one step slower than others, the opportunity would be taken by others. Lu Ming and Wang Lin also sped up. Very soon, they rushed out of the passage and stepped into a land of darkness. As soon as they rushed out of the tunnel, they felt their bodies lighten. The pressure disappeared, and they regained their ability to fly. However, after everyone rushed out of the tunnel, they all stood in the air and looked ahead in shock. The grave. What entered their eyes were all tombs. They were densely packed, and they didn't know how many there were. At a glance, it was boundless. These tombs were of different sizes. Some of them were just mounds, while others were as large as mountains. How could this be? Why are there so many tombs here? Isn't it the tomb of the reincarnation king? Someone asked doubtfully. There were so many tombs. Could it be that the tomb of the reincarnation king was among them and he had to search for it one by one? These tombs might also bury important figures and have treasures. Someone murmured, causing everyone's eyes to light up. That's right, those who could be buried here probably didn't have small origins. There might be treasures here. Then, with so many here, wouldn't he be rich? Buzz, buzz, and NBSP whoosh. Instantly they moved. One figure after another scuttled out and rushed toward the tombs. They were searching for their target. Each of them found a tomb and rushed over. Be careful! Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Wang Lin. He had a feeling that things were not as simple as they seemed. The two of them carefully moved forward and flew into the area of the grave. However, just as they were approaching the graves closest to them began to glow. Then figures emerged from the graves. Kill! Kill! There were men and women, young and old among these figures. Many of them were not even human, but they all roared and charged at Lu Ming and the others. The terrifying power was shocking. One of the heaven's favorites was not careful and was pierced by the spear. If he did not retreat quickly, he would have died. A terrifying sword light shot towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw a punch and it collided with the sword light. With a clang, the sword light was sent flying, and Lu Ming felt his fist go numb. What a terrifying attack! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Kill, kill, kill! The figure that emerged from the grave roared continuously and charged towards them. These figures were not corporeal and looked like phantoms. The Golden Crow 10th Prince was attacked by a giant bull. He transformed into his true form and fought with the giant bull. His battle power was shocking, and he tore the giant bull into pieces in one move. But the shocking thing was that the giant bull didn't die. It reformed and attacked the Golden Crow 10th Prince. The others were in the same situation. Even if they destroyed the phantoms, they would reform. The one who attacked Lu Ming was an illusory human figure that looked like an old man. The sword light that was constantly released was extremely mysterious and enveloped Lu Ming's entire body. Lu Ming cast the 10,000 soldiers' art. He held the black dragon spear and thrust out Cui Zhang's spear radiance, which collided with the sword radiance. After exchanging dozens of blows, Lu Ming's spear shattered the figure. However, the figure immediately condensed again. These are formed from the immortal fighting spirit of the experts after their death. They are undying. There must be peerless experts buried under these tombs. Someone said, "I'll break it and see." Zhao Kuang let out a furious roar and forced the figure that was attacking him to retreat. He then attacked a large tomb at the side. Boom! The terrifying attack landed on the tomb, but the tomb didn't move at all. It wasn't damaged at all. However, at this moment, a shocking scene appeared. Beams of light shot out from the tomb and directly wrapped around Zhao Kuang. Zhao Kuang struggled madly, but it was useless. Then, with a bang, one of his arms exploded. Help me," Zhao Kuang cried out in fear. However, before he could finish his sentence, his entire body exploded with a bang. Blood splattered on the large tomb, and his body and soul were destroyed. The crowd gasped. A powerful Heaven's favorite had died just like that because he had attacked the tomb. These tombs all have terrifying nomological powers. As long as you attack the tombs, you will be attacked by the nomological powers. Yi Dongfang said with a serious face. That's right. The laws of this tomb are invincible. Once you're entangled, you'll die. Someone else said. Many people felt a lingering fear. It was a good thing that Zhao Kuang had attacked the tomb first, otherwise, they would have been the ones to die. This was especially true for Sima Liang. He had been with Zhao Kuang the entire time and had almost attacked just now. However, Zhao Kuang had been a step faster than him. When he saw the abnormality in the tomb, he had stopped his attack and avoided the disaster. It seemed like they couldn't attack this tomb at all. If they did, they would die. Perhaps only the tomb of the reincarnation emperor could be opened? Everyone thought to themselves. Then, they began to search for the tomb of the reincarnation emperor while fending off the attacks of the shadows. However, they couldn't find the tomb of the reincarnation king after searching for a long time. And if this continued, it would be very disadvantageous for them, as their true chi would be completely consumed. There is a path ahead. Keep going forward. Maybe the tomb of the reincarnation king is right in front of that path. Jiang Chen said. Someone said. Many people nodded. They had all seen that path. However, on both sides of the road, there were two particularly huge tombs, far above the other tombs. This made many people pay attention and not rashly go up. If you guys don't go, I'll go. The Taotai opened its mouth and rushed towards the path. Buzz. Buzz. The two particularly large tombs lit up, and two figures appeared. A true dragon and a phoenix emitted a terrifying aura. Moreover, these two figures were much more solid than the other illusory figures. Chapter 1639, 1639 The Netherworld, helplessly Meng roar. The shadow of the true dragon roared and pounced at the Tao. Its huge dragon claw smashed down at the Taotai. The Taotai roared and transformed into its true form. It also struck out with its claw. However, the result was that the Taotai's body shook violently and was directly sent flying by the true dragon's illusory figure. It retreated a dozen steps and spat out a mouthful of blood. The Taotai was injured by the true dragon's shadow in one move. It was shocking. The Taotai's combat strength was definitely at the peak among them. If it used its full power, it could definitely fight against a Saint Realm expert. However, it was no match for him and was injured in one move. Buzz! The phoenix screeched and pounced towards the Taotai, scaring the Taotai into retreating, not daring to fight. The true dragon and phoenix shadows flew above their respective tombs, but they didn't pursue. It's so powerful. How can it pass? He's definitely stronger than an ordinary Saint Realm expert. He's no match for him alone. Many people's faces turned ugly. He had gone through so much to reach this point, but was he going to stop here? Everyone, the only way to pass through this path is to join forces. Let's join forces and charge through together. Otherwise, no one will be able to pass through alone. Wang Lin spoke. She joined forces with Lu Ming to defeat a shadow and stepped forward. That's right, we can only join forces now. The 10th Golden Crow Prince said. All right, I agree. I also agree. The others chimed in one after another. Just now, everyone was still on guard against each other, but now, they had no choice but to join forces again. Because if they didn't join forces, they could only stop here. Everyone broke through the illusionary figures and converged towards the path. After a while, everyone was gathered together. Let's charge. Buzz, buzz, and NBSP whoosh. There were more than 40 people, and they rushed towards the intersection. All of them were heaven's spiritual bodies, and they came from different monarch-level forces. The true dragon roared and the phoenix let out a long cry as they pounced toward the crowd. Kill! More than 40 heaven's favorites attacked together. All kinds of light exploded. When they combined together, it was extremely terrifying. All kinds of attacks collided with the true dragon and phoenix shadows. They were unstoppable and destroyed the true dragon and phoenix shadows in an instant, drowning them in their own. Bang! Bang! The true dragon and phoenix shadows collapsed. This is a good opportunity. Charge! All of the heaven's favorites took this opportunity to rush towards the entrance. In the blink of an eye, more than 40 of them had made it past the two tombs. The true dragon and phoenix shadows immediately gathered together again. However, they did not continue to attack them. Instead, they roared and flew into the tomb, disappearing. Just a wisp of immortal fighting intent has reached the Saint Realm. I wonder how terrifying he was when he was alive? Could it be that he had reached the Emperor rank? Is there an Emperor-level true dragon buried in this tomb? Lu Ming looked at the large tomb, a fiery light flashing in his eyes. If he could obtain the bone armor of an Emperor-level true dragon and refine it, what level would his spirit body evolve to? Would he evolve into a superior-grade heavenly spiritual body in one go? Of course, he was only thinking about it. The tomb was filled with terrifying power of laws. Zhao Kuang had just ended up like that. He naturally didn't dare to attack the tomb. Everyone let out a long breath and followed the path forward. Not long after, a river blocked his path. The strange thing was that the water of this river was yellow, like the legendary river of hell, the Yellow Spring. Is this really the Yellow Spring River? Suddenly, someone spoke, his voice trembling. Because there was a stone tablet there. When everyone looked at it, they saw two words written on the stone tablet, Yellow Springs. Everyone looked at each other and saw shock and fear in each other's eyes. According to the ancient legends, there was a 9 serenities hell between heaven and earth. In the hell, there was a river that ran across the hell. It was called the Yellow Spring. The Yellow Spring was untraversable because once one entered it, no matter what living being it was, they would be corroded by the water and become a part of the Yellow Spring. However, all of this was just a legend. No one had ever seen an Emperor-ranked expert. Could it be that the Netherworld and the 9 Serenities hell really existed? Even the Golden Crow 10th Prince and the Taotai, who were both unruly, had serious expressions on their faces. No one dared to rashly attempt to cross the Yellow Springs. If they crossed the river like the legendary Yellow Spring, it would be equivalent to suicide. There's a bridge over there. Someone pointed ahead and shouted. Everyone looked over and saw a bridge ahead. Everyone walked along the shore of the Yellow Spring. When they got closer, they found that the bridge was very wide and led directly to the other side of the Yellow Spring. There were 3 words carved on the bridge. The Bridge of Helplessness. The sound of gasping could be heard, and everyone felt a chill in their hearts. According to the legends, there was a bridge of helplessness above the yellow spring. If one wanted to cross the yellow spring, they had to cross the bridge of helplessness. He didn't expect that there really was a bridge of helplessness. The yellow springs and the bridge of helplessness were just like the legends. Could it be that this place led to the 9 Serenities Hell? Even though they were all geniuses from emperor-ranked powers and had seen many things, they still felt a chill down their spines. Legend has it that on the bridge of helplessness, there is a Mengpa holding a bowl of soup. Anyone who crosses the bridge has to drink it. After drinking it, they forget everything. Could there be a Mengpa on the bridge of helplessness? Someone said, his voice trembling. All of this is just an illusion. Someone deliberately set it up. If there really was a netherworld, why would it appear here? The 10th Golden Crow Prince snorted coldly. His entire body was covered in the golden divine fire of the great sun. He stepped onto the bridge of helplessness and headed towards the other side. That's right. This should be the burial ground of the reincarnation emperor. It can't be the true netherworld. How can it stop me? Then, someone else spoke and stepped forward. Wang Lin, let's go too. Lu Ming said. Wang Lin nodded. The two of them walked side by side and stepped onto the bridge of helplessness. Seeing this, the others also followed. Although they didn't believe it, they were still cautious and on guard. Where did the souls of the ancient heroes go? All of a sudden, a leisurely voice rang out. It came from an unknown place and rang in everyone's ears. Who is it? Someone was shocked and shouted. Where did the souls of the ancient heroes go? The voice continued to ring out, seemingly filled with helplessness and sighs. As the group continued to move forward, that voice continued to ring out. But all this time, it was only this one sentence that repeated itself. Everyone held their breath and paid no attention to this voice. They continued forward, and soon, they would cross the bridge of helplessness. But at this moment, everyone stopped. There was a figure at the end of the bridge. An old woman. The old woman was very old. Her back was hunched, and she wore a loose black robe. Her hair was white, and the wrinkles on her face were like mountains. She was holding a bowl in her hand. In the bowl, there was a milky white liquid. A name appeared in everyone's mind. Chapter 1640, 1640 Drinking Grandma Meng's soup and entering Samsara Gulu. At the thought of the name Mengpa, many people swallowed their saliva. Was there really a Mengpa on the bridge of helplessness? Some of them had already broken out in cold sweat. The netherworld, the bridge of helplessness, and Mengpa. Everything was in line with the legend. Senior, who are you? The 10th Golden Crow Prince was bathed in the great sun divine fire. His eyes were serious as he cupped his fist towards the old woman. The old woman revealed a faint smile and glanced at the 10th Golden Crow Prince. The bridge of helplessness on the Yellow Spring River. Naturally Mengpa. Is she really Mengpa? Many people's hearts trembled. This was the tomb of the reincarnation king. Why would there be the netherworld bridge of helplessness and Mengpa? Did this place really lead to hell? Senior, is that reincarnation? Lu Ming suddenly asked. This was because there was no path in front of the bridge of helplessness, only a pitch-black vortex. That's right. That's samsara. You can enter samsara after you drink Grandma Meng's soup and forget about your past and present lives, said Mengpa as she lifted the bowl in her hand. Reincarnation. Reincarnation. The tomb of the reincarnation emperor is right in front of us. Someone asked. That's right. Mengpa smiled. Haha, it's indeed the tomb of the samsara king. The netherworld is all fake. I'm going to meditate in the tomb of the samsara king. The 10th Golden Crow Prince laughed and strode forward. But Mengpa stood in front of him. Young man, she said, if you want to enter samsara, you must drink Meng Pio's soup. Forget your past life and this life. Only then can you enter samsara. Get lost, no one can make me forget my past and present life. The Golden Crow 10th Prince was extremely domineering. He struck out with his palm, and the terrifying godly sunfire rushed toward Mengpa. However, Mengpa waved her hand and the Golden Crow 10th Prince's fire was extinguished. The Golden Crow 10th Prince's eyes narrowed and he transformed into his three-legged golden crow form. His body was covered in terrifying flames, like a sun. He flapped his wings and wanted to rush past Mengpe and enter the dark vortex. The young man is too impulsive, Mengpe murmured. She reached out a withered hand and grabbed at the 10th Golden Crow Prince. The dried-up claw quickly grew in size, becoming as large as a mountain as it struck towards the 10th Golden Crow Prince. The Golden Crow 10th Prince seemed to have been frozen in place, unable to move at all as he was caught by the withered hand. Damn it! Let's attack together and rush over. The 10th Golden Crow Prince roared. Buzz! A figure rushed forward at extreme speed, wanting to take this opportunity to rush over. He was also a terrifying young man, no weaker than the 10th Crown Prince of the Golden Crow. However, a silk ribbon flew out of Meng Pio's sleeve and wrapped around the young man. The others were shocked. They had wanted to take the opportunity to attack, but they couldn't help but stop. The other party was too terrifying. Even someone as powerful as the Golden Crow 10th Prince couldn't put up any resistance and was captured right away. The other person was the same. The two of them struggled with all their might, but it was of no use. Senior, spare me, spare me. The Golden Crow 10th Prince was scared and began to beg for mercy. What are you afraid of? I won't kill you. Mengpe opened her mouth and grabbed the Golden Crow 10th Prince in front of her. Then, she poured the bowl of Mengpe soup into the Golden Crow 10th Prince's mouth. Don't! The 10th Golden Crow Prince roared. If he would forget everything after drinking Grandma Meng's soup, would he still be himself? Wouldn't that be the same as death? How could he be willing to drink it? However, his struggles were of no use. His mouth opened on its own, and a bowl of Mengpe soup was poured into the Golden Crow 10th Prince's mouth. Then, his eyes revealed a look of confusion. Go! Enter the cycle of reincarnation. Mengpe waved her hand, and the Golden Crow 10th Prince flew directly into the black vortex and disappeared. Then, everyone saw that the bowl of Meng Pio's soup in Meng Pio's hand, which was originally empty, was now automatically filled up. Mengpe did the same thing. She poured a bowl of Meng Pio's soup into another young man's mouth and then threw him into the dark vortex. Now it's your turn. Come, drink Grandma Meng's soup and enter the cycle of reincarnation. Mengpe looked at Lu Ming and the rest. Many people broke out in cold sweat. Senior, I won't go to the tomb of the reincarnation king. I'm leaving. Someone said. If he lost all his memories after drinking Grandma Meng's soup, what was the point of receiving the inheritance of the reincarnation emperor? Since you're here, there's no reason to retreat. All of you will drink Meng Pio's soup and enter the cycle of reincarnation. Meng Pio's shriveled voice sounded. No, I'm not going, I quit. A few people shouted and retreated like lightning. I said, since you're here, you can't leave. Mengpe said indifferently. She reached out her hand and grabbed in the air. The people who were retreating seemed to be fixed in place. Their bodies were fixed in the air, and then they flew toward Mengpe under the effect of a powerful force. Just like before, Mengpe drank a bowl of Mengpe soup and threw it all into the black vortex. Lu Ming, what should we do? Wang Lin sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Her pretty face was a little pale. This Mengpe is too strong. We can't resist her at all. Lu Ming shook his head. The Golden Crow 10th Prince and the others were like babies in Meng Pio's hands. They could not fight back at all. Meng Pio's strength was definitely beyond their imagination. They had no chance at all. Even if Lu Ming went all out with Bubble's help, he would not have any chance of escaping. The difference was too great. Are we really going to drink Grandma Meng's soup and forget about our past and present lives? Said Huang Ling, revealing an unwilling expression. Huang Ling, do you believe that this is the true netherworld, Mengpe? Lu Ming did not answer but asked Huang Ling instead. Huang Ling was stunned and pondered, what the netherworld can do to Mengpe is just a legend. It's in the 9 Serenities hell. Legend has it that the 9 Serenities hell is in the heaven realm. Heaven realm? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He did not think much about it and said, that's right. That's why I feel that this place is man-made. Perhaps it's just a test and they might not really lose their memories. So, we can only take a gamble. Take a gamble? That's right. Since I can't escape, I'll take a gamble. I'll be leaving first. With that, Lu Ming stepped out and strode toward Mengpe. Many people were shocked. Lu Ming actually took the initiative to step forward? Little fellow, please. Mengpe picked up the soup in her hand. All right. Lu Ming was very direct. He picked up the bowl of Mengpe's soup and drank it in one gulp. Then he returned the bowl to Mengpe and leaped into the dark vortex. I'll do it. Then, a burly young man walked out. It was Yi Dongfang. Obviously, Lu Ming was not the only bold person. Like Lu Ming, Yi Dongfang drank the Mengpe soup and jumped into the vortex. After that, Wang Lin stepped out and drank the soup before jumping into the whirlpool. The others' expressions changed, but they also understood that there was no way out today. They could only drink Grandma Meng's soup and then step forward one by one. Not long after, all the elites who had entered had jumped into the black vortex. After everyone had jumped into the black vortex, Meng Pio's body on the bridge of helplessness disappeared like an illusion, as if she had never been there. Chapter 1641 Experiencing 9 Lives, Reincarnation Emperor. After Lu Ming jumped into the vortex, he felt dizzy and more confused. Gradually, he fell into darkness and could not feel anything. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming gradually regained his consciousness. He slowly opened his eyes. His eyes revealed the vicissitudes of life, as if he had experienced the vicissitudes of life. He actually experienced 9 lives and 9 reincarnations. Could it be that reincarnation really exists in the world? Lu Ming muttered to himself, his eyes filled with complicated emotions. At this moment, a series of images appeared in his mind. He remembered everything. He drank the Mengpe soup, jumped into the whirlpool, and fell into the darkness. After that, he experienced 9 lives. In his first life, he was born into a family of generals in the empire. From a young age, he led the army to war and conquered the world. When he was middle-aged, he became the defender general of the empire, who had a large number of troops in his hands. However, he was suspected by the emperor and he killed Lu Ming on a false charge. Then he was reincarnated. In his second life, he became a scholar from a poor family. He was determined to be the top scorer, but he fell in love with a noble family's daughter when he was the top scorer. In the end, he was secretly killed by the noble family. And then it was the third life. In this life, he became an ordinary person, a villager of a small village. He married and had children. The men worked the fields while the women weaved. In the end, he had a house full of children and grandchildren. His hair was white and he died of old age. The fourth life. The fifth life. In his 9th life, he became a good-for-nothing who couldn't awaken his bloodline. His bloodline was dug out by his childhood sweetheart, and then he accidentally obtained the supreme shrine and embarked on the martial path. Later on, when he awakened the third bloodline let out a loud roar. He woke up all of a sudden, as if his reincarnation had ended. The 9th life is my own experience, and it's exactly the same as my own experience. Is there really reincarnation in this world, or have I awakened the memories of the previous 8 lives? Lu Ming muttered. He was shocked and confused. He could not tell what was real and what was fake. Then, was his life also one of the reincarnations? Was everything he had experienced all along the way real or fake? Little guy, I didn't expect you to wake up after experiencing 9 lives. This is really beyond my expectations. At this moment, an old voice entered Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He then looked around. He was in a huge secret chamber, and an old man in black was walking toward him. Senior, who are you? Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, In the past, everyone called me Samsara. The old man smiled. Reincarnation? You are the reincarnation emperor. Lu Ming could not help but exclaim. His mind slowly cleared up. Could it be that the reincarnation emperor was still alive? Well, you can say that. But now, it's only a wisp of a soul. The old man said with a smile. Lu Ming took a closer look and realized that the other party was not a physical entity. It was more like a shadow or a wisp of soul. Senior Samsara, is there really such a thing as samsara in this world? Lu Ming asked. In his mind, fragments of those 9 lives flashed past from time to time. Does reincarnation really exist in this world? I don't know. The reincarnation emperor sighed. You don't know either? Lu Ming was puzzled. It was said that the reincarnation emperor controlled the law of reincarnation, which was one of the strongest laws in the world. It was on par with the law of chaos. Did he not know about reincarnation? Then were the 9 lives he had experienced real or fake? How could it be so real? Little guy, do you have any doubts about your previous experience? In fact, that was not really reincarnation. It was just a reflection in the depths of your heart. You can understand it as a kind of illusion, or rather, it could also be that it awakened the memories of your previous life, said the reincarnation emperor. So there's no reincarnation in this world. Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief and his mind regained its calm. It's hard to say. Maybe when my cultivation reaches a high enough level, I can really reincarnate. Unfortunately, my cultivation level is not high enough. The reincarnation emperor sighed and looked at Lu Ming. Little guy, what's your name? You're the first one to wake up in your group. I thought that the strongest one among you would have to experience hundreds of lives before waking up. You're really strange. I'm Lu Ming. Senior, how long have I been here? Lu Ming asked. You've been here for 3 months, said the reincarnation emperor. 3 months? That's good. Lu Ming felt relieved. He had experienced 9 lives, and it felt like he had experienced a long time. He had comprehended the different lives of 9 lives. He was still afraid, but in reality, he had also experienced a long time. 3 months was still fine. Senior, did you build this tomb? There's also the helpless yellow springs from before. Lu Ming then asked a bunch of questions. He was really curious. Of course not. I was almost gone in that battle. Later on, a peerless master came here and built a tomb for me. He also saved a wisp of my soul. Everything outside was done by that master. Perhaps he didn't want me to waste my life's knowledge, so he left a tomb for me to pass on my legacy. The reincarnation emperor explained. As expected, Lu Ming muttered. He had heard of the legend before. It was said that after the 100-clan war, an unparalleled expert came to the 100-clan battlefield and cultivated 9 of the strongest great emperors into 9 graves. The 1,000 Kills martial emperor from the 1,000 Kills mansion had entered one of the great emperor's tombs and obtained the inheritance. It seemed that the netherworld helplessness from before was indeed fake. It was a trap set up by that peerless expert. Lu Ming, you cultivate the 9 dragons combat body, right? Speaking of which, you have some connections with that unparalleled expert. That expert is one of the top 10 war beasts, the 9 lives devilish silkworm, said the reincarnation emperor. 9 lives devilish silkworm. Lu Ming was shocked. According to Dandan, the top 10 war beasts had all been killed in a battle a long time ago, but now it seemed that things were not that simple. Through a special method, Dandan managed to keep her life. After that, Lu Ming saw the Titan Longhorn. He heard that the 9 lives devilish silkworm was still alive. Perhaps, many of the top 10 war beasts still existed in this world. What a pity, what a pity. At this moment, the reincarnation emperor looked at Lu Ming carefully and sighed. Senior, what's a pity? Lu Ming was puzzled. You were the first to wake up after experiencing 9 lives. You could have received my inheritance, mastered the reincarnation domain, and then comprehended the reincarnation law. Unfortunately, you have already comprehended the chaos domain. Chaos and reincarnation are one of the 10 strongest laws in the world. Just like how a mountain cannot contain 2 tigers, they are difficult to control and fuse at the same time. The reincarnation emperor sighed and explained in detail. Cultivators, after cultivating to a certain realm, could control many laws at the same time. However, there were 10 ultimate maxims in the world that were difficult to control at the same time. Since ancient times, only rare geniuses and peerless talents could control one of them. It was impossible to control 2 or more. Chapter 1642, 1642 breakthrough to half-saint, chaotic qi. After listening to the explanation of the reincarnation emperor, Lu Ming felt that it was a pity. At the same time, he was shocked. In the world, there were actually 9 laws that could be on par with chaos. In the past, Lu Ming did not know about this at all. It seemed that he still knew too little. Senior, perhaps in the future, there will be someone suitable for Senior's inheritance. Lu Ming said. Although it was a pity, he could only give up. He couldn't possibly give up the chaos domain and switch to reincarnation, right? That was impossible. There's no time left. This wisp of my soul can't exist for long. The reincarnation emperor sighed. Then, a crystal-like object appeared in his hand. Laws revolved around it, and it was extremely wonderful. Lu Ming looked at it as if he was looking at a whole new world. Lu Ming, this is my world core. It contains all my inheritance. Take it. If you meet a suitable person in the future, help me pass it on. This is my last wish. The reincarnation emperor said with a sigh. The fact that a great emperor had fallen into such a state was truly lamentable. Senior, Lu Ming will definitely find the most suitable successor for you and pass it on. Lu Ming's gaze was firm. He then took the world core from the reincarnation emperor and put it away solemnly. Many thanks. The reincarnation emperor smiled and said, Little guy, since you are the first one to wake up, how can I let you return empty-handed? This reincarnation halberd is for you. The reincarnation emperor's palm glowed, and a halberd appeared. This reincarnation halberd used to be my combat weapon, but it has been severely damaged and has no power left. However, I have sealed 2 forces inside it. If these 2 forces were to be fully unleashed, they can kill any expert below the emperor realm, said the reincarnation emperor. It can kill any expert below the emperor rank. Lu Ming was shocked, then ecstatic. Such a treasure was simply heaven-defying. At a critical moment, it was a treasure that could definitely turn the tables and save his life. That's right. Of course, there are only 2 forces. Once you use them, there's no more. Take them. The reincarnation emperor passed the reincarnation halberd to Lu Ming, who accepted it with joy. Okay, they'll send you out now, said the reincarnation emperor. Senior, can I stay here for a while? I want to cultivate here. Lu Ming said. Previously, he had experienced 9 lifetimes. Those scenes were like 9 real lives. Lu Ming had learned a lot. He felt that he was about to make a breakthrough in the chaos realm. One more step and he would be a half-saint. As long as he broke through to the half-saint realm, his strength would skyrocket. He would have more confidence when he went out. It's fine, you can continue to cultivate, said the reincarnation emperor. Lu Ming nodded and then sat cross-legged. He took out the Path Understanding Ancient Tree and started to comprehend it quietly. The Path Understanding Ancient Tree? It seems like this little fellow has more secrets than I thought. The reincarnation emperor was stunned for a moment, and then he smiled. The chaos domain on Lu Ming's body was shaking up and down. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Boom. The chaos domain on Lu Ming's body suddenly trembled violently and then expanded with an imposing aura. The ultimate domain. After going through 9 reincarnations, Lu Ming had an epiphany and finally made a breakthrough in the chaos domain to the extreme. The ultimate primal chaos domain was much more powerful than a level 9 primal chaos domain. As soon as the chaos realm was broken through, the essential core in Lu Ming's body also went berserk. It whistled and jumped, its speed increasing. His cultivation base was about to break through. Lu Ming waved his hand and a large pile of mid-grade raw gemstones appeared on the ground. Lu Ming circulated the devouring power and devoured the raw gemstones madly, beginning to refine them. 3 days later, Lu Ming had already refined an unknown number of raw gemstones. His aura suddenly increased explosively, forming a primordial chi pillar that shot straight to the top of the secret chamber. However, this secret chamber was very sturdy. Lu Ming's essential core chi column rushed to the top and there was no reaction at all. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes. He had finally broken through to the first stage of half-saint. After breaking through to the half-saint realm, his combat strength had increased dramatically. He was now confident that he could suppress the Tao Tai alone. Little guy, I almost forgot. I can see a trace of chaos chi in your body. Let me give you another opportunity. The reincarnation emperor appeared and walked over. A stream of chi appeared in his hand and started to circle around his arm. This is the real chaos chi. Lu Ming's eyes widened in shock. He could immediately sense that the current on the arm of the reincarnation emperor was the real chaotic chi. Although he cultivated the chaos domain, he had never seen true chaos chi. That's right. This is a wisp of true chaotic chi. I obtained it before the Great War. I originally wanted to refine it into the reincarnation halberd, but after the Great War, I gave it up. Now I'll give it to you. Refine it into your spirit body, and the power of your spirit body will be greatly improved. Lu Ming, close your eyes. I'll give you a hand. The reincarnation emperor shouted. Lu Ming quickly closed his eyes and became one with his mind. The reincarnation emperor waved his hand, and a wisp of chaotic chi flew out and entered Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The chi of chaos was the chi of origin between heaven and earth. Even a wisp of it could collapse a mountain. It was extremely heavy. As soon as the chaos chi entered Lu Ming's body, he felt that his body was about to break apart. Hold on, there's a trace of chaos chi in your body. You should be able to refine it. The voice of the reincarnation emperor rang in Lu Ming's ears. Then, a ray of light was emitted from the reincarnation emperor's hand and enveloped Lu Ming. Instantly, Lu Ming felt the pressure on his body lighten. He then focused his mind and began to refine with all his might. Slowly, a wisp of true chaotic chi intertwined with the original wisp of chaotic chi in his body and seeped into Lu Ming's body. His body was slowly becoming stronger. At this moment, on the bridge of helplessness, there were many young men sitting cross-legged. They were Wang Lin, the Golden Crow 10th Prince, the Taoai, and the others. The more than 40 Heaven's favorites who had jumped into the vortex were all here. At this moment, all of the Heaven's favorites opened their eyes, and they were all confused. What's going on? I clearly remember drinking Grandma Meng's soup and jumping into the whirlpool. Why am I still here? Someone asked, full of doubt. I don't know either. I only know that I fell into darkness and lost consciousness. When I woke up, I was already here. I'm the same. The others all nodded. It seemed that they were different from Lu Ming. Lu Ming could remember everything that happened in his 9 reincarnations, but these people seemed to have forgotten. The Golden Crow 10th Prince's body was covered in flames. He stood up and looked around cautiously. When he didn't see Meng Pe, he let out a long breath. It seems like we have come out after entering the reincarnation. Who is it that has obtained the inheritance of the reincarnation emperor? The 10th Golden Crow Prince said coldly. Chapter 1643, all staring at Lu Ming, everyone looked at each other. They also wanted to know who had obtained the inheritance of the reincarnation emperor. The one who obtained the inheritance of the reincarnation emperor must be among us. It's best to tell us. Don't try to keep it for yourself, the Taoai said coldly. His body moved and blocked the bridge of helplessness path of retreat. He stared at the crowd with a ferocious look. The crowd looked at each other in confusion. For a moment, the scene quieted down, and the atmosphere was a little heavy. Before we find out who got the inheritance of the reincarnation emperor, well, stay here. No one can leave. The Taoai was extremely overbearing. There seems to be one person missing from our group. At this moment, a voice rang out. It was Sima Liang, and his gaze turned towards Wang Lin. That's right. One person is missing. Lu Ming is not here, said a young man in black feather clothes. He was young Master Tianying of the Heavenly Bird Palace. Wang Ling's eyes were filled with doubt. Why was Lu Ming not here? It really is so. Could it be that Lu Ming has obtained the legacy and is now accepting it? Maybe he has already left. Some people were making guesses. Well, wait here. If Lu Ming hasn't come out yet, he'll definitely come out later. If he doesn't come out after a while, well, go out and look for him. The 10th Golden Crow Prince's eyes flashed with a sharp light. The reincarnation emperor was a true emperor who could control the law of reincarnation. His inheritance was even more precious than the inheritance of the 1,000-kill martial emperor. Who wouldn't be tempted? Immediately, everyone began to wait quietly on the bridge of helplessness. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was focused on refining the chaos qi. Slowly, a wisp of chaos qi seeped into the depths of Lu Ming's body and spread to every cell, giving every part of Lu Ming's body a wisp of chaos qi. After a few days, Lu Ming finally managed to completely refine the wisp of chaos qi. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and leaped up. What powerful strength! Lu Ming felt that his body was filled with endless power. His punch was heavier than a mountain. He now felt that he could kill a half-saint who had comprehended the laws with his physical strength alone. Lu Ming, although your current spirit body is still a low-grade celestial spirit body, in terms of strength, it's no weaker than a medium-grade celestial spirit body. The voice of the Reincarnation Emperor could be heard. Many thanks, Senior. Senior, you? Lu Ming stood up and was about to bow to the Reincarnation Emperor when he realized that the Reincarnation Emperor's body had become very ethereal, as if he would disappear at any moment. He understood that the Reincarnation Emperor had used up the last of his soul power to help him. I'm sorry, Senior. Lu Ming's heart was filled with a deep sense of apology. He felt that his nose was a little sour. Little guy, don't blame yourself. This wisp of my soul was about to dissipate anyway. It has nothing to do with you. Now I'll send you out. Go and roam the world as soon as possible. Then, the Reincarnation Emperor waved his hand. Lu Ming felt his body tighten. He left the secret room and came to an empty place. There was a black vortex in front of him. Senior, I will definitely find a suitable successor for you so that your legacy can be passed down. Lu Ming secretly swore in his heart and then stepped into the vortex. The next moment, Lu Ming passed through the vortex and a bridge appeared in front of him. It was the bridge of helplessness. Lu Ming took a step and stepped onto the bridge of helplessness. On the bridge of helplessness, everyone's eyes were fixed on Lu Ming. Their eyes were filled with a fiery glow. Everyone, long time no see, I hope you've been well. Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming, you're finally out. Tell me, did you get the inheritance of the Reincarnation Emperor? The 10th Golden Crow Prince emanated a powerful aura and locked onto Lu Ming. The inheritance of the Reincarnation Emperor? Why do you say that? Lu Ming pretended to be puzzled. Lu Ming, I knew you would deny it. All of us appeared here at the same time. You're the only one who came out a few days later than the others. You must have obtained the inheritance of the Reincarnation Emperor. The Taotai opened its mouth and strode over. Just because I'm a little later, does it mean that I've obtained the inheritance of the Reincarnation Emperor? Lu Ming said indifferently. Everyone, it's very simple. As long as we cripple him and search his soul, everything will be clear. At that time, Hell still have to spit out everything. A cold voice rang out. It was Sima Liang. Since the beginning of the fight for the map and key of the tomb of the Samsara King, he had been at a disadvantage in the hands of Lu Ming and Wang Lin. Later on, he and Zhao Kuang wanted to cooperate with Lu Ming and Wang Lin but were chased away by Lu Ming. This was a great humiliation. He had been looking for an opportunity to kill Lu Ming. Now that he had such an opportunity, of course, he would not let it go. He immediately added fuel to the fire. Lu Ming's cold gaze turned to Sima Liang. You're looking for death. Sima Liang's expression changed, and he was a little frightened. However, when he thought about the fact that there were so many experts present, he became braver and said, What's wrong? Did I speak your mind? You want to kill me? There are so many people here, you won't have the chance today. That's right. Lu Ming, you should hand over the inheritance of the Reincarnation Emperor. Young Master Tianying said coldly. Bang. The 10th Golden Crow Prince took a step forward, and his entire body was covered in the divine fire of the Great Sun. If you don't want to admit it, then I'll search your soul. Golden Crow, what are you doing? Die. Huang Ling shouted as the undying flame spread out from her body. Her powerful aura surged towards the 10th Golden Crow Prince. Huang Ling, you'd better just stand there obediently. The Taotai said coldly. It took a step forward and stood in front of Bai Lin. Everyone, let's search his soul directly. Other than the inheritance of the reincarnation emperor, there are other secrets on this person. Let's get them together. Sima Liang clamored, extremely arrogant. You're looking for death. Lu Ming looked at Sima Liang coldly and took a step forward, walking towards him. Who do you want to kill? Stay here. The Golden Crow 10th Crown Prince said coldly as he clawed at Lu Ming. However, the will of wind and thunder flashed across Lu Ming's body as he used the thundering wind steps. In a flash, Lu Ming dodged the attack of the 10th Golden Crow Prince and appeared in front of Sima Liang in an instant. Then he stretched out his hand to grab Sima Liang. Sima Liang was shocked. He unleashed all of his cultivation and a heavenly halberd appeared in his hand, which he then swung at Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming suddenly shouted and used the divine sword technique. 2 black rays of light shot out from his eyes and blasted into Sima Liang's spiritual god. Instantly, Sima Liang screamed in pain and his hands froze. When a martial artist made a breakthrough in their cultivation, they would also take the opportunity to condense their soul, and their soul power would also increase accordingly. When Lu Ming broke through to the first stage of the half-saint, his soul force had also improved. His soul power was already equivalent to the 3rd stage of the half-saint realm. Now that he had improved, he was infinitely close to the soul power of the saint realm. After using the divine sword technique, even if Sima Liang had a spiritual divine defensive treasure, he was still greatly affected. Chapter 1644 1644 Suppressing the Golden Crow Taodai. Sima Liang's movements paused for a moment. Lu Ming's claw had grabbed his throat. A terrifying force blasted out and surged into Sima Liang's body. Sima Liang's essential core was scattered immediately. The bones in his body crackled and many of them were broken. Release. Let me go. Sima Liang's eyes were filled with fear. I'll let you go. I've already given you a chance. You're the one who's looking for death. I can't help you. Lu Ming said coldly. Lu Ming, you'd better let him go. The 10th Golden Crow Prince said, his eyes shining with golden light and cold killing intent. He was the one who freed Lu Ming from his grasp. He grabbed Sima Liang and made him feel very embarrassed. You want me to let him go? Who do you think you are? Lu Ming looked at the 10th Golden Crow Prince, not giving him any face at all. In his palm, a violent force suddenly burst out. Bang! Sima Liang's body exploded in Lu Ming's hands. Then, he was crushed by the terrifying power and turned into ashes. The others gasped. How could Lu Ming's abilities be so terrifying? Sima Liang's abilities were definitely not weak. He was on par with most of the people at the scene. Yet, he could not even last one move against Lu Ming. He was as weak as a baby and could not fight back at all. Young Master Tianying, in particular, had spoken to Lu Ming earlier and was shivering. It's just a surprise attack by relying on soul attack techniques. You're courting death. Kill. The Golden Crow 10th Crown Prince shouted coldly. With a flash of golden light, he pounced toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming actually dared to berate him? He simply didn't know what death was. The 10th Golden Crow Prince's claws transformed into the Golden Crow's claws, suffused with the divine sun fire. He clawed at Lu Ming, wanting to kill him with a single claw. His aura was terrifying. On the side, Wang Lin wanted to help but was blocked by Tao Tai. The others looked on coldly. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He stood still and his palm was like a blade, slashing towards the 10th Golden Crow Prince. Lu Ming actually wants to fight the 10th Golden Crow Prince in close combat. He's really looking for death. The body of the Golden Crow is extremely powerful to begin with. The body of the 10th Golden Crow Prince is equivalent to a low-grade celestial spiritual body. Coupled with the infusion of the laws, it is even more terrifying. Lu Ming has no chance of winning in close combat. Some people could not help but mock Lu Ming when they saw that he was going to take the 10th Golden Crow Prince's claw with his palm. Bang! Lu Ming's palm landed on the claws of the 10th Golden Crow Prince, and a metallic sound rang out. The 10th Golden Crow Prince's expression changed drastically. He let out a furious roar and unleashed a flurry of claw shadows. Lu Ming's palms also struck out continuously. In an instant, the two of them clashed head-on and exchanged dozens of moves. But what was even more shocking was that after a few dozen moves, the Golden Crow 10th Prince was forced to retreat. He took a few steps back before he could regain his balance. His palm was trembling slightly and there was blood flowing out. In a head-on confrontation, he was no match for Lu Ming at all. His claws were cracked from the impact. The others were dumbfounded. How was this possible? In a head-on clash, Lu Ming actually had the upper hand in terms of physical strength, and he had injured the 10th Golden Crow Prince. "It's my turn." Lu Ming let out a long howl and charged toward the 10th Prince. His chaos domain, which had reached its peak, covered his entire body. He used the prison-suppressing heavenly art and attacked the 10th Prince in a frenzy. Gah! With a screech, the Golden Crow 10th Crown Prince transformed into his true form. His entire body glowed with a golden light, like a small sun. He flapped his wings and slashed at Lu Ming. However, as soon as he came into contact with Lu Ming, his body trembled as if it was torn apart. His divine sunfire and the law of flames were completely suppressed by Lu Ming's ultimate chaos domain. Boom! Golden feathers were dancing in the sky. The 10th Golden Crow Prince was enraged. He reached out with 3 claws at Lu Ming, but was knocked back by Lu Ming's punches. So strong! Everyone was shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength was so powerful that he could suppress the 10th Golden Crow Prince. He's made a breakthrough. He was already terrifying when he was in the 9th level of the Martial Royal Realm. Now that he's broken through to the Half-Saint Realm, his combat strength must be even stronger. Someone said, "Taoite, come and help me." The 10th Golden Crow Prince roared. Tao Tai transformed into his true form and was about to rush up to help, but Wang Lin blocked him. "Wang Lin, let him come at me together. They'll beat him up together today," Lu Ming said. The phoenix spirit's eyes shone with a strange light. Then she really dodged. The Tao Tai roared and pounced towards Lu Ming. "Kill!" Lu Ming shouted and launched the divine sword technique. He then raised his hand and cast the chaos sky-turning stamp at the Tao. The primal chaos sky-turning seal pressed down, almost crushing the Tao Tai town. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming was like a god of war as he launched a storm of attacks at the 10th Golden Crow Prince. The 10th Golden Crow Prince was forced to retreat and howl in anger. In the end, Lu Ming grabbed one of the Golden Crow 10th Prince's wings, lifted it up, and threw it at the charging Tao. With a bang, the Golden Crow 10th Prince and the Tao Tai collided, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Buzz! In the sky, a huge chaos sky-turning stamp appeared and pressed down on the Golden Crow 10th Prince and the Tao. The terrifying might caused the others to continuously retreat to the two ends of the Bridge of Helplessness, afraid of being affected. The 10th Golden Crow Prince and the Tao Tai howled as they fought back with all their might. However, it was useless. Lu Ming had used all his strength to cast the Chaos Empyrean Seal. It was extremely powerful. The bodies of the 10th Golden Crow Prince and the Tao Tai trembled violently as they were forced to the ground and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Everyone looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. Lu Ming was fighting 1 against 2, and he had actually suppressed the Golden Crow 10th Prince and the Tao Tai so much that they were lying on the ground and vomiting blood. How was this possible? Lu Ming's combat strength was strong. They were aware of this before. Now that Lu Ming had broken through, they had originally speculated that Lu Ming could fight with one of them or even win. However, he had completely crushed them. This was too terrifying. They did not know that Lu Ming's spirit body had refined a wisp of true chaos chi. Although it was still a low-tier celestial spirit body, it was already equivalent to a medium-tier celestial spirit body. Naturally, he would be able to completely crush the 10th Golden Crow Prince and Tao. Kill! The black dragon spear appeared in Lu Ming's hands and he charged toward the Golden Crow 10th Prince and the Tao. Let's go! The 10th Golden Crow Prince and the Tao Tai let out a loud roar as they suddenly charged towards the other side of the Bridge of Helplessness. They ran back the way they came from at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming's eyes flickered but he did not pursue. At this moment, the others looked at Lu Ming with fear and solemnness. Even the other heaven's favorites on the same level as the 10th Golden Crow Prince were no exception. Lu Ming, your combat strength has become stronger. I'm no match for you at all. Wang Lin walked over and smiled. Let's go out. Lu Ming smiled and did not say much. He walked back the way they came. Chapter 1645, 1645 Chapter 1645 Change. Saints around the other heaven's favorites remained silent. Finally, they looked at each other and returned to where they came from. Although they had all guessed that the inheritance of the reincarnation emperor was likely to fall into Lu Ming's hands, the combat strength that Lu Ming had just displayed was too strong. So what if it fell into Lu Ming's hands? What could they do? They would have to join forces to fight Lu Ming. However, judging from Lu Ming's combat strength, they would have to pay a heavy price even if they joined forces. They did not know how many people would die before they could take Lu Ming down. Which one of them was willing to take this risk? Lu Ming and Wang Lin walked in front. They soon passed through the small path and arrived at the area where the group of tombs was. However, when they walked into the tombs this time, there was no movement from the tombs. No illusionary figures came out to attack them. They passed through the tombs easily and arrived at the long passage. In front of him, the 10th Golden Crow Prince and Tao saw Lu Ming approaching and immediately broke into a run, running madly through the passageway. Lu Ming sneered and stepped into the passage with Wang Lin. He strode forward, and the others followed behind him. The amazing thing was that when they came in before, it took them half a month to pass through the passage. This time, they only used a day to reach the end. They saw the mountain that had been split open by the halberd. Lu Ming could not help but think of the reincarnation halberd that the reincarnation emperor had given him. It seemed to be the halberd that was formed after the fusion of 10 keys. Buzz! Buzz! Once they were out of the passageway, the 10th Golden Crow Prince and the Tao cast a cold glance at Lu Ming, then soared into the sky and flew into the distance. But right at this moment, a terrifying sword light appeared in the sky up ahead and slashed down towards the 10th Golden Crow Prince. This sword light looked like a rusty iron sword. It cut through the void and was hundreds of thousands of feet tall. At the same time, there was also a terrifying spear that was also covered in rust. It was incomparably huge as it charged towards Tao. Who's there? You're looking for death. The 10th Golden Crow Prince let out a long cry and flew up into the sky. The divine fire of the sun burned fiercely, and one of his claws grew rapidly as he tried to grab the iron sword. At the same time, the Tao roared and shot out a destructive light toward the spear. Boom! Boom! With two loud explosions, the figures of the 10th Golden Crow Prince and Tao were blocked. They were suspended in the air. Even with their combat strength, they were unable to rush out. Their eyes were like lightning as they looked forward. In front of him, two figures stepped through the air. The two figures were both wearing rusty iron armors, and their bodies were filled with a strong aura of death. The difference was that one was holding a sword, and the other was holding a spear. Undead, and two of them were in the Saint Realm. What's going on? The undead are actually attacking the 10th Golden Crow Prince. At this moment, Lu Ming and the rest had rushed out of the passage one after another. Someone asked doubtfully, "Kill, kill." The two undead saints stepped forward and charged toward the Golden Crow 10th Prince and Tao. Damn it! The 10th Golden Crow Prince and the Tao roared in anger. They could only use their full power to fight. Instantly, two balls of bright light burst out in the sky. Let's go! Some of the young men said as they flew in another direction. Although he didn't know why the two undead saints attacked the Golden Crow 10th Prince and Tao, it was better to leave as soon as possible while they were busy. At this moment, a terrifying roar shook the heavens and earth. A destructive light shot towards the few heaven's favorites who were flying at high speed. Not good. Quickly retreat. A few heaven's favorites roared and attacked. However, as the beam of light passed by, the few heaven's favorites retreated and blood flowed out of their mouths. Saint, it's the saint again. A few of the elites shouted. Roars were heard. On their left, a few giant creatures stepped in the air, exuding a terrible aura. It was the holy aura. Those huge creatures were all fierce beasts, and they were all in the saint realm. Then, a loud roar came from the right. A terrifying pressure spread towards Lu Ming and the others. A few figures appeared. Each figure was bathed in a brilliant light. Their faces could not be seen clearly, but their auras were definitely that of saints. At the same time, a powerful aura spread down from above their heads. A few saints had also appeared. There are 12 experts of the saint realm. What do they want? A young man's face turned pale. These saint realm experts were obviously from the various races on the 100-clan battlefield. They usually ruled their own areas, but they had actually gathered here today. Kill them all. A voice full of killing intent came from the sky. Kill. The beasts of the saint stage and the other strange races charged toward Lu Ming and the rest. Other than the 2 undead, there were a total of 10 saints who launched terrifying attacks at Lu Ming and the rest. Instantly, a heaven's favorite was blown up in the air and died. Buzz. A fearsome claw ray was aimed at Lu Ming, but he punched out and destroyed it. The scene was in a chaotic battle. Following that, a few more screams rang out as a few more geniuses were killed. A saint not only mastered laws, but also condensed saint power. Saint energy was completely different from Zhenyuan and demonic power. It was a qualitative improvement. Saint energy was extremely powerful and could easily destroy Zhenyuan and demonic power. Although these geniuses were powerful, unless they entered the 3rd level of the half-saint realm, they would still find it difficult to fight against a saint. Charge! Let's charge out together! Someone shouted. Facing 10 saints, they had to work together to have a chance. Kill! Lu Ming and Wang Lin dashed to the left. The other paragons gathered together and charged with Lu Ming. Roar! A few huge saint realm demonic beasts roared and charged at Lu Ming. One of them looked like a giant lizard with bone spikes all over its body. It was at least a few hundred meters long. It stretched out its huge claws and clawed at Lu Ming. This was a beast at the lower tier of the bright saint realm. Lu Ming threw a punch at the beast's sharp claws. Bang! Lu Ming's punch landed on the beast's sharp claws. The beast's huge body was forced to retreat. In terms of strength, he was no match for Lu Ming. The 10th Golden Crow Prince and the Taotai could fight with ordinary saints. With Lu Ming's combat power, he could easily suppress an ordinary saint realm beast. As the gigantic beast retreated, Lu Ming and the rest charged forward at top speed. Stop them! The other beasts roared loudly. A few of them in the sky also charged toward Lu Ming and the rest. Let's attack together. Die! Wang Lin shouted. The undying flame burned on her body, and a flaming phoenix rushed out toward a beast. Thunderbolts filled the air. Yi Dongfang was beside the phoenix spirit. The sky was filled with thunderbolts, forming a huge thunderbolt sword that slashed at a beast. One of the yellow-robed young men's arms suddenly grew bigger. His face was covered with rocks. He punched at the sky and blocked a saint. As for the other heaven's favorites, they gathered together and attacked with all sorts of methods. Chapter 1646, 1646 Chapter 1646 Full of doubts. Although the heaven's favorites in the 2nd stage of the half-saint realm were slightly weaker, they were still a force to be reckoned with when they gathered together. The power of all kinds of laws intertwined and blasted into the sky. Even though the opponent was a saint, he was still forced to retreat. As for Lu Ming, he held the chaos sky-turning seal in his hand and threw it at the huge lizard-like beast. Bang! The lizard-like ferocious beast was hit by the chaos sky-turning stamp and was forced to retreat. Its skin and flesh were torn open and blood was flowing out. They took the opportunity to charge forward. Stay here! A cold voice suddenly came from the front. A huge demonic palm grabbed at them. The vast aura made Lu Ming's expression change. Great mastery of bright saint. Lu Ming roared angrily. The other party had even sent out a great mastery bright saint. They were going to kill them. Each level of the saint realm was divided into 4 levels: initial, upper, peak, and perfection. The gap between each level was huge, even bigger than the gap between each level of the martial royal realm. Why did the saints of the various races in the 100-clan battlefield join forces to kill them? At this moment, Lu Ming and the other young men were filled with questions. However, now was not the time to be confused. The most important thing was to rush out first. "Join hands with me," Lu Ming shouted. His hands were like phantoms as the chaos domain boiled. A huge chaos sky-turning seal was formed and blasted toward the huge demonic palm. On the side, Wang Lin Yidongfang, the yellow-robed young man, and the other powerful cultivators all joined forces. Their terrifying attacks merged into a colorful light pillar and rushed toward the demonic palm. Boom! The demonic palm was crushed immediately. Lu Ming was at the forefront. He immediately changed direction and flew at top speed. The rest of the people followed behind him. The Saint Realm experts were in hot pursuit. On the other side, the 10th Golden Crow Prince and Taodai had also broken through the other party's blockade and fled into the distance. Boom! On the other side, another demonic palm formed and grabbed towards them. They continued to work together and destroyed the demonic palm. They were flying forward rapidly, but the saints behind them were hot on their heels. There was also a terrifying demonic light flying toward them. The existence in the demonic light was a powerhouse at the great mastery of the bright saint realm. Let's split up. Otherwise, if we're targeted like this, none of us will be able to escape, Lu Ming said. The expressions of the others changed rapidly. Well, split up. We'll only have a chance if 3 to 5 people join forces. Yi Dongfang shouted and turned into a bolt of lightning, rushing in another direction. Let's go! Then, the yellow-robed young man was also sent flying. The other 2 heavens favorites who had reached the womb realm also flew out. Following that, the weaker ones split up into groups of 3 to 5 and fled into the distance. As for Lu Ming and Huang Ling, they flew straight ahead at top speed, raising their speed to the maximum. You guys go after those people. Leave those 2 to me. The being in the demonic light had its eyes on Lu Ming and was chasing after him. The other saints scattered and chased after the others. Buzz! Buzz! With one chasing and one escaping, Lu Ming, Huang Ling, and the existence in the ball of demonic light flew tens of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. The ball of demonic light was approaching Lu Ming and Lin Feng at an alarming speed. Bubble! With a thought from Lu Ming, Bubbles, who was hiding in the pagoda, appeared and opened a space-time tunnel. Lu Ming and Feng Ling rushed in and appeared 10,000 miles away. Then, Bubbles continued to open the tunnel. After a few times, they completely shook off the ball of demonic light. It seems like Bubbles has also advanced. Lu Ming's heart stirred. In the Yuan continent, when Bubbles opened the space-time tunnel in the past, he could only travel a few thousand miles. Now, he could travel 10,000 miles. It seemed like Bubbles had also improved during the 3 months that he had experienced 9 reincarnations. She should have reached the first stage of the half-saint realm, and her strength had increased greatly. They flew for another 100,000 miles before stopping. Why do these saints want to kill us? Is it because we entered the tomb of the reincarnation king? Huang Ling frowned and couldn't figure it out. Lu Ming shook his head. He could not figure it out either. If it was because of the tomb of the reincarnation emperor, it should be the undead race that attacked them because it was the territory of the undead race. Why were there so many races? Moreover, Lu Ming felt that the being in the last ball of magic light should be a human. In the 100-clan battlefield, the only humans who had reached the Saint Realm were the natives. Let's go back to Darkwater City first, he said. Lu Ming said. The Phoenix spirit nodded and the 2 of them flew towards Darkwater City. After a while, many figures gathered in front of the mountain where the tomb of the reincarnation king was. There were 2 saints from the undead race, a few powerful beasts, and other races. All 12 saints had gathered here. Damn it, those people escaped. I only killed a dozen or so. The giant lizard that was badly beaten by Lu Ming let out an angry roar. At this moment, a ball of demonic light flew over. The other saints all looked at the demonic light. The demonic light was retracted, revealing a figure. It was a human, a black-robed old man with a gloomy face. I deliberately disclosed the information of the tomb of the reincarnation emperor to these foreign talents so that they would fight each other for the tomb. I didn't expect that these people didn't lose much after entering the tomb. What a mistake! The black-robed old man said in a low voice. What do we do now? A saint asked. Kill. We must kill him. The 100-clan battlefield belongs to us, the black-robed elder said in a cold voice. The wealth and treasures here belong to us. However, the large sects and factions outside have been sending young geniuses here for many years to plunder the wealth and kill the creatures of our various races. Even the humans who have been training outside have been killed by them. That's why we have to kill them this time. We have to kill them until the large sects in the outside world are afraid. After we kill them, they won't dare to send anyone in again. This way, the 100-clan battlefield will truly belong to us in the future. The black-robed elder's words made the other sages present angry and filled with killing intent. Well, inform all the races to hunt for foreign talents. Also, many of them will probably go to the Alliance Mountain. When the time comes, we'll ambush them there. Remember, pick the most talented ones to kill. The more talented they are, the more heartache and fear they'll feel. They won't dare to send anyone here in the future. The black-robed elder said. All right, let's do that. I'll immediately inform the other races. Ambush and kill foreign heaven's favorites. The other sages nodded and turned into streaks of light, leaving the place. Chapter 1647 all caught Lu Ming and Wang Lin flew towards Darkwater City. 2 days later, Darkwater City appeared in front of them. When the two of them entered the city gate, the soldiers guarding the city looked at them coldly, but they did not move. The soldiers guarding the gate, something is wrong. They seem to want to attack us. Walking on the streets of Darkwater City, Wang Lin frowned. It's not just the guards. The other people on the street are also looking at me weirdly. Also, did you notice that you don't seem to see any young men who are too powerful? Lu Ming also frowned. Wang Lin sized them up and realized that the people on the street were looking at them with strange expressions. Moreover, there really weren't many young experts. Occasionally, he would see some whose cultivation wasn't very strong. It was obvious that they were local youths. It was as if the young heaven's favorites who came here to train had disappeared into thin air. Not good. I'm afraid the situation has changed. Lu Ming had a bad premonition. Let's go to the Phoenix Palace first. Wang Lin was a little anxious. The two of them rose into the air and flew toward the Phoenix Palace. Soon, they arrived at the Phoenix Palace. However, there was no one in the Phoenix Palace. The Phoenix Palace was completely empty. There was not a single disciple of the Phoenix Palace. It was as if the disciples of the Phoenix Palace had vanished into thin air. What's going on? Could it be that something had happened in the past 3 months that caused all the young sovereigns to leave Darkwater City? Or have they all withdrawn from the 100-clan battlefield? Wang Lin was very confused. On the way, she had learned from Lu Ming that they had stayed in the tomb of the reincarnation emperor for 3 months. Holy maiden! At this moment, an old woman flew over and bowed to Feng Ling. You are... Wang Lin was stunned. Holy maiden, it's me. At this moment, the old woman's form changed rapidly, turning into a young and beautiful woman. The old woman earlier was this woman in disguise. Huang Xian, it's you. What happened? Wang Lin asked. It was obvious that the young woman was a disciple of Phoenix Palace. The saintess has been captured. The other senior and junior brothers and sisters have been captured by the local experts. I was able to disguise myself and blended into the local crowd in time. That's how I escaped. Saintess, let's go. The local experts will be here soon. Huang Xian said anxiously. A native expert? Huang Ling was a little stunned. Buzz, buzz, and NBSP whoosh. At this time, a violent air-piercing sound was heard. At least a few dozen rainbow lights cut through the void and flew toward them. Dozens of powerhouses in armor descended above the Phoenix Palace in an instant, exuding a powerful aura. The dozens of people were all in the half-saint realm. More than a dozen of them were in the 3rd stage of the half-saint realm, the realm where the laws could be infused into the body. Take down all of the foreign chosen. A burly man shouted. Attack! Dozens of experts attacked immediately. They launched fierce attacks, wanting to severely injure Lu Ming and Wang Lin in one go. You're looking for death, die? Wang Lin shouted angrily. The immortal flame burned and turned into an immortal flame phoenix. It pounced forward and killed 5 or 6 half-saints with a flap of its wings. On the other hand, Lu Ming threw more than a dozen punches in a row. Each punch sent a fist radiance flying through the air. Each fist radiance could blow up an expert in the air. To Lu Ming, there was no difference whether it was the law tank or the second stage of the half-saint. He could kill an ordinary half-saint in one move. Evil creature, you're looking for death. At this time, a loud shout came from the depths of Darkwater City, and a terrifying aura shot up into the sky. Oh no, it's a sage. Let's rush out first. Huang Ling's expression changed. All right, Lu Ming said. Then he used the Thunderwind steps and appeared in front of a local half-saint in a flash. He reached out and grabbed the man's throat. Then he carried the burly man and rushed out of the Darkwater City with Huang Ling and Huang Xian. In the depths of Darkwater City, an elder rushed out and slashed out a terrifying sword light. This was an expert in the initial sacred brightness realm. Lu Ming threw a punch and destroyed the sword light. Huang Ling used her vital essence to carry Huang Xian, and the 3 of them rushed out of Darkwater City at top speed. In a short while, he rushed out of Darkwater City and rushed into the distance. In Darkwater City, the old man in the sage realm seemed to be a little afraid and did not pursue. Lu Ming and the rest only stopped after flying for a long time. Lu Ming sealed the cultivation of the local half-saint and threw him on the ground. Huang Xian, what's going on? Huang Ling asked. I don't know either. About a month ago, the locals suddenly launched an attack. Many of the saints attacked the talents of the foreign forces. Many of them were killed. Many of our Phoenix Palace died as well. The others were captured, and some of them escaped the city. Huang Xian explained. What are the races on the 100-clan battlefield trying to do? Huang Ling's eyes were burning with flames. They had also been attacked by the saints of various races in the 100-clan battlefield after coming out of the tomb of the reincarnation emperor. Was this all a coincidence? Well, no, if we ask this guy. Lu Ming stepped on the local half-saint's Danton and said, Speak, why did you attack us? Haha, don't you know your own limits? The 100-clan battlefield belongs to the various races of the 100-clan battlefield. You outsiders, there are always people coming in to plunder the treasures here and kill the people of the various races. You all deserve to die. This time, the various races of the 100-clan battlefield have joined forces to kill all of you so that the large sects in the outside world will never dare to send anyone here again. The local half-saint laughed wildly. I see. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. It seemed like the native races held a deep grudge against the foreign heavens favorites. They must have planned this for a long time to kill them. It didn't matter how strong the large sects and factions outside were. Experts above the Saint realm couldn't enter the 100-clan battlefield. As a result, they could only give up on the 100-clan battlefield, a place where geniuses were trained. Tell me, where are the people you captured hiding? Huang Ling asked. There's no harm in telling you. Those who were caught in the Alliance Mountain were all taken there, including the disciples of your Phoenix Palace. They'll all be killed there and sacrificed to our ancestors. Ha! The local half-saint laughed. Meng Mountain. Huang Ling frowned. She then looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, I'm going to Meng Mountain to save the disciples of Phoenix Palace. I'll take my leave now. They had formed an alliance because of the tomb of the Samsara Emperor. Now that the trip to the tomb of the Samsara Emperor was over, their alliance was naturally over. Huang Ling, I'm afraid this is a trap set by the native races. It's probably very dangerous to go to the Alliance Mountain. Lu Ming said, I know, but I can't just leave so many disciples of Phoenix Palace. Phoenix Spirit sighed. Chapter 1648, 1648 Killing a saint stage ferocious beast. Those who could enter the 100-clan battlefield were all geniuses, and most of them had superior earth spiritual bodies. If they all died here, the Phoenix Palace would suffer a great loss. She was the Phoenix Palace's saintess, so she had to be saved. "I'll go with you." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "You're coming with me?" Wang Lin was stunned. "An extra person, an extra helper, why? Are you touched?" Lu Ming said with a smile. "Many thanks." Wang Lin cupped her fists. "All right, then let's set off to the Alliance Mountain. This is also a training experience, but this time, our opponents have changed to saints." Lu Ming laughed heroically. Then his vital essence burst forth and killed the local half-saint. After that, Lu Ming, Huang Ling, and Huang Xian headed for the Union Mountain. Huang Ling had been in the 100-clan battlefield for a long time, so she naturally knew where the Alliance Mountain was. Alliance Mountain was the place where all the races of the 100-clan battlefield gathered. Every once in a while, the various races of the 100-tribe battlefield would gather at the Alliance Mountain to discuss matters. A day later, the three of them had already covered a long distance. Boom, boom. Suddenly, a violent explosion came from the front. The sky rumbled loudly, and the sky was filled with lightning. Following that, there was a roar and a sword chi that broke through the air and shot into the clouds. There, a terrifying battle was taking place. "Let's go take a look," Lu Ming said. The three of them concealed their auras and flew into the sky. The fluctuations in front of him were very shocking. There were two mighty beams of saintly might that filled the sky. "It's him, Yidong Fong." Not long after, Lu Ming saw the people engaged in a great battle. One of them was Yi Dongfang. In addition, there were two experts besieging Yi Dongfang. One of them was a giant lizard-like beast with bone spikes all over its body. It was the beast that had fought with Lu Ming outside the tomb of the Samsara Emperor. The other one was a human saint. He was in existence at the initial Bright Saint realm. In reality, it was extremely difficult to break through to the Saint realm in the 100-clan battlefield. As a result, most of the saints in the 100-clan battlefield were initial Bright Saints. "You can't escape. Today, you must die." The giant lizard beast roared and its claws were like mountains as it attacked Yi Dongfang. The human saint's sword light bloomed, and it was extremely terrifying. He kept slashing at Yi Dongfang. Yi Dongfang was strong, but he was no match for two saints alone. He was in a bad shape, his hair disheveled, his body covered in blood, and his breath weak. He let out a long roar as if he had transformed into a god of thunder. Terrifying power of thunder filled the air, and the laws of thunder burst forth as he fought with the two saints. The thick lightning sometimes swept across a mountain, and the mountain would directly collapse. However, a saint was just as terrifying. His saint power was unparalleled. With one strike, he could obliterate the power of the lightning laws. "Save Yi Dongfang," Lu Ming said. "All right." Huang Ling nodded. Yi Dongfang was a decent man, and they were still too weak to go to the Meng Mountains. If they could get Yi Dongfang to help them, they would be even stronger. "Leave the giant lizard to me. You and Yi Dongfang will deal with the human warrior," Lu Ming said. The Phoenix spirit nodded and let Huang Xian stay here. Huang Xian could not interfere in a battle of this level. "Sila." Lu Ming activated the thundering wind steps. With a flash of wind and thunder, his figure dashed out rapidly towards the giant lizard beast. The black dragon spear appeared in Lu Ming's hands and he flung it out abruptly. Like a bolt of lightning, it tore through the air and stabbed at the giant lizard beast. Lu Ming's spirit body was very powerful now. When he threw the spear, it was covered with the ultimate chaos domain. The terrifying sound of the spear breaking through the air made the giant lizard beast feel frightened. The giant lizard beast roared and ignored Yi Dongfang. It slapped the black dragon spear with its scale-covered palm. The black dragon spear pierced through the scales on the giant lizard beast's claws, all the way to the handle. The giant lizard beast's palm was bleeding profusely. It let out an explosive roar, and at this moment, Lu Ming had already arrived. "It's you!" The giant lizard beast roared angrily, a hint of fear in its eyes. He was very clear about Lu Ming's combat strength. "This time I'll kill you," Lu Ming said coldly. A chaos sky-turning stamp formed in his palm and suppressed the lizard beast. The giant lizard roared and fought back with all its might. However, after colliding with the primal chaos heaven-flipping seal, its huge body trembled and it retreated continuously. "Kill!" Lu Ming shouted. A chaos sky-turning stamp appeared in each of his hands and he smashed it at the giant lizard beast. Boom, boom. The two consecutive attacks made it difficult for the giant lizard to stand in the air. It was smashed to the ground, causing dust to fly everywhere. On the other side, Lu Ming's participation jolted Yi Dongfang's spirit. The power of lightning spread all over his body, and he focused all his attention on the human saint. At this time, Wang Lin had also arrived and joined forces with Yi Dongfang. The human saint was immediately at a disadvantage. "You're the one who's going to die today." Yi Dongfang seemed like he was going to explode with anger. He attacked the human saint like a storm. With the help of Wang Lin, the human saint was hit by a bolt of lightning. Even his saint power protection was penetrated, and he spat out blood. "Damn it!" The human saint shouted angrily and wanted to retreat. However, neither Wang Lin nor Yi Dongfang was weaker than him. He couldn't get out at the moment. On the other side, Lu Ming had already completely suppressed the giant lizard beast. He rushed onto the back of the giant lizard beast and used the prison suppression heaven technique. His vital essence surged into the flowing essence gloves in a frenzy and blasted the back of the giant lizard beast. Boom! As the punch landed, scales flew everywhere and a huge hole was blasted on the back of the giant lizard beast. Even its bone armor was broken. Its huge body heavily smashed into the ground, creating a huge pit. The giant lizard beast howled in pain. Its saint energy condensed into a terrifying attack, trying to blast Lu Ming off its back. At this moment, more than 10 holy weapons appeared on Lu Ming's body. Like the black wings, a shield holy weapon blocked the lizard beast's attack. Lu Ming grabbed a holy weapon sword and stabbed it into the wound on the lizard beast. The sword chi exploded and pierced deep into the lizard beast's body. Then Lu Ming's power burst out and he cut horizontally. Sila! The giant lizard beast's body was almost cut in half, and blood flowed all over the ground. The giant lizard beast roared as its huge body rolled on the ground. Lu Ming soared into the sky. In the sky, an exceptionally huge chaos sky-turning seal condensed. This was the chaos sky-turning seal at its full power. Boom! The 100% power of the primal chaos sky-turning seal pressed down on the giant lizard beast and smashed into it. Although the giant lizard beast tried its best to counterattack, it was useless. It was already severely injured, so how could it block the 100% power of the chaos sky-turning seal? Chapter 1649 Alliance Mountain. Joining hands, the ground exploded and gravel flew everywhere. A huge pit appeared on the ground. When the primal chaos sky-turning seal disappeared, the giant lizard beast lay in the deep pit like a pool of mud. There was no sign of life. The saint stage lizard beast was dead. It was killed by Lu Ming. On the other battlefield, the human saint was terrified when he saw this. He was almost scared to death. He could kill a saint before he became a saint. Even though he was a member of the 100 Clan battlefield and had seen countless foreign prodigies since he was young, it was still extremely rare for someone to have such a battle record. For example, geniuses like Wang Lin, Yi Dongfang, and the Golden Crow 10th Prince who had reached the 3rd stage of the half-saint realm could only fight with ordinary saints. It was impossible to kill them, unless it was an even stronger heaven's favorite. But now Lu Ming had done it. Even Yi Dongfang and Wang Lin were shocked. Even though they came from a huge emperor-ranked power and had seen many things, such a battle record was extremely rare. Most importantly, Lu Ming was only at the 1st stage of the half-saint realm. If he could reach the 2nd stage of the half-saint realm, comprehend the laws, or even reach the 3rd stage of the half-saint realm, how terrifying would his combat power be? The saint tried his best to break out of the encirclement, but he was entangled by Wang Lin and Yi Dongfang. He was hit by Wang Lin and almost burned half of his body. With a wave of his hand, the black dragon spear that had pierced into the giant lizard beast's palm flew out and was put away by Lu Ming. He then looked around and finally found a storage ring in the giant lizard beast's mouth. Then, step by step, he walked toward the human saint, which made the human saint's heart turn cold. 12 saint weapons surrounded Lu Ming. He held the black dragon spear and charged at the human saint like a bolt of black lightning. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. With Lu Ming's participation, the human saint's fate was sealed. In the end, it let out an indignant roar and was killed by Lu Ming and the other two. As for the human saint's storage ring, Huang Ling and Yi Dongfang did not take it. They said that it was Lu Ming's credit, so Lu Ming naturally took it without any hesitation. "Brother Lu, Miss Feng Ling, thank you for saving me." Yi Dong saluted Lu Ming and Feng Ling, his eyes filled with gratitude. If not for Lu Ming and Huang Ling, he would have been surrounded by 2 saints and would have been in danger. "It's nothing, no need to be so polite. Brother Yi, where are you going next?" Lu Ming asked. "I was planning to go to the Alliance Mountain. I heard that many disciples of the Thunder God sect are imprisoned there. I was going to save them, but I didn't expect to be attacked by 2 saints." Yi Dongfang said. That's great. We're going to Meng Mountain too. How about we work together?" Lu Ming said with a smile. Yi Dongfang's eyes lit up and he said in joy, "That's great, I can't ask for more." The 4 of them immediately left and flew towards the Meng Mountains. Although Yi Dongfang was slightly injured, it was not particularly serious. With his thunder attribute heavenly spirit body, his vitality was extremely strong, and he could heal his injuries while flying. Another day passed, and a majestic mountain appeared in front of the 4. The mountain was huge, lush, and full of towering trees. This was the Alliance Mountain. The 4 of them didn't approach. Instead, they hid in the clouds and watched from a distance. With their eyesight, they could clearly see the situation on the mountain even from a distance. At the top of the mountain, there was a flat piece of land. Many young people were sitting on it. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 of them. They were all prodigies from various sects and powers who had entered the 100-clan battlefield. "A disciple of Phoenix Palace," Huang Ling said softly. Among the crowd, she saw about 20 Phoenix Palace disciples. At the same time, Yi Dongfang also discovered the disciples of Thunder God Palace. There were powerhouses standing guard around these young men. There were humans and terrifying alien races, 1 in each direction. There were 4 of them in total, and they were obviously all saints. In other areas of the mountain, there were also figures moving, but they were all below the saint realm. Only 4 sage realm experts? A flash of lightning appeared in Yi Dongfang's eyes, but he did not act rashly. The various races of the 100-clan battlefield have been planning this for a long time. Their main goal is to kill a large number of prodigies. But now, there are so many people imprisoned here. They're clearly trying to lure us here for an ambush. In guessing that there are many powerful existences hidden in the dark. Lu Ming speculated. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known that they were being escorted here so easily. I'm afraid that the locals have already received the news. As long as we ask, they will tell us the news. Huang Ling also nodded. Then what should we do? We can't just sit here and do nothing. After a few days, the other party might really make a move. Yi Dongfang said anxiously. I have an idea, but we don't have enough people. We still need some help. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming said, there are many disciples of the sects and forces who have been captured here. There will definitely be others coming to rescue them. We will contact them secretly and attack together, said Huang Ling. The 4 of them observed for a while, then retreated to a cloud in the distance to observe from a distance. In another direction of Lu Ming's group of 4, 2 figures in golden robes stood in a mass of clouds. One of them was the 10th Golden Crow Prince, and the other was also a member of the Golden Crow race. Crown Prince, what do we do now? There are more than a dozen people in my clan. If they capture us, should we save them or not? The Golden Crow race member asked. Save? The other side has many experts and is obviously waiting for us to take the bait. In order to save them, We put ourselves in danger. Do you think it's worth it? The Golden Crow 10th Prince said coldly. And NBSP, the Golden Crow race member, lowered his head and didn't speak. Let's go. Leave the 100-clan battlefield. The 10th Golden Crow Prince said coldly. He then retreated and disappeared. Following that, more and more people came to watch from afar. However, there were some who did the same thing as the Golden Crow 10th Prince and immediately backed out. There were others who were unwilling to give up and paced back and forth in the surroundings, hiding and watching from a distance. Lu Ming and the other three flew toward a mountain peak where 4 young geniuses were. Who is it? The 4 of them looked at Lu Ming and the rest at the same time. It's you guys? The 4 of them were stunned. Xia Ding, the 4 of you should also want to save him, right? Lu Ming stepped forward. The 4 of them were Xia Ding and the other 3 who had attacked Lu Ming and Wang Lin in an attempt to steal the map and key to the tomb of the Samsara King. Not bad. Xia Ding stared at Lu Ming and said cautiously. Lu Ming's current combat strength was extremely shocking. If he were to take revenge and attack them, the 4 of them would not be a match for Lu Ming even if they joined forces. How about we join forces? We also want to save people. Lu Ming said. Join hands? Xia Ding and the other 3's gazes flickered before they turned to look at Huang Ling and Yi Dongfeng. All right, we agree to join hands. After a moment of silence, Xia Ding nodded his head. Chapter 1650, 1650 Chapter 1650 Saving people. Just like that, Lu Ming's team had 4 more people. In the next 2 days, Lu Ming and the group wandered around and invited some people to join forces. For example, the yellow-robed young man and another strong cultivator were no weaker than Yi Dongfeng. There were also a few other Heaven's favorites who were slightly weaker. In this way, they added up to more than a dozen people. For example, there were 4 people at the level of Yi Dongfeng and Huang Ling. Lu Ming, what is your plan? Huang Ling could not help but ask Lu Ming. I have a technique that can change my aura. I'll disguise myself as a native and approach the top of the mountain. Then you guys pretend to attack and attract some experts. I'll rush in and save those who need to be saved. Then we'll break out of the siege together. Lu Ming said. Are you sure no one can recognize your aura-changing technique? Some people were skeptical. Lu Ming smiled. He activated the illusionary breath technique, and the aura on his body changed to be exactly the same as that person. The expressions of the people present changed drastically. There was actually such a mystical secret technique. Lu Ming smiled. The illusionary breathing technique that he had obtained in the divine wilderness continent back then was indeed amazing. Even now, it was still very useful. As long as his cultivation level doesn't exceed mine by too much, he won't be able to sense it. It shouldn't be a problem to hide from a few bright sages for a short time. Lu Ming said. All right, let's do that. Yi Dongfeng waved his hand, and a hint of fighting intent appeared in his eyes. The others agreed one after another. This method was better than directly attacking. Wait for me in the distance. When I'm close to the peak, I'll send a message to Feng Ling that's the time to attack. Lu Ming said. The others nodded in succession. Then, Lu Ming landed on the ground. The chaos domain transformed into the earth domain. Lu Ming's body sank into the ground and disappeared. Lu Ming shuttled through the ground, completely concealing his aura as he headed for the Union Mountain. As Lu Ming approached the Union Mountain, he picked a local who was at the 9th level martial royal realm and killed him in an instant. Then, Lu Ming changed his clothes and changed his appearance rapidly. In the end, he looked exactly the same as the other person, even his aura. After throwing the corpse into a cave, Lu Ming swaggered to the peak. Naturally, there were no obstacles along the way. Very soon, Lu Ming arrived at the top of the mountain. In front of him, a huge blood-red tiger suddenly opened its eyes. Its lightning-like gaze fell on Lu Ming, as if it wanted to see through him. The blood-red tiger was one of the 4 saints who were guarding the mountain. What are you doing here? The blood-red tiger opened its mouth, and a saint's might emanated from it. Its aura was oppressive. Senior, I have important news to report to you. Lu Ming said. What news? The blood-red tiger said. This? Lu Ming hesitated for a moment. He looked left and right on purpose. He held a voice transmission jade talisman in his hand and secretly sent a message to Wang Lin. In the distance, in a cloud, Wang Lin received Lu Ming's message. Lu Ming has sent out the news. Let's do it, said Huang Ling instantly. More than a dozen figures rushed towards Meng Mountain at extreme speed. The air whistled and released a terrifying aura. They've finally made their move. The blood-red tiger sneered and looked in the direction of Huang Ling and the others, but it did not move. Boom, boom. At this moment, terrifying auras shot up into the sky from the Union Mountain. The holy might was vast, and 10 different figures rushed out. There were indeed terrifying experts lying in ambush here. 10 saints charged towards Huang Ling and the others. Not good, there are too many experts on the other side. Retreat! Retreat! Huang Ling shouted and they retreated quickly. Don't let them get away. Some of the saints roared, and the 10 saints chased after Huang Ling. This time, I'm going to leave all of them behind. The blood-red tiger sneered, then looked at Lu Ming. What did you want to report? Senior, what I want to say is that there are other people who have sneaked in. Lu Ming said. Who is it? The blood-red tiger's eyes shone with golden light. That is... Lu Ming suddenly let out a loud roar. He stomped on the ground, causing the ground to crack. Lu Ming's figure charged towards the blood-red tiger, and he threw a punch at the blood-red tiger. Lu Ming had used almost all his strength in this punch. You! The blood-red tiger did not expect that Lu Ming would suddenly attack. It wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The punch landed squarely on the tiger's head. Even though the tiger was a Saint Realm expert, it could not withstand the blow. Its entire head exploded and its body flew out. Buzz! Lu Ming rushed over immediately. The space between his brows glowed and the mountain and river diagram appeared. A beam of light descended and enveloped the disciples of the Phoenix Palace. The disciples of Phoenix Palace were sucked into the mountain and river diagram. Then, the light of the mountain and river diagram turned again, and the disciples of the Thunder God sect were also taken in. You're looking for death. Kill him. At this moment, the saints who were guarding the other directions finally reacted. They were furious and rushed toward Lu Ming. Collect, collect, collect. Lu Ming controlled the mountain and river diagram and frantically kept the young men. A pagoda appeared above his head. Bubbles cast the space-time domain and 3 transparent bubbles suddenly enveloped the 3 saints, causing them to stop in midair. Bubbles had already reached the half-saint stage and was extremely powerful. When she used her space-time domain, it was enough to affect a saint. By the time the 3 saints broke free of the space-time domain's influence, Lu Ming had already taken away more than half of the youths on the mountaintop. Kill, kill! A loud shout came from the Union Mountain. A beam of demonic light shot out and a black-robed elder appeared, exuding a terrifying aura. It's him! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. This black-robed old man had fought outside the tomb of the Samsara Emperor. He was a great sage and was extremely powerful. Lu Ming was not his match yet. Let's go! Lu Ming put away the mountain and river diagram and dashed into the distance. Save us, save us! The remaining young men shouted madly, and among them were the Golden Crow race. However, Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He could not be bothered with these people. Furthermore, the elites of these sects had already retreated on their own, such as the 10th Golden Crow Prince. Why would Lu Ming save them? The people that Lu Ming had saved were those who had joined forces with them. Stay here! The black-robed elder's killing intent was extremely strong. Demonic chi soared to the sky as a huge palm print came crashing down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming got Bubbles to open a space-time tunnel and he rushed into it. When he reappeared, he was already near Huang Ling and the rest. Let's go! The group of people gathered and flew forward at high speed. However, the next moment, Lu Ming and the rest had a drastic change of expression. Because a few auras rose up in front of him. They were extremely terrifying auras. Chapter 1651, breaking out of the encirclement and returning to the tomb of King Samsara. Boom. 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 In front of him, there were a total of 10 auras, like smoke signals, extremely terrifying. The most shocking thing was that 4 of the auras were no weaker than the black-robed elder. They were not ordinary saints, but perfected bright saints. One of them even had a world-shaking aura, much stronger than a great bright saint. A peak bright saint. Many people's faces turned pale. This time, the other party had sent a peak bright saint, for in the upper tier of the bright saint realm, and more than 10 in the lower tier. Such a lineup was too terrifying. If they were surrounded, they would only have a path of death. They would not have any chance. All of you, enter my mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming roared and summoned the mountain and river diagram. With so many people, they would definitely not be able to rush out. If Lu Ming was alone, it might be possible. The others did not resist. Lu Ming's combat strength surpassed theirs. If Lu Ming could not break out, they would not be able to either. In an instant, everyone was kept into the mountain and river diagram by Lu Ming. Then, Lu Ming used the thundering wind steps, changed his direction, and dashed out like a bolt of lightning. This kid has a grotto heaven treasure. Don't let him escape. A furious roar rang out. More than 20 sages chased after Lu Ming frantically. Among them, the powerhouse at the peak of the bright saint realm was the fastest. He took the lead and quickly chased after Lu Ming. Behind him, the 4 great perfected bright saints, including the black-robed elder, followed closely. No matter how amazing the thundering wind steps was and how fast he was, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the first stage of the half-saint realm. He was still far behind the mastery of the bright saint realm or even the peak of the bright saint realm. Hence, he was still slower. Buzz. The powerhouse at the peak of the bright saint realm was approaching Lu Ming at an alarming speed. A terrifying saber light slashed out from this person's hand, aiming at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed. He was definitely not a match for a peak bright saint. At this moment, the bubbles opened a space-time tunnel. Lu Ming rushed into the space-time tunnel and appeared thousands of miles away. Space-time domain, damn it. The powerhouse at the peak of the bright saint stage roared. The aura on his body rumbled and his speed suddenly increased. He turned into a stream of light and rushed toward Lu Ming, traveling thousands of miles in an instant. So fast. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. He flew at high speed, but not long after, the other party closed the distance between them. Lu Ming had no choice but to let bubbles open the space-time tunnel again. Just like that, after a few more times, the other saints had already left him in the dust. However, the peak bright saint was still following closely behind. We can't continue like this. Lu Ming's mind kept spinning. It consumed a lot of energy for bubbles to open the space-time tunnel. It was impossible for them to open it continuously. At most, they could open it for more than 10 times before their energy was exhausted. The space-time tunnel could only be used to save one's life at a critical moment, but it was unrealistic to use it to travel. At this rate, the other party would catch up to Lu Ming before he could rush out of the 100-clan battlefield. Let's go to the tomb of the reincarnation king. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He had no choice but to go to the tomb of the reincarnation emperor and try his best. If it did not work, Lu Ming could only use the reincarnation halberd. However, the reincarnation halberd only had 2 streams of energy. If it was used at full force, it could kill anyone below the emperor realm. It was too precious. It was a waste to use it on a person at the peak of the bright saint realm. Lu Ming was definitely not willing to use it unless he had no other choice. Lu Ming immediately changed his direction and flew towards the tomb of the reincarnation king. Fortunately, they were not too far away from the tomb of the Samsara emperor. Every time Lu Ming was almost caught up by the other party, he would ask Bubbles to open the space-time tunnel and increase the distance between them. Then he would fly on his own to give Bubbles time to recover. When the other party approached, he would open a space-time tunnel and increase the distance. Just like that, one chased and the other chased, boundless mountains and rivers flitted past under their feet. After an unknown period of time, Just as the bubble's energy was about to be exhausted, a huge mountain that had been split into two appeared in front of them. They had arrived at the tomb of the reincarnation king. Lu Ming's eyes brightened and he rushed straight into the passage. A strong pressure pressed down on him and he strode forward. It didn't take long for the peak bright saint to arrive and rush into the passage. Bang! He was caught off guard as the terrifying pressure pressed down on him. Even with his cultivation at the peak of a bright saint, he fell directly to the ground and almost fell flat on his face. Boom! The expert at the peak of the bright saint stage was boiling with saint power. He wanted to break through the pressure and catch up with Lu Ming, but it was of no use. It seemed that the stronger his cultivation was, the stronger the pressure he faced. In the end, his face was flushed red, and he could only step forward and chase after Lu Ming. Just like that, the two of them advanced through the passageway. Very quickly, a day had passed. A day had passed, but the passage was still boundless. Lu Ming's heart stirred. When they came out, they had completed this passageway in a day. However, a day had passed and the road ahead was still long. Could it be that it took half a month to go in but only a day to come out? Very soon, Lu Ming's guess was confirmed. Time passed day by day, and they still hadn't reached the end of the passage. The peak bright saint was a thin middle-aged man. His expression was extremely gloomy, but he was an old monster who had lived for a long time and was naturally very patient. Time flew by, and half a month had passed. They had finally reached the end of the passage. Lu Ming crossed the passage and entered the graveyard. The graveyard glowed instantly and shadows appeared, attacking Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming threw a few punches in succession, crushing a few shadows before he dashed forward quickly. Not long after, a peak bright saint also rushed through the passage and entered the graveyard. However, just as the peak bright saint stepped into the area of the graves began to glow with a brilliant light. The power of laws surged and the shadows almost materialized. Saint Realm, die. The illusionary image of a fire bull let out a long roar and stomped down with blazing flames. The face of the expert at the peak of the bright saint realm changed drastically. He struck out with his blade, but the blade light shattered. The fire bull stepped on his chest, and the expert at the peak of the bright saint realm screamed in pain. His body flew far away, and blood spurted out of his mouth. His chest had been blown apart. If it weren't for his profound cultivation and strong vitality, he would have died. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. When the other party had charged in, why did the laws on the tombs suddenly go berserk? They had unleashed a terrifying attack that had severely injured a peak bright saint. Could it be that we can't enter the saint realm here? Once someone enters the saint realm, it will trigger the law above the tomb? Lu Ming's imagination ran wild. This was truly a pleasant surprise. He had originally wanted to enter the land of reincarnation to avoid the other party's pursuit, but now it seemed that there was no need. Old man, if you have the ability, then come and chase me. Lu Ming could not help but burst out laughing. Little bastard, just you wait. Unless you hide in there forever. The peak bright sage glared at Lu Ming angrily and looked at the graves with fear. Then he turned around and left for the passage. Chapter 1652, 1652 Array Dao Laws. This guy will definitely block me at the entrance of the passage. There will be other Sage Realm experts as well. Lu Ming watched the other party leave and pondered in his heart. Now, he could only stay here for a while. Lu Ming walked deeper into the tombs and soon arrived at the intersection. On both sides of the road, above the two tombs, the shadow of a true dragon and the shadow of a phoenix appeared. The two shadows were very powerful. However, with Lu Ming's current combat strength, with the help of his clone and bubbles, he managed to rush past them and arrived at the Yellow Spring River. At this point, Lu Ming summoned the mountain and river diagram. The mountain and river diagram glowed, and Wang Lin, Yidongfang, and the others, as well as those who were saved by Lu Ming, all appeared by the Yellow Spring River. This place. Is it the tomb of the reincarnation king? Wang Lin, Yidongfang, and the others recognized this place as soon as they came out. As for those who had never come in, they looked around in confusion. When they saw the yellow spring river, their faces turned ugly. Yes, this is the tomb of the reincarnation king. Lu Ming's expression was grave. It looks like we'll have to spend the rest of our days here. The other party is too powerful. With my cultivation, I can't shake him off. I can only hide here for now. It's already not bad to be able to reach this point. What plans do you have next? After Wang Lin finished speaking, she looked at Lu Ming. Not only was Lu Ming's combat strength shocking, but he was also very resourceful and meticulous. He had left a deep impression on her. Cultivate and improve. We'll charge out when we're strong enough, Lu Ming said. This time, Lu Ming had saved nearly 500 people. Most of these people were heaven's favorites with upper-grade earth spiritual bodies, and there were also people with heaven spiritual bodies. As long as their strength improved one more step, they would be able to join forces and charge out. We can cultivate here without worry. The local saints won't be able to enter. Lu Ming told them about the changes in the grave and everyone was relieved. Lu Ming, no matter what, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, we definitely wouldn't have been able to save her. Wang Lin said sincerely. That's right. This time, it's all thanks to Lu Ming. Regardless of whether I can escape successfully or not, I, Yi Dongfang, will remember this favor. Yi Dongfang said. Lu Ming, it's our fault for attacking you back then. I hope you don't take it to heart. Xia Ding and the other three stepped forward and thanked Lu Ming. It's fine. I promise to help Feng Ling save the people of the Phoenix Palace. Saving you is just a convenient way. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Following that, everyone split up in groups of 2 or 3, looking for a place to cultivate. Lu Ming returned to the Bridge of Helplessness, but Meng Po was nowhere to be seen. Lu Ming sized up the vortex and did not jump down in the end. He sat cross-legged on the bridge and devoured the rough stones to regulate his breathing. When Lu Ming's cultivation had recovered, he entered the mountain and river diagram and went to the path understanding ancient tree. Previously, when Lu Ming put Huang Ling and the others into the mountain and river diagram, he had hidden it well. Therefore, Huang Ling and the others did not see Lu Ming's path understanding ancient tree. After all, the path understanding ancient tree was too precious. There would be unnecessary trouble if someone saw it. As for the mountain and river diagram, although it was precious, everyone present was a heaven's favorite of an emperor-ranked force. Naturally, they had seen similar grotto heaven treasures before and were not too surprised. Lu Ming sat cross-legged under the path understanding ancient tree, quietly comprehending the path and comprehending the chaos realm. He hoped that he could cultivate the chaos realm into chaos laws as soon as possible. As long as he cultivated the chaos realm into the chaos laws and entered the second stage of the half-saint realm, Lu Ming's strength would skyrocket. By then, he would have no fear when he faced the existences at the great mastery of the bright saint realm. He was confident that he could even withstand a few moves from an expert at the peak of the bright saint realm. At that time, his chances of escaping would increase greatly. At the same time, he was also cultivating his second body. He had already lit 10 spirit lamps to refine his second body. Next, he would also use inscriptions to communicate with the laws and enter the second stage of the half-saint realm. Bubbles was also in the midst of her cultivation. It was the same for the others. In this area, no one would disturb them, and everyone was focused on improving their strength. Outside, there were saint realm experts from various races. Everyone was under great pressure. With great pressure, they could improve faster and turn the pressure into strength. Day after day, time flew by. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The inscription refining secondary body had been cultivated to the limit. It seemed that he could communicate with the laws at any time and enter the second stage of the half-saint realm. However, at this moment, Lu Ming had to consider which law was the best for the inscription refinement clone to cultivate. In the saint realm, one could only control one kind of law. When one broke through to the saint realm, one would use the law as the foundation and condense the saint heart. In the Tao of inscription, one could use inscriptions to borrow the energy of heaven and earth. Of course, one could also use this to comprehend the laws. However, most of those laws were ordinary laws, such as metal, wood, water, fire, and so on. However, there were three extremely powerful laws in the Tao of inscription. They were the laws of array Tao, weapon Tao, and pill Tao. These three laws were extremely powerful. Mastering each of them was extremely terrifying and difficult to comprehend. They were supreme laws in the hearts of those who cultivated the Tao of inscription. Even if it couldn't be compared to the chaos laws, it was still a powerful law close to the chaos laws. Lu Ming's ambition was to comprehend one of the laws. Which one should he comprehend? It was the array Tao laws. In the end, Lu Ming made up his mind. The laws of array Tao could evolve into endless offensive and defensive techniques. They were ever-changing and endless. Legend had it that after someone had comprehended the array Tao laws, they would use the array Tao laws to derive the destruction array Tao, the destruction array Tao, and so on. They all had terrifying abilities that could destroy the heavens and earth. Although the array Tao laws were extremely difficult to comprehend, Lu Ming had the Tai Chi formation disc, which seemed to contain the array Tao laws. After choosing the direction, he began to cultivate again. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months had passed. It had been 4 months since they entered the tomb of the reincarnation king. At this moment, the second body was at the critical moment of cultivation. In the mountain and river diagram, 10 golden spiritual lamps appeared on top of Ming Lian's head. They formed a golden pillar of fire that shot into the sky as if it was trying to communicate with the law. The Tai Chi disc array floated in the air, emitting a strange light that fell on Lu Ming. Buzz. At this moment, a strange power descended from the sky and landed on the body of the clone. At that moment, dense runes appeared on the body of the clone. These runes were similar to inscriptions, but they were of a much higher grade. This was the embodiment of the array Tao law. Lu Ming and the rest had comprehended the array Tao law. Buzz. Lu Ming suddenly stood up and struck out with his palm. Dense runes appeared on his palm and formed a dazzling combat sword. He slashed forward and a sword chi split a small hill into two. Then he took a step forward and runes appeared. They condensed into a true dragon that flew out. Amazing! Is this the array Tao law? Lu Ming's eyes flashed with surprise. Chapter 1653. 1653 The Law of Chaos. Phoenix's nirvana laws were invisible and intangible, but they truly existed. After cultivators comprehended the laws, their every move contained the power of the laws, and their might was astonishing. He had reached the second stage of the half-saint realm by refining his second body. The next step would be to reach the third stage of the half-saint realm. At that time, he could start to break through to the saint realm. The breakthrough of the inscription-refined secondary body had undoubtedly made Lu Ming's strength increase greatly. However, this was not enough. Lu Ming's main body had yet to break through. Next, he continued to cultivate the inscription secondary body and familiarized himself with the use of the array Tao laws. Time flew by and days went by. Many people had made breakthroughs during this period of time. Many heaven's favorites with superior earth spiritual bodies who used to be at the first stage of the half-saint realm had broken through a level and entered the second stage of the half-saint realm. Many of those who were originally at the second stage of the half-saint realm had entered the third stage of the half-saint realm. Most importantly, Xia Ding and the other heaven spiritual body prodigies, who were originally in the second stage of the half-saint realm, had also broken through and reached the third stage of the half-saint realm, the realm where the laws could be infused into the body. In this way, their combat strength increased greatly and they were no weaker than Wang Lin, Yi Dongfang and the others. Yi Dongfang and the others were already in the third stage of the half-saint realm. They had reached the limit of the half-saint realm during this period of time. If they were outside the 100-tribe battlefield, they could have made a breakthrough to the saint realm. All in all, their strength had increased by a large margin. They were waiting for Lu Ming to come out of seclusion. As long as Lu Ming came out of seclusion, they would be able to rush out together. About a month after his second Bodis breakthrough, Bubbles had also broken through. Her space-time domain had transformed into space-time law. Previously, Lu Ming had asked Wang Lin and the others about the 10 strongest laws in the world. The law of chaos was known as the Emperor of the Myriad Laws, so it was naturally one of the 10 strongest laws. The law of reincarnation was also one of the 10 strongest laws in the world. And NBSP, the space-time law, controlled time and space, and was also one of the 10 strongest laws. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to cultivate the space-time laws. Even Bubbles, who was born with the ability to control space-time and had the space-time spinel given by the Titan longhorn beetle, had taken a long time to successfully cultivate it, comprehend the space-time laws, and enter the second stage of the half-saint realm. At this stage, Bubbles' combat power had undergone a qualitative change and reached a terrifying level. Lu Ming was still cultivating under the path understanding ancient tree. The step from the chaos domain to the chaos laws was extremely difficult to cross. Back then, the reincarnation emperor had given Lu Ming a wisp of true chi of chaos. After Lu Ming refined it, not only did it greatly strengthen his spirit body, but it also allowed him to truly experience chaos. It would be of great help to his comprehension of the laws of chaos. However, even so, Lu Ming had not broken through after such a long time. A month after Bubbles' breakthrough, half a year after they entered the tomb of the reincarnation king, Buzz, the chaos domain that surrounded his body finally changed. The thick chaos domain disappeared without a trace. At that moment, Lu Ming had an epiphany. He opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. With a single thought, an invisible fluctuation spread between heaven and earth. Then, a wisp of chaotic air current swirled around Lu Ming's fingers. The laws of chaos. A strange light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, as if the air of chaos was flowing. After half a year of hard work, Lu Ming had finally mastered the chaos laws and entered the second stage of the half-saint realm. His strength had skyrocketed. Lu Ming did not know how powerful the laws of chaos were. Time to go out. Lu Ming stood up and took a step forward, appearing outside the mountain and river diagram. After stepping over the bridge of helplessness, he realized that many people were gathered in a circle, as if they were paying attention to something. Lu Ming walked over to Yi Dongfang. "Brother Lu, you've broken through?" Yi Dongfang's eyes lit up when he sensed Lu Ming's aura. Lu Ming's combat strength was already extremely shocking. If he were to break through, he would be even more terrifying. They would be more confident in charging out. "Yes, I broke through by luck." Lu Ming nodded. "Bzz." The cry of a phoenix rang out. "Phoenix spirit." Lu Ming's gaze flickered. It turned out that there was a ball of fire burning where everyone was watching. A phoenix was flying in the fire, but Wang Lin was nowhere to be seen. It seems like Wang Lin is going to be reborn. Once she succeeds, I'm afraid it'll no longer be her match. Yi Dongfang sighed. "Phoenix's nirvana?" Lu Ming muttered. "That's right. The bloodline that Huang Ling awakened in the past was the undying celestial phoenix, one of the top 10 war beasts. It's no small matter. After she cultivated into a spiritual body, she started with a low-tier earth spiritual body. However, the undying celestial phoenix body has a special characteristic. She can continuously be reborn. Every time she reincarnated, her spiritual body will rise by a level. It's extremely shocking. After this successful rebirth, her spiritual body will probably reach the stage of a medium-tier earth spiritual body." Yi Dongfang explained, his eyes filled with envy. "This is very similar to my 9-dragon bloodline." Lu Ming's heart stirred. When the bloodline of the 9 dragons first condensed a spiritual body, it was also a low-grade earthly spiritual body. It needed to swallow the spiritual essence of the refined true dragon to be able to advance. However, the undying heavenly phoenix body could achieve evolution through nirvana rebirth. Perhaps, those who had awakened the bloodlines of the top 10 battle beasts were not simple. In addition, in the endless years between heaven and earth, there were some who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the top 10 beasts, or even surpass them. Once that bloodline was awakened, it would be extremely terrifying. It seemed that there were spirit bodies that could evolve continuously like the dragon god combat body. After all, a spirit body was not a bloodline. The bloodline was innate. Once it was awakened, it could be improved greatly. However, the level of the bloodline could be improved through nirvana pills. As for the spirit body, it was cultivated from the bloodline and not innate. It was likely that the restrictions were not that great, so it was normal for it to be able to evolve. The flame became more and more intense, and the phoenix cried out and danced around. However, a day later, the flame seemed to have reached its limit and quickly retracted, revealing Wang Lin's figure. Although Wang Ling's cultivation was still at the third stage of the half-saint realm, the pressure she gave off was much stronger than before. Even Lu Ming felt a trace of pressure. The phoenix spirit's spiritual body had successfully evolved and had reached the medium-grade heavenly spiritual body. The flame was put away and Huang Ling stood up. Huang Ling, congratulations, congratulations. Yi Dongfang, Xia Ding, and the others all congratulated Feng Ling. Their eyes were filled with envy, but they were not discouraged. The higher the level of the spirit body, the more powerful the spirit body was. However, the spirit Boda's future achievements might not necessarily be stronger. They also had the heavenly spiritual body and had the potential to break through to the imperial realm. In the future, when they cultivated to the martial emperor realm, it would be hard to say who would have higher achievements. Although the grade of a spirit body represented one's talent, there had been people in history who had reached the peak with their low-class heaven spirit body. Chapter 1654 Chapter 1654 Killing a Great Mastery. Bright Saint Huang Ling nodded her head repeatedly to express her gratitude to the crowd. Then she turned to look at Lu Ming. Huang Ling, I've just made a breakthrough. Let's rush out today. Lu Ming said, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. All right, we'll charge out today. The others all nodded, killing intent flashing across their faces. They were all heaven's favorites and were very proud. This time, they were forced to hide here for half a year by the native races. This made them very angry and they wanted to explode. Let's go! Lu Ming immediately took the lead and strode toward the exit. Nearly 500 people followed Lu Ming with an imposing aura. The way out was smooth, and they soon arrived at the passage. As expected, it only took a day to cross the passage. When they crossed the passage, a loud roar came from outside. They're out! Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, a terrifying aura burst out from all directions outside the passage. It was the aura of a saint. There were about 20 of them. These people really didn't want to give up. They had actually waited here for half a year. More than 20 figures stepped in the air, shrouded in saint light. Their auras were as heavy as mountains, and their saint might permeated the air. Kill! Lu Ming roared and charged over. Kill, kill, kill! The other young men rushed over one after another, and a terrifying light of attack blasted forward. Compared to half a year ago, their strength had improved a lot. Die! An expert in the initial Bright Saint realm stared at Lu Ming and attacked him with his palm. You're the one who's going to die, Lu Ming said coldly. He cast the prison-suppressing heavenly art and threw a punch. This punch contained the power of the laws of chaos. Boom! The punch landed on the opponent's palm. The opponent's face changed dramatically. With a scream, his palm exploded. The terrifying force continued to attack the opponent. No! The other party screamed in horror. Then, under this move, his body was torn into pieces, his saint heart shattered, and he died on the spot. Killing an early-stage Bright Saint in one move made the other saints around them gasp. Suddenly, the void rippled, and the space in front of the other initial Bright Sage expert shattered like a mirror. Just like the mirror, the body of the other initial Bright Sage expert also shattered. Another initial Bright Saint was dead. This was Bubble's attack. She had used space-time laws to kill a sage. On the other side, Huang Ling was bathed in the undying flames. With a palm strike, a flaming phoenix flew out. A lower-tier Bright Saint expert was sent flying, spitting out blood. He was seriously injured by Lin in one move. Yi Dongfang, Xia Ding, and the others also unleashed their full power. Each of them could fight with a saint and were not weak at all. With the other 500 Heaven's favorites joining forces, their power was terrifying. When they joined forces, They completely blocked the opponent's attack. "You're looking for death." A black-robed elder charged at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. This person was an expert at the great mastery of the Bright Saint realm. A demonic palm print headed towards Lu Ming. Its combat strength was several times stronger than that of a lower-tier Bright Saint. A chaos sky-turning seal suddenly appeared in Lu Ming's palm and he smashed it toward the other party. The Chaos Empyrean seal was activated by the power of laws, and its might was even more terrifying. It directly crushed the other party's demonic palm print. It seems like the other party's peak Bright Sage isn't here for the time being. "They'll just kill this fellow." Lu Ming's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. His glabella glowed, and Ming Lian stepped out. The Tai Chi formation plate glowed, and a Tai Chi yin-yang fish pattern pressed down on the black-robed elder. The black-robed old man's demonic light burst forth, and he struck out 2 palms in a row, resisting the yin-yang Tai Chi pattern. But at this moment, he was shocked to find that his movements had slowed down, as if he was in slow motion. A blade formed by space slashed across, and a sword wound appeared on the black-robed old man's body. Blood flowed out, and his body was almost cut in half. Kill! How could Lu Ming let go of such an opportunity? With a loud roar, he used the divine sword technique to attack the other party's soul. When Lu Ming had broken through to the second stage of the half-saint realm, his soul had been tempered and he had finally broken through the limit. Now, Lu Ming's soul force was equivalent to that of an expert in the initial Bright Saint realm. Even if his soul power was not as strong as the black-robed elders, he could still affect his opponent to a certain extent when he used the divine sword technique. At the same time, Lu Ming had already appeared beside the old man. Under the old man's shocked gaze, he threw a punch at the old man's head. The old man's head exploded like a watermelon. Buzz! Lu Ming's claw pierced through the black-robed elder's dantian and pulled out his saint heart. His saint heart was as black as ink, like a diamond. It was crystal clear and filled with demonic Tao laws. The saint heart of a saint was a treasure that could be used to refine pills or weapons. It was very expensive in the market. Lu Ming kept it. As for the black-robed old man, he couldn't be more dead. An expert in the great mastery of the Bright Saint realm was killed in just a few moments by the combined forces of Lu Ming, the clone, and Bubbles. Of course, this was because the 3 of them worked well together. If Lu Ming was alone, his combat strength would not be much different from the other party. It would be impossible to kill him. At most, he would have the upper hand. The Saint Realm masters of the native races were terrified and retreated. This included the other 3 who had attained the great mastery of the Bright Saint Realm. They had been fighting the other heaven's favorites with all their might, but when they saw this, they felt a chill run down their spines. After not seeing him for half a year, Lu Ming had killed a person in the initial Bright Saint Realm with a single punch. He could even kill someone in the greater Bright Saint Realm. This was too terrifying. Charge! Lu Ming did not linger in the battle. He took the opportunity to break out of the encirclement. Die! At this moment, a deafening roar came from behind them. A thin figure flew over at extreme speed. It was the powerhouse at the peak of the Bright Saint stage. Back in the tomb of the Reincarnation Emperor, this person was injured by the power of the law of a large tomb, and his origin was injured. During this period of time, he hid not far away to recuperate. When he heard the commotion, Lu Ming and the others had already broken out of the encirclement. All of you, enter the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming shouted and summoned the mountain and river diagram, storing everyone else into it. Even if he teamed up with Bubbles in his second form, he would still not be a match for an expert at the peak of the Bright Saint stage. In the Saint realm, every step forward would increase one's combat strength by several times. The difference was huge. After keeping the others, the bubble opened a space-time tunnel and Lu Ming stepped into it. The next moment he was already tens of thousands of miles away. After Bubble had comprehended the space-time laws, all aspects of her had naturally improved rapidly. The distance of the space-time tunnel had also increased by several times. Tens of thousands of miles away, the bubble opened another space-time tunnel and Lu Ming appeared tens of thousands of miles away again. After 3 consecutive times, Lu Ming was already 100,000 miles away. Chapter 1655 Chapter 1655 Yun Kai, in despair. The powerhouse at the peak of the Bright Saint stage was dumbfounded when he saw Lu Ming's disappearance. He then let out a furious roar. When he found out that Lu Ming had killed an initial Bright Saint and an expert in the advanced Bright Saint realm, he almost vomited blood. This time, they had failed to capture Lu Ming and the rest. Half a year ago, he was not the only one who was injured. This time, he had even lost 2 experts. After waiting here for half a year, the other party didn't even leave a single hair behind. Their depression could be imagined. Inform all the races to pursue any outsiders in the 100-clan battlefield. In the future, kill any outsiders you see without mercy. The powerhouse at the peak of the Bright Saint stage roared, his killing intent extremely strong. After passing through a few space-time passageways, Lu Ming changed his direction and flew toward the periphery of the 100-clan battlefield. Lu Ming's current speed was extremely fast. He flew across the sky like a ray of light. Half a day later, Lu Ming had already arrived at the periphery of the 100-clan battlefield. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He heard a violent boom in front of him. It was the sound of a battle. Lu Ming flew forward. Not long after, Lu Ming saw 4 young people being chased by a group of exotic beasts. What a coincidence! Lu Ming's lips curled into an inexplicable smile. The 4 young men were actually Yun Shi and Yun Kai. After more than a year, the cultivation of the 4 of them had also improved greatly. Xianxia's cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level martial royal realm when she first entered the 100-clan battlefield. Now, she had reached the 2nd level of the half-saint realm, which was the same as Lu Ming's. Yun Kai and the other 2 had also reached the 1st stage of the half-saint realm. But now, they were in great danger, being chased by a group of strange beasts. Yun Shi, Yun Kai, and the other 2 were very depressed. They had been moving around the outskirts of the 100-clan battlefield during this period of time. They trained in some of the cities on the outskirts, and their cultivation levels had steadily increased. However, more than half a year ago, the natives of the 100-clan battlefield had gone crazy and started hunting down foreign prodigies. They were lucky to have escaped the disaster and found a safe place to hide. They had been hiding for more than half a year. Recently, they had all broken through in their cultivation and wanted to rush out of the 100-clan battlefield and return to the Cloud Emperor Mountain. However, not long after he came out, he was chased by a group of exotic beasts. The combined combat power of this group of ultra beasts was twice as strong as them. They were no match for them at all. Charge out! Yunshi shouted. Her long spear danced like a dragon and blocked the 3 strange beasts of the 2nd stage of the half-saint realm. They wanted to rush out, but the beasts were holding them back. Ah, Yun Kai, what are you doing? Suddenly, an angry roar was heard. It turned out that Yun Kai had suddenly made a move, sending Yun Kai flying with a palm strike. Many strange beasts immediately pounced towards Yun Kai. Yun Kai let out an angry roar and exploded with all his strength to resist. Yun Shi was also furious. Using his life to exchange for the lives of the 3 of us. It's worth it. Charge now. Yun Kai shouted, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Yun Kai fought with all his might and attracted a group of strange beasts. Naturally, there was an opening, and Yun Kai quickly rushed out from that opening. Ah, Yun Kai, you'll die a horrible death. Yun Kai roared madly. Puchi. His arm had been torn off by a strange beast. Hold on. Yun Shi called out, and with all her might, she charged towards Yun Kai, sweeping away a strange beast and saving Yun Kai by a hair's breadth. How foolish. If you don't rush out with such a good opportunity, then you can all die. Yun Kai sneered in his heart. Don't let him get away. A mutated beast spoke the human language. Immediately, a few powerful mutated beasts, including 2 beasts at the 2nd stage of half-saint, chased after Yun Kai. Yun Kai's expression changed as he pushed his movement technique to the extreme and flew at top speed. In the next moment, his expression changed because he saw a person in front of him. This person was naturally Lu Ming. Lu Ming, it's you. You've come at the right time. Come and help us fend off the exotic beasts. Yun Kai shouted coldly. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he flew towards Lu Ming at top speed. It was obvious that he wanted to drag Lu Ming into the water to help him fend off the ultra beasts so that he could escape. He had sinister intentions. There was a faint smile on Lu Ming's face. He was motionless. Yun Kai's face turned ferocious as he charged at Lu Ming at top speed. Get lost! Suddenly, Lu Ming shouted. This voice contained the power of the godly sword technique. Yun Kai let out a blood-curdling screech and his body stopped in the air. Lu Ming took a step forward and passed Yun Kai, appearing at Yun Shi and the rest. Kill, die! Lu Ming shouted again. The divine sword technique was blasted out along with the power of the sound waves, bombarding the exotic beasts. Plop, plop. A large group of mutated beasts fell to the ground, their lives completely extinguished. Lu Ming's shout had destroyed the souls of those exotic beasts, including a few of the beasts at the second stage of the half-saint realm. Yun Shi and the other two were dumbfounded. To them, the ultra beasts that could take their lives had been killed by Lu Ming's shout. It was like a dream. Immediately, Lu Ming clenched his fist in the air and formed 3 essential core ribbons. They wrapped around Yun Shi and the other two and retreated rapidly. The strange beasts looked at Lu Ming in fear and did not dare to pursue him. Ah, save me, save me. At that moment, Yun Kai let out a heart-wrenching cry. Lu Ming's shout at Yun Kai just now did not kill him. In fact, it did not even injure him. It only caused him to feel pain and stop in his tracks. Now, he was surrounded by those exotic beasts. How could he be a match for those exotic beasts by himself? A few more wounds instantly appeared on his body. Lu Ming, Yun Shi, and the rest looked on coldly. When the strange beasts that had surrounded Yun Shi and the others saw this scene, they immediately roared and rushed towards Yun Kai. Yun Kai felt even more despair as he roared, Lu Ming, save me, save me. I'm a disciple of the Cloud Emperor Mountain. You can't just leave me in the lurch. Lu Ming shook his head. Yun Kai was really stupid to threaten him with the Cloud King Mountain at this time. One of Yun Kai's legs was torn off by a strange beast. He let out a shrill cry and cried out, Lu Ming, Yunshi, I was wrong. I was wrong. Save me, save me. However, the next moment, a strange beast at the second stage of the half-saint realm bit off his head, and Yun Kai died unwillingly. Roar! Those strange beasts cast a grave look at Lu Ming, then ran away, not daring to make a move. Yun Kai, you really deserve to die. Yun Kai said hatefully. Previously, in order to survive, Yun Kai had actually plotted against him and used his life to block the attack. They did not have the slightest bit of sympathy for him. He indeed deserved to die. Yun Shi said coldly. She then looked at Lu Ming and cupped her fists. Lu Ming, thank you for saving me. Chapter 1656, 1656 9 Heavens and 10 Lands. Following that, Yun Kai and the other young man, Yun Feng, also expressed their gratitude to Lu Ming. In the past, when Lu Ming wanted to enter with them, they had looked down on him. At that time, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the peak of the 6th level martial royal realm. They thought that Lu Ming wanted to use their strength to temper himself in the 100-clan battlefield. But now, after more than a year, Lu Ming was simply unfathomable in their eyes. Moreover, Lu Ming had saved them time and time again. Otherwise, they would not have been able to leave the 100-clan battlefield. There's no need to thank me. I saved you all because I wanted to use your teleportation array to return to the Azure continent. Lu Ming said indifferently. The 100-clan battlefield was extremely far away from the Azure continent. Without a teleportation formation, it was unknown how long it would take to fly. The Cloud continent was the continent closest to the Azure continent. If he wanted to go back, he had to go to Yunzhou first, which was the closest. Yun Shi, Yun Ke, and the others revealed a trace of embarrassment on their faces. "Let's go," Lu Ming said as he flew out of the 100-clan battlefield. Yun Shi and the others quickly followed. They were not far from the 100 Tribes battlefield now. They flew out of the 100 Tribes battlefield's territory and appeared outside. As soon as he flew out of the 100-clan battlefield, Lu Ming immediately felt that the chaotic laws between heaven and earth were clearer. He could control them more easily and naturally. After all, the laws of the 100-clan battlefield were too chaotic. The saints outside the 100-clan battlefield are probably more powerful than the saints inside. Lu Ming had a thought in his mind. In the 100-clan battlefield, the laws were chaotic. The saints couldn't control the laws as they pleased. The saints outside were definitely stronger than those of the same level. "Lu Ming, let's go to the teleportation array," Yunxi said. "Wait a moment," Lu Ming said. Then his glabella glowed. A large group of people suddenly appeared, giving Yunxi and the others a big shock. Especially after they sensed the cultivation of this group of people, their expressions changed even more. The cultivation of this group of people was not weaker than theirs. They were all stronger than them. Some of their auras were as deep as mountains and unfathomable. Heaven's favorites, all of them are peerless heaven's favorites. Yun Shi and the rest widened their eyes in shock. Lu Ming actually had such a huge force. What exactly did Lu Ming experience in the 100-clan battlefield? This group of people was, of course, Wang Lin, Yidongfang, and the others. The moment Wang Lin and the rest came out, they looked around. The nomological aura here isn't from the 100-clan battlefield. We're out. When they sensed it, they could naturally sense that they were already out of the 100-clan battlefield. They were immediately overjoyed. They were finally out of danger. Although many people did not return in this direction, it would be easy for them to return once they were out of the 100-clan battlefield. All they had to do was waste a little more time. Then, everyone expressed their gratitude to Lu Ming one after another. Yun Shi and the rest could only watch at the side, dumbfounded. "Lu Ming, with your talent, you will definitely leave that Song state in the future. After all, that Song state is too small. If you leave that Song state in the future, you can come to the ancient Moon Holy Land to find me." Huang Ling's beautiful eyes flickered, and she came to Lu Ming. There was a trace of reluctance in her eyes, but she hid it well. Ancient Moon Holy Land? Lu Ming was puzzled. He had never heard of Ancient Moon Holy Land. "You've never heard of it?" said Huang Ling. "No, I came from outside the Yuan continent. I don't know much about the Yuan continent. There aren't many records about it in the ancient books of the Tsang region," Lu Ming said. "You actually came from the Forsaken Land?" This time, not only Huang Ling, but the other geniuses were also shocked. Lu Ming was such a prodigy. It was beyond their expectations that he came from the Forsaken Land. The Forsaken Land? Lu Ming was even more puzzled. Why had he not heard of any of the places that Huang Ling and the rest mentioned? Back then, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master had given him a map of the dozens of states near Tsang Prefecture. "Lu Ming, let me tell you about the general geographical division of the world. Legend has it that there are 9 heavens and 10 lands in the world. Legend has it that the 9 heavens are not part of our primordial realm, but the heaven realm. Legend has it that the heaven realm and the primordial realm are twin worlds. The heaven realm is divided into 9 heavens, while the primordial realm is divided into 10 lands. I don't know about the 9 heavens of the heaven realm. After all, they are too far away from us. The 10 lands of the Yuan continent are the land of desolation, the land of crime, the land of 10,000 demons, the land of 10,000 demons, the land of divine beasts, the land of 5 elements, the land of barbarian heaven, the land of 9 serenities, the land of Yuan mountain, and the land of divine destiny. The desolate land refers to the countless islands outside of the Yuan continent. When put together, they are called the Desolate Land. Huang Ling began to explain in detail. Outside the Yuan continent, in the boundless ocean, the island of the endless continent is actually just a barren land of the 10 lands? Lu Ming was somewhat dumbfounded. That's right. We are currently in one of the 10 lands, Yuan Mountain. Yuan Mountain is extremely vast and incalculable. There are countless forces of all sizes, many emperor-level forces, and countless blessed lands. However, among all the paradisiacal lands, there are 9 places that are the most famous. They are called the 9 Great Holy Lands. Each of the 9 holy lands is a holy land for cultivation. The environment is unique and it far surpasses other places. The ancient Moon Holy Land is one of the 9 Great Holy Lands. In every holy land, there are many powerful forces. My Phoenix Palace is in the ancient Moon Holy Land. In fact, the location of the 100-clan battlefield is within the range of the ancient Moon Holy Land. Therefore, the geniuses who come to the 100-clan battlefield to train are almost all from the ancient Moon Holy Land, as well as some of the large states near the ancient Moon Holy Land and some emperor-level forces. Wang Lin continued to explain. Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief, his eyes filled with shock. He finally had a clear understanding of the Yuan continent. Vast, it was too vast. The Azure State was already extremely vast, but it was only one of the many states near the ancient Moon Holy Land. In ancient Moon Holy Land, there was clearly an even stronger force. And Mount Yuan had 9 sacred grounds, so how many continents were there? How big was the territory? However, Mount Yuan was only one of the 10 lands of the Yuan continent. How many geniuses and experts were there in this vast territory? No one knew that in this vast land, every day, there would be experts dying and experts being born. Geniuses rose up, each of them experiencing their own joys and sorrows. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with strong anticipation. The Azure continent was still too small. In the future, he would definitely leave the Azure continent and explore the outside world. Brother Lu, in the future, when you reach the Guyu Holy Land, remember to find me, we can drink to our heart's content. Yi Dongfang said. The Thunder God sect was also in the ancient Moon Holy Land. Immediately, the other paragons also extended invitations to Lu Ming. However, only a small number of forces came from ancient Moon Holy Land. The other forces were all emperor-ranked forces around ancient Moon Holy Land. Chapter 1657, The One and Only Divine Temple, Qiu Yu's Whereabouts. Miss Huang Ling, Brother Yi, Lu Ming has something to ask you all. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said, Brother Lu, just say it. Yi Dongfang said, Everyone, have you heard of the phrase the only one in the world? Lu Ming asked. Back then, when Lu Ming was still very weak, someone descended into the divine wilderness and took Qiu Yu away, leaving behind the words the only one in the divine wilderness. In Lu Ming's understanding, above the divine wilderness most likely referred to a continent that was stronger than the divine wilderness continent. If it was those small overseas continents like the divine wilderness continent, then it would be troublesome, as there were too many of them and they were hard to find. If it was a force in the Yuan continent, Huang Ling, Yi Dongfang, and the others came from a powerful force and were well informed. They might know, which was why Lu Ming asked. It had been more than 10 years since he parted with Qiu Yu. Lu Ming missed her and wondered how she was doing. The only one in the world? Huang Ling, Yi Dongfang, and the others looked at each other, deep in thought. What's wrong? Miss Huang Ling, Brother Yi, you don't know either? Lu Ming felt slightly disappointed. The only one in the world. The one who dares to be so arrogant and use this title is most likely the only holy temple. Huang Ling frowned. I think so too. Other than the one and only divine temple, who would dare to claim to be the only one in the world? Yi Dongfang said. Where is the one and only holy temple? Is it an emperor-ranked power? Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he quickly asked. Although the sole divine temple is in Yuan Mountain, it's not in Guyu Holy Land, but in another holy land. Furthermore, the sole divine temple is an extremely terrifying force. The cultivators of the sole divine temple are extremely powerful. I heard that there aren't many disciples from the sole divine temple, but every one of them is said to be the only one in the world. For example, a disciple from the Soul Divine Temple cultivates the nomological laws of fire. This person is unique and extremely powerful, able to suppress other geniuses who cultivate the nomological laws of fire. There's only one genius in the world who can suppress other nomological laws by cultivating other nomological laws. This is how it came about. Wang Lin explained. Every single one of them is the only one in the world? Lu Ming found it hard to believe. The Yuan continent was so vast and experts were as common as clouds. Although there were tens of thousands of laws, there were even more people who cultivated them. There were probably many people who cultivated each law, especially common laws like the law of fire and the law of water. Who could say that they were the best and the only one in the world? The only holy temple's tone was too arrogant. The title of the only divine temple is a little too much. There are so many heaven's favorites in the world, so how could they dare to claim that they are the only one? However, I have to say that the people from the only divine temple are indeed extremely terrifying. Their combat strength is terrifying, and there are few who can match them. Said Wang Lin. That's right. I've heard that there are some experts from the Soul Divine Temple who travel the world all year round in search of people with extraordinary talent. They bring them back to the Soul Divine Temple to cultivate and nurture them. Yi Dongfang added. Yi Dongfang's words made Lu Ming's eyes light up. The Soul Divine Temple had experts who traveled the world in search of people with outstanding talent to bring back to the Soul Divine Temple for cultivation. It was very likely that someone would have found Qiu Yu in the Divine Wilderness. Lu Ming had found some clues. No matter what, he had to make a trip to the one and only Divine Temple in the future. Thank you, everyone, for clearing up Lu Ming's doubts. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, Brother Lu, you're too kind. I'll take my leave first. We have to report the 100-clan battlefield to the sect as soon as possible to prevent more prodigies from entering. Yi Dongfang said. After that, the others also bade farewell to Lu Ming one after another. In the end, Huang Ling and the people from the Phoenix Palace also took their leave, leaving only Lu Ming, Yun Shi, and a few others. Let's go, Lu Ming said. Yun Shi and the rest nodded subconsciously. Unknowingly, Lu Ming had established a strong prestige in their hearts. This place was very close to the teleportation formation of the Cloud Emperor Mountain. Not long after, they arrived at the teleportation formation and stepped into it, returning to the Cloud Emperor Mountain. After returning to the Cloud Emperor Mountain, the elder who had gone to fetch Lu Ming and the Cloud Dragon Valley Master came to Lu Ming and told him a piece of news. The Cloud Dragon Valley had asked him to pass on a message to Lu Ming. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master was busy during this period of time. If Lu Ming returned from the 100-clan battlefield, he could return to the Azure continent alone. Many thanks, Senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists at the old man. The old man nodded and brought Lu Ming out of the Cloud Emperor Mountain. Then, Lu Ming took out the space-breaking shuttle and flew in the direction of the Azure continent. The Cloud Emperor Mountain was very far from the Tsang region, especially from the Dragon God Valley. Even the Cloud Dragon Valley Master had to spend 2 days to get there. Given the speed of Lu Ming's low-level space-piercing shuttle, it would take him a month to get back to Dragon God Valley. However, since there were still 4 months before the treasure sealing assembly, Lu Ming was not in a hurry. He could just rush back slowly. While they were on the road, they could cultivate. The higher one's cultivation was, the more numb one would be to time. A martial emperor could live for 10 to 20,000 years. Saints had a lifespan of more than 100,000 years. Some people would go into closed-door cultivation for a few years, or even decades. It might take hundreds or even thousands of years to break through one level of cultivation. A month's time was really nothing. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the space-breaking flying shuttle. A few storage rings appeared in his hands. Lu Ming had obtained these storage rings after killing a few saints from the 100-clan battlefield. Previously, Lu Ming had not checked and counted. Now was the perfect time to do so. Not long after he finished counting. Even with Lu Ming's temperament, he was dumbfounded. I'm rich, I'm really rich. There were too many treasures and raw gemstones inside. There were more than 100 saint weapons. A total of 150 saint weapons. What a huge number. On second thought, Lu Ming understood. This time, the local saints had killed many heaven's favorites from outside forces. Almost all of these heaven's favorites had a saint weapon. The saints had collected a lot of saint weapons. There were also raw gemstones that were piled up like a mountain. He did not know how many there were. In short, it would be enough for Lu Ming to use for a period of time. I'm cultivating the 10,000 soldiers scroll, and I need a large number of holy weapons. I don't lack them now. I'll use this time to cultivate the 10,000 soldiers scroll. Lu Ming pondered. Previously, Lu Ming had been focused on comprehending the laws of chaos and had put everything else aside. He had not cultivated the 10,000 soldiers scroll. When he was at the 9th tier of the martial royal realm, Lu Ming could seal 12 holy weapons. Now that he had broken through to the second stage of the half-saint realm, comprehended the law of chaos, and even refined a wisp of true chi of chaos in his body, how many holy weapons could he seal in his body? Lu Ming himself was looking forward to it. Lu Ming immediately began to cultivate. He circulated the 10,000 soldiers art and began to seal the holy weapon in his acupuncture points. The 13th round was completed easily without any feeling. Then the 14th, the 15th. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Lu Ming had already left the Clouds Plains and entered the Azure Plains. Chapter 1658 Chapter 1658 Meeting Su Lei for half a month, Lu Ming continued to cultivate the 10,000 soldiers scroll. The more he cultivated, the slower the speed of sealing the holy weapons became. The more holy weapons there were, the stronger the battle weapon chi formed would be. The burden on his body would be greater. Lu Ming had to take each step carefully and carefully. In the end, Lu Ming successfully sealed 36 holy weapons. At this point, Lu Ming finally felt that he had reached his limit and stopped. When Wan Tiancheng was in the second stage of the half-saint realm, he had only sealed 14 holy weapons. The difference between him and Lu Ming was too great. The battle weapon chi of the 36 saint weapons had reached a terrifying level of power. After cultivating the 10,000 soldiers scroll, he began to comprehend the chaos laws and the chaos sky-turning seal. Now, the primal chaos sky-turning seal had already reached the peak of the 5th level. It was not far from the 6th level, the perfected level. Time passed, and another few days went by. The space-breaking flying shuttle was flying in the sky. Buzz! All of a sudden, a dazzling sword light flashed below, attracting Lu Ming's attention. Lu Ming walked to the side of the crystal glass and looked outside. He suddenly raised his eyebrows. He saw a familiar face. Su Lei. Back then, when he was cultivating on the sky-reaching floating platform in the Dragon God Valley, he had a bet with the Silver City of the Silver Dragon Valley. Later on, the Silver City reneged on the bet and even made a false accusation. At that time, no one dared to testify for Lu Ming. In the end, it was the timid little girl who came out and testified for Lu Ming. That little girl was Su Lei. Lu Ming had a deep impression of her. At this moment, Su Lei was being chased. There was a young girl with Su Lei. The two of them fled in a hurry, and more than a dozen burly men chased after them. Lu Ming stepped out of the space-breaking flying shuttle. He waved his hand and kept the space-breaking flying shuttle. Then he flew towards Su Lei. Su Lei, you won't be able to escape today. You'd better obediently follow us back to the SU family, lest you suffer physical pain. Behind Su Lei, a big man said with a gloomy face. Su Lei gritted her teeth and flew forward at high speed without saying a word. Don't even think about it. You despicable people, the young lady will never go back with you. The young girl beside Su Lei said loudly. Little girl, how dare you? What do you know? It's an honor for you to contribute to the SU family if you go back. The burly man roared. Their speed became faster and faster as they approached Su Lei and her husband. Su Lei and the young woman's faces became paler and paler. Junior sister Su Lei, how have you been? At this moment, a clear voice was heard. Su Lei was stunned. Then she saw a young figure in a black robe descending from the sky, his long hair flying in the wind. Lu. Senior brother Lu Ming. Su Lei blurted out in surprise. She did not expect to meet Lu Ming here. Then, Su Lei's expression changed and she shouted, "Senior brother Lu Ming, leave quickly." However, before he could finish his sentence, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he suddenly appeared between Su Lei and the burly men. The burly men charged at Lu Ming. The leader of the group shouted, "Brat, get lost." With that, he stretched out a large hand and grabbed Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled faintly and waved his hand. A quintessential essence wall formed in front of him. Bang! The burly man grabbed the genuine wall like an ordinary person's hand. He grabbed a steel plate with all his strength, but he was stronger. With a crack, the burly man's finger broke. Moreover, because they were charging forward too quickly, each and every one of them hit their heads on the genuine wall. Bang! 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 The scene was very spectacular. The dozen burly men flew at high speed and suddenly crashed into the genuine wall. Each of them was dizzy from the impact and fell to the ground, bleeding from their mouths and noses. Some people even broke their noses. Su Lei and the young woman were dumbfounded. After a long while, the dozen burly men finally reacted. The leader shouted, "Kid, this is an internal matter of the SU family. It has nothing to do with you. Get lost." Although he was shouting, his eyes were filled with solemnness. Although the dozen of them did not attack the quintessential essence wall that Lu Ming had conjured, they were surrounded by their quintessential essence and territory. When they crashed into it, the quintessential essence wall did not budge at all. On the other hand, they were all bruised and battered, looking extremely pathetic. "Are you from the same clan as junior sister Su Lei?" Lu Ming's gaze shifted to Su Lei. Su Lei blushed and nodded slightly. "Boy, did you see that? This is a private matter of the SU family. Get lost. We have to bring Su Lei back to the SU family." The leader of the men shouted, "No, no, I don't want to go back to the SU family." Su Lei shook her head. "Today, you have to come back even if you don't want to. Brothers, let's attack together." The leader of the men shouted, "Get lost." A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes and he took a step forward. Boom! The sky rumbled, and a terrifying force charged toward the dozen or so burly men. The strongest of the dozen burly men was only at LV8 Martial Royal Realm. In front of Lu Ming, they were like ants, unable to withstand a single blow. Bang! Bang! More than 10 burly men were sent flying, each of them puking blood as they looked at Lu Ming in shock. This young man was so powerful. "Su Lei, so what if you have a helper? Don't forget that your mother is still in the SU family. If you don't come back, your mother will die because of you." The leader of the large men said fiercely. Instantly, Su Lei's pretty face turned pale and tears welled up in her eyes. She said, "You guys? Don't hurt my mother. You'd better think about it carefully. Let's go." The burly man snorted and turned around to leave. "Did I let you go?" Lu Ming said coldly. This made the dozen or so burly men's faces turn pale, revealing a look of fear. "Senior brother Lu Ming, let them go. Otherwise, my mother," Su Lei said from the side. The dozen burly men quickly flew forward and disappeared. Lu Ming did not give chase. "Junior sister Su Lei, what happened? Are those people from the same clan as you?" Lu Ming asked. Su Lei pondered for a moment and said, "Senior brother Lu Ming, it's nothing. I'll handle this matter myself, you should leave." "Junior sister Su Lei, you're afraid of implicating me, right?" Lu Ming asked directly. This timid girl was very kind and did not have any schemes. Lu Ming could tell what she was thinking at one glance. Su Lei twisted her hands together and didn't speak for a while. "Young lady, what's there to hide? Those people are despicable and shameless. For their own sake, they would sacrifice you, young lady." "What fellow clansman?" "But," the young girl beside him said unhappily. This girl was Su Lei's maidservant. Her name was Su Cha, and her personality was the complete opposite of Su Lei's. A sharp glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Young lady, tell me, what's going on? All right, young miss is kind-hearted. Let me say it. Like this? Su Cha began to talk. Chapter 1659. 1659. The four clans of Gusu City. There was a large city nearby, and it was called Gusu City. There were four big families in Gusu City, and the Su family, which Su Lei was born in, was one of the four big families. In fact, in the distant past, the four great families were actually the same family. Later on, for some unknown reason, the four great families split up. The few families that split up changed their surnames one after another, forming the four great families today. The four families shared the same ancestral land. Every once in a while, the four families would send their young experts to compete with each other. Whoever won would be able to send someone into the ancestral land to obtain the opportunities. Moreover, they could still ask for outside help. No matter which family it was, as long as they invited the younger generation, they could represent the family and participate in the competition. After all, relationships and connections sometimes represented strength. Now, it was time for the competition between the four races to fight for a spot to enter the ancestral land. This time, the Su family had invited a few Heaven's Pride experts from the deity sect to help the Su family participate in the competition. With the participation of the Heaven's Pride experts from the deity sect, the Su family could be said to have won for sure. However, the Heaven's God sect's paragon had a request. This was because one of the Heaven's Pride experts of the Heavenly God sect had been poisoned by the fiery lotus poison. Su Lei had the mysterious Yin dragon body. The Heaven's Pride expert of the Heavenly God sect had requested Su Lei to have sex with the person who had been poisoned by the fiery lotus poison. In this way, the mysterious Yin dragon body would be able to neutralize the fiery lotus poison. After Su Lei found out, she ran out, which led to the Su family's pursuit. However, they didn't expect the other party to be so despicable as to use Su Lei's mother to threaten them. I see. Lu Ming's eyes were even colder. Where there were people, there would be Jianghu. For the sake of benefits, cultivators would fight for their own benefits. Such things happened every day in the vast Yuan continent. Without strength, one could not even decide their own fate. Lu Ming could not and would not care about other people and other matters. However, since he had encountered this matter, and it was Su Lei who had helped him before, he had to get involved. Junior sister Su Lei, let's go. I'll accompany you back to the Su family. Lu Ming said. Su Lei shook her head repeatedly. Senior brother Lu Ming, this is my business. I can't implicate you. I'll go back and save my mother. You'll go back by yourself. Will you agree to their conditions? Lu Ming said. Su Lei fell silent. Tears welled up in her eyes again, making her look lonely and helpless. With her cultivation level, what could she do if she returned? She could only save her mother if she agreed to the other party's conditions. Let's go. I'll go back to the Su family with you. Su Cha, you lead the way. Lu Ming was very direct. He pulled Su Lei's small hand and stepped on the air. All right. Su Cha nodded and took the lead to fly forward. Now, she could only give it her all. Since Lu Ming called Su Lei his junior sister, he should be a disciple of Dragon God Valley, right? Perhaps Lu Ming was very powerful. Senior brother Lu Ming, Su. There's a saint in the Su family. Su Lei's face was flushed as Lu Ming held her hand. However, she was still worried. Although he knew that Lu Ming was very powerful and had been very powerful since a few years ago, he was definitely no match for those half-saints or even saints. So what if you're a saint? They'll still slap you to death. Junior sister Su Lei, you've helped me before, and I haven't returned the favor. If I miss this opportunity, how am I going to return the favor in the future? Do you want me to repay you with my body? Lu Ming laughed out loud, but Su Lei's face was red. However, after Lu Ming's joke, Su Lei's mood was much better. She allowed Lu Ming to pull her along as they flew towards Gusu City. Gusu City was very big. In the Azure region, it was also a big city with a rather famous reputation. Each of the 4 families in the city had a saint. They were very powerful in the nearby area. Furthermore, the 4 major families were closely connected to the top forces in Tsang Prefecture. Every time a genius was born, they would be sent to the 13 top forces to cultivate. For example, Su Lei was sent to the Dragon God Valley to cultivate. She only returned to the Su family when it was almost time for the 4-clan competition. She did not expect this to happen. Soon, they arrived at Gusu City. The 3 of them arrived before a huge palace. This was the Su family. Su Lei is back. The eyes of the few big men guarding the door lit up when they saw Su Lei. A few of them flashed and blocked the escape route of the 3 people, as if they were afraid that they would escape. One of them rushed into the palace to report. "Let's go!" Lu Ming let go of Su Lei's small hand and took the lead to walk into the Su family's residence. Su Lei and Su Cha followed behind. After entering the gate and walking through a long corridor, they arrived at a large courtyard. The moment they stepped into the courtyard, the sound of air being torn could be heard continuously. In the Su family's palace, there were constantly figures flashing over and flying into the courtyard, surrounding them. Su Lei and Su Cha's faces turned pale. Lu Ming had his hands behind his back. His expression was calm and he was calm. "Su Lei, I knew you would come back." A sharp voice rang out. Then, a few figures came to the courtyard. At the very front was a middle-aged man in a green robe. He stood with his hands behind his back and exuded a dignified aura. Beside the green-robed middle-aged man stood a young woman. She was quite pretty. At this moment, she was sneering and looking at Su Lei triumphantly. She was the one who had made the sound just now. That's the head of the Su family. That woman is the daughter of the head of the Su family, Su Qin. She's the one who brought the genius of the deity sect here. Su Cha sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded, his eyes glistening as he sized up the master of the Su family. The 3rd stage of the half-saint realm. The rules of the world? Lu Ming smiled faintly. He could tell at a glance that the cultivation of the SUS master was at the 3rd stage of half-saint. However, the master of the Su family was at most a low-grade earth spiritual body. Even if he was at the 3rd stage of the law, he was not worth mentioning in Lu Ming's eyes. As for Su Qin, her cultivation was even worse. She was only at the 6th level of the martial royal realm. The master of the Su family's gaze fell on Lu Ming as well, and he frowned slightly. That was because he could not tell Lu Ming's cultivation realm. However, his brows soon relaxed. Lu Ming should have cultivated some concealment technique. Since he was with Su Lei, his cultivation level was probably not high. There was no need to worry. "Master, where's my mother? Quickly release my mother, this matter has nothing to do with her." Since she was already here, Su Lei decided to go all out. She stepped forward and faced the Su family's master. "Su Lei, what's the hurry? After you help Xing Fei get rid of the fire lotus poison, you'll naturally let your mother go." Su Qin, the daughter of the Su family's head, sneered. "No, I want to see my mother first." Su Lei gritted her teeth. "Su Lei, you are not qualified to talk about conditions now. Moreover, it is your honor to be able to have sex with the heaven's pride of the heavenly god sect. Maybe the other party will take a fancy to you in the future and give you a status. At that time, you will have a meteoric rise." Su Qin said, "I don't want to. I want to see my mother." Then, a dagger appeared in Su Lei's hand and she pointed it at her heart. "If I don't see my mother today, I'll just die and you can forget about it." Chapter 1660 No need to choose now, you dare to. Su Qin's expression changed as she screamed. The face of the Su family's head also changed. He did not expect Su Lei to be so unyielding. Lu Ming's expression did not change. He was very close to Su Lei. If Su Lei really committed suicide, he had dozens of ways to save her. Therefore, there was no need for him to be in a hurry. He had to see Su Lei's mother first. What's there to be afraid? If anything happens to my mother, you can only have my corpse. Su Lei said firmly, her eyes revealing a determined look. Go and bring her mother here. At this moment, the Su family had instructed. If Su Lei died, she would lose her use. At that time, the Heavens God Sex Paragon might leave in a fit of anger. They had no choice but to be apprehensive. Yes. Some people were heading towards the palace at the back. Soon, someone brought a middle-aged woman here. Leia, why are you back? Hurry up and leave. Don't worry about me. When the middle-aged woman saw Su Lei, her face changed and she shouted. Shut up. Su Qin berated. Let my mother come over. Su Lei shouted. The master of the Su family waved his hand, and the man let go of Su Lei's mother. Anyway, this was the Su family's residence. Lu Ming and the rest were already surrounded by the Su family's experts. They could not escape even if they had wings. The middle-aged woman ran over and hugged Su Lei. Mother, are you all right? Su Lei put away the dagger and looked at the middle-aged woman. Leia, why did you come back? You've already run out. As long as you return to Dragon God Valley, they can't do anything to you. The middle-aged woman said with a sad face. Mother, Leia can't leave you behind. Su Lei said. Lei? The middle-aged woman's tears kept flowing. Suddenly, she ran to the Su family's head and knelt down, begging, Family head, I beg you, let Leia go. No matter what, Leia is still a direct descendant of the Su family. I beg you to let her go. Su Lei's family was originally the direct line of descent of the Su family and had quite a high status. However, after Su Lei's father and grandfather died in battle, their family's status plummeted. Get up. You said it yourself. Su Lei is a direct descendant of the Su family. I asked her to do this for the Su family. Since she is a direct descendant of the Su family, what's the big deal with sacrificing a little for the family? Moreover, I'm not trying to take her life. I'm just giving her a chance. After all, she's a heaven's favorite of the Tianxin sect. And NBSP the Su family head spoke with an extremely cold tone. But in this case, if the other party doesn't want Leia will be ruined. Family head, I beg you, let Leia go. Su Lei's mother continued to plead. It's useless no matter who you beg today. At this time, a cold voice sounded. Then, 3 figures stepped into the courtyard. The 3 young men were dressed in white robes. With one look, one could tell that they were disciples of the Heavenly God sect. One of them had a red face, as if there was a fire burning in his body. This person should be the Zheng Fei who was poisoned by the fire lotus poison. The 3 of them stepped forward. Zheng Fei stared at Su Lei and shouted, All of you, why aren't you taking down this girl and letting her help me dispel the fire poison? Why aren't you all, with the fire poison in his body? He felt as if he was constantly being burned by flames. The pain was unbearable, and Zheng Fei couldn't wait to have sex with Su Lei immediately. That's right. You're dragging out such a small matter. If anything happens to my junior brother, don't expect us to help your Su family. At that time, well, go directly to the other 3 families and see how your Su family can get first place. Another Heaven's Pride expert of the Heavenly God sect coldly spoke. The faces of the Su family's master and Su Qin changed drastically. If the Heaven's Pride expert of the deity sect were to help the other 3 families in a fit of anger, the Su family would have no chance. Su Lei, you bitch. Hurry up and take senior brother Zheng Fei away to serve him. If you delay the important matters, not only you, but all of you will die. Su Qin screamed. Su Qin had joined the deity sect, but she was only a small figure in the deity sect. It was not easy for her to invite a few geniuses to help the Su family, and she did not want Su Lei to ruin her plans. Su Qin, don't think that we don't know what you're thinking. You're selfish. When the Su family gets first place and enters the ancestral land, you'll definitely be the one to enter. You're going to sacrifice the young lady to enter the ancestral land. How vicious! Su Cha couldn't help but shout. How dare you, a lowly servant girl, speak to me like this? Slap your mouth. Su Qin's face was cold. She moved and rushed towards Su Cha, wanting to slap him. Su Qin's cultivation was at the LV6 martial royal realm. Although Su Cha had some cultivation, he was only at the LV2 martial royal realm. He could not dodge Su Qin's attack. Stop! Just as Lu Ming was about to make a move, Su Lei rushed out and hit Su Qin with her palm, causing Su Qin to retreat. Su Lei's cultivation was similar to Su Qin's, but Su Lei's spiritual body was much stronger than Su Lei's. It was a medium-grade earth spiritual body, and her combat strength was far above Su Qin's. Su Lei, you dare to stop me? I'm telling you, you have no choice today. All of this is for the Su family. Su Qin screamed. No other choice? Why would I? At this moment, Lu Ming, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. The others could not help but look at Lu Ming. Kid, what do you mean? Su Qin's gaze turned to Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled and a long spear suddenly condensed in his hand. Lu Ming flicked his hand and the long spear shot toward Zheng Fei at lightning speed. This scene was too sudden. No one had expected that Lu Ming would suddenly kill Zheng Fei. The long spear pierced through Zheng Fei's dantian, destroying his spirit god and nailing him to the ground. Zheng Fei's eyes were wide open in disbelief. Never in his dreams did he expect that Lu Ming would suddenly attack him. Then, the light in Zheng Fei's eyes dimmed, and there was no sign of life. The whole place was silent. Everyone was dumbfounded and thought they were dreaming. You? Su Qin raised her trembling hand and pointed at Lu Ming, unable to say a word. Previously, Lu Ming had been standing there without saying a word. Su Qin had almost ignored him. Never in her wildest dreams did she expect Lu Ming to suddenly attack and kill Zheng Fei in one blow. Now, there's no need to choose. He's already a dead man. Lu Ming said indifferently. You dare to kill senior brother Zheng Fei? You're looking for death, you're looking for death. Su Qin screamed hysterically. Zheng Fei's death meant that her plan was ruined. Brat, you're looking for death. Kill. The remaining two disciples of the Divine Sky sect were furious. The aura of LV9 martial royal realm emanated from their bodies. Holy light filled the air as the two geniuses of the Tianxin sect charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hand and two long spears formed, piercing towards the two heaven deity sect's paragons. The attack and defense of the two heaven god sect paragons were completely destroyed by Lu Ming's long spear. The two long spears pierced through their dantians, destroying their spiritual gods. Just like Zheng Fei, they were nailed to the ground. A one-hit kill. The two geniuses of the Tianxin sect who were at the 9th level of the martial royal realm could not even withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. Chapter 1661. 1661. A loud shout, and all of them vomited blood. How dare you kill a Heaven's Pride expert of the Heavenly God sect? The Heavenly God sect will not let you off no matter where you go. The master of the Su family bellowed. The aura of a third-stage half-saint surged toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming stood there calmly, not even the corner of his clothes fluttered. Damn it, you deserve to die. How dare you kill the senior brother of the Heavenly God sect? No. Su Qin also roared madly. Her plan this time, her painstaking planning, was completely destroyed. Don't forget that the Heaven's Pride expert of the Tianxin sect died in your Su family. If the people of the Tianxin sect knew about this, who knows what they would think? Lu Ming said calmly. Su Qin, the head of the Su family, and the other members of the Su family were shocked. That's right. The Heaven's Pride of the Heavenly God sect had died in the Su family. If the Heavenly God sect knew about this, who knew if it would implicate the Su family? At that time, the Heavenly God sect would be enraged and the Su family would definitely be destroyed. Damn it! The head of the Su family, Su Qin, and the others were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. Not only could they not tell anyone about this matter, but they had to hide it and help Lu Ming hide it. For this matter, you have to pay with your lives. You all have to die. Su Qin screamed hysterically. She had paid an important price to invite the help of the three Heaven's Pride experts of the Tianxin sect. Her purpose was to help the Su family win so that she could enter the ancestral land and obtain opportunities. But now, all of it was ruined by Lu Ming. She hated Su Lei for not agreeing obediently. She hated Lu Ming for interfering. Kill them all. Su Qin shouted and gave the order. Kill. The Su family experts around the courtyard pounced on Lu Ming, Su Lei, and the rest. These Su family experts were all high-level martial royal realm experts, and some of them were even half-saints. Get lost. Lu Ming's eyes were sharp as he shouted. Not only did Lu Ming use the divine sword technique, but the sound waves also contained a terrifying amount of vital essence. The Su family's experts who were pouncing on Lu Ming and the rest screamed in pain. Then, their bodies seemed to have been hit by a sledgehammer. They retreated at a speed faster than when they had pounced forward, blood spurting out of their mouths. How did this happen? Su Qin and a few others who had not made a move widened their eyes in disbelief. Lu Ming was too terrifying. With one shout, dozens of Su family's experts, including a few half-step saint experts, vomited blood and fell back. What cultivation was that? What kind of combat strength? Su Lei, Su Cha, and Su Lei's mother were also dumbfounded. Senior brother Lu Ming has become stronger again. Su Lei muttered. A year and a half ago, although Lu Ming's cultivation was strong, it was not as exaggerated. Now, his cultivation was simply unfathomable. Buzz. Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning. He looked at Su Qin and clenched his fist. Su Qin screamed and her body flew towards Lu Ming involuntarily. Lu Ming grabbed her neck and lifted her in the air. Father, save me. Su Qin screamed in fear. Release her. The master of the Su family bellowed. He unleashed his cultivation with all his might. The law of wind condensed and enveloped Lu Ming. Have you thought it through? Do you really want to fight me? Lu Ming looked at the master of the Su family. Boom. Then, a terrifying aura burst out from Lu Ming's body. The terrifying laws of chaos filled the air and pressed down on the master of the Su family. And NBSP, the Su family head, felt like he was struck by lightning. His body trembled and he couldn't help but retreat, almost spurting out blood. The difference was too great. In the eyes of the Su family's master, Lu Ming seemed to have transformed into a primordial beast that was undefeatable. The master of the Su family was shocked. His mind whirred. Suddenly, he retracted his aura and actually cupped his fists at Lu Ming. This young master is truly a peerless genius. I was blind before, please forgive me. This action stunned even Lu Ming. The head of the Su family was indeed the head of a family. He knew the principle of judging the situation. Today's matter has never happened. These three people from the Heavenly God sect have never appeared in the Su family. Su Lei's position in the Su family will be like Qin Er's. The master of the Su family continued to speak. He wanted to ease the tension between him and Lu Ming and Su Lei. You change your attitude pretty quickly. Get lost. Lu Ming slapped Su Qin's face and sent her flying. You dare to hit me? Father, kill them. Su Qin screamed hysterically. Shut up. The head of the Su family chided Su Qin, shutting her up. Lu Ming smiled faintly. If they were outside, she would have slapped Su Qin to death. However, this was Su Lei's family after all. She still had other family members in the Su family. He could not go too far. He only needed to establish his authority. Young master, how should I address you? The Su family head smiled and cupped his fists. Lu Ming looked at the master of the Su family and said indifferently, Lu Ming. Oh, it's Brother Lu. Your name is Lu Ming? Lu Ming of the Dragon God Valley? What? The Su family head cried out in shock. 3 years ago, news of Lu Ming's battle with the Divine Sun had spread throughout the Azure region. Even some of the bigger forces had heard of Lu Ming's name. Su Qin and the other experts of the Su family widened their eyes in shock. It turned out that this person was Lu Ming. Had Lu Ming become so powerful? If there's no other Lu Ming in Dragon God Valley, it'll be me. Lu Ming said indifferently. So it's Brother Lu Ming. I must have been blind to not recognize the true dragon right before my eyes. Brother Lu Ming, I have a presumptuous request. The family head of the Su family smiled and immediately addressed Lu Ming as his brother. He did not look like he was at daggers drawn with Lu Ming just now. What is it? Lu Ming said. I would like to invite Brother Lu Ming to represent the Su family in the competition between the four great families. As long as Brother Lu Ming agrees to it, I'm willing to state any conditions. The head of the Su family said. Lu Ming was stunned. He did not expect the Su family's head to ask him to fight for the Su family. It was beyond his expectations. Su Qin's eyes lit up. If Lu Ming made a move, the Su family would definitely win. It's not that I can't take action, but I have two conditions. Lu Ming said. Brother Lu Ming, please tell me. The Su family head was delighted and quickly said. First, in the future, Su Lei and her family will stay in the Su family. I don't want to hear anyone bullying them. Lu Ming said. Don't worry about this. In the future, if Su Lei, her family, and her clansmen dare to bully them in the Su family, I will not let them off easily, no matter who it is. The head of the Su family agreed readily. The second condition is that if I help the Su family get first place, the person who enters the ancestral land must be Su Lei. Lu Ming said. Impossible. This is impossible. Su Qin yelled. Letting Su Lei enter the ancestral land would have nothing to do with her, so she naturally wouldn't agree. The master of the Su family furrowed his brows. He wanted Lu Ming's help more for Su Qin. Chapter 1662, 1662 Can it be resolved? The patriarch of the Su family's expression kept changing, and he didn't reply for a moment. What's wrong? Is this condition very difficult to agree to? Lu Ming said indifferently. Brother Lu Ming, can you change your condition? The head of the Su family said. No need to exchange, this old master agrees. At this moment, an old voice was heard. From the depths of the Su family's hall, an elder with white hair stepped out. Saint! Lu Ming's gaze flickered. This elder was a saint, but he was only a lower-tier bright saint. Forefather! And NBSP seeing this old man, the Su family head immediately bowed. We pay our respects to the ancestor. Su Qin and the rest of the Su family, including Su Lei, Su Cha, and Su Lei's mother, all bowed respectfully. This elder was the pillar of the Su family, the only saint. I agree to Lu Ming's conditions. After the Su family wins, Su Lei will be allowed to enter the ancestral land. She is also a direct descendant of the Su family. If she can obtain the opportunity of the ancestral land, it will be the Su family's fortune. The Su family's Saint Realm ancestor said. Yes, ancestor. And NBSP the Su family had nodded and didn't dare to disobey. Su Qin was extremely unwilling, but since old ancestor Su had spoken, she didn't dare to say anything and could only grit her teeth. Also, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because I'm in seclusion. You're the head of the Su family, so you should think about the entire Su family, not your children. If that's the case, you don't need to be the head of the family anymore. Old ancestor Su continued. The head of the Su family broke out in cold sweat and knelt down in fear and trepidation. Please forgive me, ancestor. I won't dare to do it again in the future. In the world of martial Tao, strength spoke for itself. In the Su family, a saint was the king, and he could decide the family head with a word. In front of old ancestor Su, the Su family head didn't even dare to let out a fart. This girl is very talented. In the future, we will focus on nurturing her. The sage realm is in sight. Do you understand? And NBSP old ancestor Su looked at Su Lei and smiled. Then, he looked at the head of the Su family and his eyes flashed. He was in closed-door cultivation all year round. Sometimes he would be in closed-door cultivation for decades. Therefore, he rarely asked about the Su family's affairs. If he had not been alarmed by Lu Ming's aura and ended his closed-door cultivation, he would have lost a prodigy like Su Lei. With Su Lei's talent, she had the potential to become a saint. It was extremely difficult for a family to produce such a genius. However, the head of the Su family wanted to sacrifice Su Lei in exchange for his daughter's opportunity. And NBSP old ancestor Su's heart was filled with rage. He planned, and it seemed like he had to clean up the Su family. Brother Lu Ming, please. I'll order a banquet to thank you for protecting a genius of the Su family. Suemo said. The old ancestor of the Su family looked at Lu Ming and said politely, "You're welcome, please." Lu Ming smiled. Then, he entered the depths of the Su family's residence with Su Lei and the rest. As for the few Heaven's Pride experts of the Tianxin sect, there would naturally be someone to deal with them. Moreover, an order had been issued that if anyone were to leak this information, they would be killed without mercy. After the banquet, Lu Ming stayed at the Su family's residence temporarily. The competition between the four families would begin 7 days later. Anyway, there was still some time before the treasure auction. Lu Ming was not in a hurry. He could help the kind-hearted Su Lei. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The competition between the four great clans of Gusu City had begun. The venue was a huge square in the center of Gusu City. In the middle of the square, a huge fighting ring had been built. On this day, the square was surrounded by a sea of people. The competition between the four great clans of Gusu City was a rare grand event in Gusu City, so it was only natural that the martial artists of Gusu City would flock to it. There were stands built in all four directions of the square. Lu Ming and the Su family members landed on the stands on the east. After that, the people from the other three families landed on the other three stands. Not long after, the competition officially began. The rules of the competition were very simple. Each family would send 6 young experts to enter the fighting ring together for a team battle. The family that still had people left on the fighting ring would win. The Su family, including Lu Ming, had chosen 6 young men. Su Lei was one of them. Apart from Lu Ming, the strongest among them was only at the 7th level martial royal realm. In the past, the Su family would always invite some external help. However, this time, with Lu Ming, the Su family naturally did not need to invite external help. Buzz, buzz, and NBSP whoosh. From all directions, figures rushed up the fighting ring. There were exactly 6 people in each direction. As soon as the others jumped onto the fighting ring, they started sizing each other up. After that, there would be a chaotic battle. Naturally, he had to observe the enemy well before he knew how to fight. Su Chi, your Su family actually doesn't have any external help this time? No, only one external helper? Have you already given up on the competition? Haha. A loud laugh rang out. From the south, a middle-aged man sneered at the Su family head. Apart from that person, the highest cultivation among the others is only at LV7 martial royal realm. It seems that the Su family has really given up. Let's eliminate the Su family first and have a battle between the 3 families. A voice came from the west. The people who spoke were the family heads of the other 3 families. Just like the Su family's master, they were all at the 3rd stage of the half-saint realm and had the cultivation base of the law tank. They could clearly see the cultivation of Su Lei and the others with a sweep of their spiritual senses. There was only one exception, and that was Lu Ming. He had cast the illusionary breath technique, so they could not see his cultivation level clearly. However, they did not care too much about it. They did not believe that Lu Ming's cultivation level was very strong. Wait a minute, you'll be the ones crying. A cold smile appeared on the Su family member's face, but he didn't say anything. There was no point in saying anything now. In a moment he would let them know the power of the Su family. The family head has spoken. Well, deal with the Su family first. On the fighting ring, one of the 6 people from the south sneered and looked at Lu Ming's group. I also think that the 4 sides are too complicated. Let's deal with the weakest one first. One of the 6 people on the west side sneered. Then the three groups of people stepped forward and pressed toward Lu Ming and the others. Powerful auras bloomed one by one. They were all high-level Martial Royal Realm experts, and each side had several LV9 Martial Royal Realm experts. Among the 6 people of the SU family, except for Su Lei, the rest of them turned pale. 7 days ago, Lu Ming had shown his prowess at the SU family. Only some of the higher-ups and stronger people had participated. These young people had not participated and naturally did not know how powerful Lu Ming was. What do we do? A young man's face was covered in cold sweat. The other 3 families all had external help, and each of them was much stronger than them. Not to mention the 3 families had joined forces. The result was obvious without a fight. Can't you just solve it? Lu Ming smiled and walked to the center of the fighting ring. You don't want to live anymore, what do you want to do? What should we do? A young man from the SU family was at a loss. I want to, well, just watch. Su Lei said timidly. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.